Gulls cried out over the Port of Leth. One bird landed on a weathered post, freezing in surprise as its gaze fell upon an approaching ship. Other birds scattered, avoiding the massive sails as the vessel glided towards the dock, coming to a halt. A man named Raymond leaned over the side, a massive grin on his face. "We're finally here!" he roared, leaping from the ship. Landing on the dock, he threw his arms wide in pure joy, laughing aloud. His sudden outburst drew stunned looks from the locals. After composing himself, Raymond's eyes scanned the bustling crowd. He noticed a girl smiling, telling a potential customer a favor was required before any potions could be sold. Nearby, a man held up a fish by its tail, booming. "The best prices you'll find anywhere." The air was thick with offers of service and trade. One merchant called out, asking if a newcomer was looking for a warehouse to store their precious items. Another offered training for those who wished to travel the world of Maple. But someone else was asking, "Where is my brother?" Raymond, his eyes gleaming with excitement, drank it all in. "This is it, the port city of Leth." Just then, a man named Walker came up behind him. He placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled calmly. "Happy now?" he asked. Raymond's grin grew even wider. "Walker," he exclaimed, looking at his friend. "You have no idea I am absolutely thrilled." Walker simply nodded, his hand remaining on Raymond's shoulder as they walked. Suddenly, Dean approached them, his eyes narrowed with determination. With a confident smirk, he declared his desire to shout his feelings to the entire port. Beside him, Charlotte offered a quiet smile. Dean raised his head to the sky, announcing to the world, "This is it. This is where our legend begins." Together, he and Charlotte hurried to catch up with Walker and Raymond, who were already heading into the city's lively streets. This was an age where adventurers from every corner of the globe wrote their own epic sagas, in the deepest, darkest dungeons. They stood ready, weapons drawn, faces set with grim resolve. This was the era of adventure. And it all began with the gates. These mysterious portals began appearing all over the planet. Stepping through them, adventurers found themselves transported to other worlds, dimensions teeming with terrifying, unknown monsters. These beasts were colossal, armed with razor-sharp fangs and claws, and they fought humanity with savage fury. Countless adventurers had fallen inside the gates, but the rewards for victory far outweighed the risks. This lure of power and riches drove ambitious souls ever forward. Treasures beyond imagining awaited them. Chests, jewels, powerful weapons, and artifacts. But now, Walker's face was a grim mask. "We need bait," he announced. He raised a single finger for emphasis. His team stared back, their eyes wide with disbelief. "It's impossible to plan a strategy before we enter," he stated flatly. "We never know what's waiting on the other side." Visions of horrific monsters flashed through his mind. Countless adventurers have died because of unforeseen circumstances. It's for that exact reason that people now hire bait slaves. Charlotte closed her eyes, processing the grim logic. People who draw the monster's attention while the main party escapes? A cold but effective strategy, she thought. Raymond, however, scowled in disgust. "Charlotte, what are you saying?" he demanded. Sometime later, they arrived at a grim facility, filled with cramped, barred cells. A man greeted them with a wide, unsettling smile. "Walker?" "So good to see you again," he chimed. "This fine establishment is owned by the Port Trade Guild, and every soul you see here is a certified decoy slave." He oozed confidence. "I'm sure you'll find a product that suits your needs. They are guaranteed to pay for themselves, I assure you." His grin never faded. "In fact, if you'll allow me, I have two I can personally recommend." Walker remained silent, his expression unreadable. The man pointed towards a specific cell, gesturing to the two men huddled inside. "Just got this pair in," he explained conspiratorially. "They're still relatively fresh." After a moment of cold consideration, Walker made his decision. "I'll take them both." "An impeccable choice," the man exclaimed, praising Walker's good taste. "I wish you the best of luck on your journey." Soon after, Walker, Raymond, Thene, Charlotte, and the two newly acquired decoy slaves stood before the gate. Walker paused, then drew his dagger from its sheath. He approached the massive tree that marked the portal's edge. His face was serious as he explained. "Adventurers leave marks here, to count how many teams have entered this gate." He pointed to the smooth bark. "There isn't a single scratch. We're the first." With a swift, decisive motion, he carved a mark into the wood. A sharp grin spread across his face as he turned to his companions. "Ready?" he asked. He saw their eager smiles in return. "Then let's go." In a flash of light, the portal pulled them into another world. Raymond squeezed his eyes shut against the disorienting sensation. He stumbled forward, muttering, "What a strange feeling." But then he froze, his eyes flying open in utter astonishment. Before him stood a forest of colossal, glowing mushrooms. Incredible, he breathed. I've never seen a place like this. The atmosphere was far more whimsical than he'd expected, but Walker's grave voice cut through his awe. No one panics. We keep moving, he added. The portal usually opens far from the monster lairs. So for now, we are safe. The two decoy slaves stood frozen, their mouths agape in shock. Walker paid them no mind. He began walking forward. We can't go back the way we came. Priority 1 is to locate the exit portal. The group fell silent, following his lead. But just then, a monster materialized from the shadows directly behind Charlotte at the rear of the line. She heard a strange hiss behind her. Her eyes shot wide as she spun around. But it was too late. The creature was already in midair. It lunged, its massive jaws snapping wide open. What is that? Was all she could scream. Blood erupted into the air. Hearing Charlotte's cry, and the sound of the attack, everyone whirled around in horror. Monsters here, they yelled. How is this possible? They raised their weapons, poised for the fight. Raymond screamed Charlotte's name in alarm, but a new sound shattered the moment. Another beast crashed into view, then another. It wasn't just a few monsters. It was an entire horde, closing in fast. A wave of pure terror washed over the team. This wasn't a hunt, it was a slaughter. They braced themselves, their weapons the only thing between them and death. With a curse, Walker summoned his staff. Mana flared as he knocked a blazing fire arrow, his focus narrowing on his target. He unleashed the attack at the monster holding Charlotte to startled. The creature dropped her, leaping away from the fiery explosion. As the attack missed its mark, Charlotte's body collapsed to the ground. A grim realization dawned on Walker's face. Something was terribly wrong. He barked new orders to his team. Tie the bait to a tree. We're leaving, now. One of the decoys, trembling, begged them not to go. Please, take us with you, he pleaded, ignoring the desperate cry. Thien drew a dagger, pressing it coldly to the boy's throat. Shut your mouth and stand still. Meanwhile, Raymond grit his teeth, securing the slave's chains. He squeezed his eyes shut, whispering over and over in Saeed that he was sorry, but his guilt couldn't stop his feet. He turned and fled with his crew, leaving the decoys to their horrifying fate. Their desperate cries of, "Don't leave us," echoed behind them. But Thien, Raymond, and Walker were already gone, vanishing into the trees. With Charlotte on their backs, they ran as the monsters turned their attention to Elam, and the other man chained to the tree. One beast lunged without hesitation. It descended on the defenseless man, its claws and fangs tearing flesh. His screams were drowned out by the carnage. Elam, spear in hand, turned to watch, but as he did, another creature lunged for his back, far away. The fleeing party finally stopped. Walker bent over, gasping for air. His lungs burned with exhaustion. The mission's aborted, he wheezed. There was no time to hunt now. Survival was all that mattered. They had to find a way out, and fast. Frustration etched itself onto his face. But then his attention was stolen by a chilling sight. Raymond stood frozen a few feet away. His eyes were wide with terror, his breathing ragged and panicked. They shouted his name, but he was lost to the world. He remained completely unresponsive. Finally losing patience, Thien stormed over, grabbing Raymond by the collar. Snap out of it, he roared. Raymond's eyes finally focused. Frowning, Thien yelled at him to get a grip and listen to Walker's instructions. So what if the mission failed, he screamed. We can prepare better and come back. It's too damn early to give up. Don't you dare let your guard down. With a determined grin, he clenched his fist. We are all going to survive this. Together. In that very instant, a shadow descended. A monster's claw came down with devastating force, slamming Thien into the unforgiving earth. A crater formed as dust and rock exploded outwards. The shockwave sent Raymond tumbling, while Walker was thrown violently aside. The creature raised its blood-soaked claw over Thien's shattered remains. Trembling, Raymond could only whisper his comrade's name. His eyes widened in horror at what was left. Walker, setting Charlotte down, conjured another fire arrow and took aim. You bastard, he screamed at the monster. But the beast was faster. It whipped its head around, and a long, grotesque tongue shot out. It coiled instantly around Walker's neck. He cried out in shock, caught completely off guard as the monster began reeling him in, dragging him toward its gaping maw. Help me, Walker pleaded, struggling in vain. The next sound was a sickening crunch and a spray of crimson air. Raymond's world fractured. His jaw locked tight as cold sweat poured down his face. Tears of terror welled in his eyes. He was paralyzed, a helpless spectator to the massacre unfolding around him. His mind screamed in denial. This couldn't be happening. Then he saw it. The monster, with pieces of Walker still dangling from its bloody mouth, began stalking toward him. Somebody, help! He tried to get up, but his legs wouldn't obey. He tried to crawl, but it was useless. The monster opened its jaws, dropping what remained of Walker. Its tongue shot out again, wrapping around Raymond's leg. It dragged him closer, its teeth sinking into his flesh as he screamed in pure shines, as he writhed in unbearable pain. Elam sat silently on a high branch, coolly observing the entire spectacle from above. Blood splattered across the ground, dripping from the monster's fangs. Raymond's body trembled violently, his hands clenched into useless fists. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to stifle another scream. But then he looked up and saw Elam. In disbelief, he whispered, "Is that the bait?" The main character simply watched, his expression unreadable. Raymond raised a trembling hand, pointing weakly in Elam's direction. "You're alive," he choked out, a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Help me, please. You have to help me. Everyone else is dead. It's just us now," he pleaded. "I'm sorry, you saw, right? I was against leaving you behind." "You can't escape alone. We need to work together," he bargained, stretching out his hand while gritting his teeth against the searing pain. Another wave of agony hit him. "Help me," he begged. But seeing no reaction, his desperation boiled over into rage. "Stop standing there. Do something, you useless piece of bait." At the insult, a faint smirk touched Elam's lips, but he remained silent. Finally, he leaped. He landed gracefully on the ground before Raymond. "Even if I truly wanted to help you," he said calmly, "I'm afraid it's far too late for that. You see, the monster has already devoured more than half of your body." As if waking from a nightmare, Raymond froze. His eyes widened in absolute horror. He looked down and saw his own mangled reflection in the growing pool of his own blood. With a mocking laugh, he called Elam a foolish slave, asking if he truly thought he could survive all alone. A furious scowl twisted Elam's face as he warned her back that she would be next. Then, the monster's jaws snapped shut, swallowing Raymond whole. For a moment, only his hand remained, caught between the beast's teeth. The creature paused, crunching down on its victim, before spitting out Raymond's severed arm. It growled, its gaze locking onto the main character. Elam stood his ground, calm and unshaken, spear held at the ready. The monster shifted, settling into a predatory stance. Then, with an explosive burst of speed, it launched itself toward Elam, its maw gaping wide. But he remained perfectly still, a determined frown etching his face as he declared, "I think I can..." He braced his weapon, preparing for the clash. With a single devastating thrust, he drove his spear straight through the monster's body. As the slain beast crashed to the ground, he froze. He stood motionless for a beat, then covered his face with his hand, whispering, "I will survive, because this is not where my story ends." As he spoke, he dragged a hand across his face, pushing back his hair. His eyes stared sadly into the distance, lost in a memory. He remembered a time before his return, standing with his team on a cliff's edge. They watched an endless swarm of monsters blacken the sky. Below them, the forest burned, choked by dark smoke and shattered by falling rocks. In some places, the land itself was torn asunder, craters left by the celestial bombardment. Spotting an enemy vanguard, Elam pinpointed its location, his focus sharpening on the horde drawing ever closer. One of the creatures opened its jaws in a menacing roar. But this beast, like the other dragons flying with it, was a mere insect compared to what followed. Another monster appeared, dwarfing the others in size. A horntail, looking at its 3 terrifying heads. Elam knew what it was. The Dragon King. Hearing this, a comrade realized the chilling truth. This meant the centaur nest, their last sanctuary, had also fallen. She declared that they had no one left. From the Knights of Sickness and the Resistance, to the Crusade Hunters, Adventurers, and even the 6 heroes everyone had placed their faith in. All of them were gone. The weight of that loss crushed her. Her eyes found the main character, and she stated that he alone, the last adventurer, remained. Hearing his name, Elam's brow furrowed in concentration. He turned to what was left of his team. "Go," he commanded. "The battle awaits." As he prepared himself, the colossal shadow of the Dragon King swept over them. The beast dove, its mouth wide open, ready to devour them all. The protagonist's magic flared to life. "This is our last adventure," he warned. A moment later, the entire world erupted. The area was consumed by smoke and fire. Elam stood in the devastation, his clothes and body drenched in blood. He gasped for air, crimson dripping from his chin. His face was a mask of gore. He collapsed to his knees, unable to look at the bodies of his comrades scattered around him. A severed dragon head lay on the ground before him, but there was no victory in his eyes. He raised his gaze to the heavens. "Is this the end?" he asked himself. He watched the Dragon King still flying, still roaring in fury. One of its heads was gone, but the other two were perfectly fine, functioning as if nothing had happened. Elam thought with despair. We gave it everything we had, and all we did was sever one head. Then he watched in horror as the stump of the neck began to bubble and reform. Flesh and scale knit back together. All of our efforts were for nothing. As that thought crossed his mind, the dragon twisted in the air and began its final descent. One of its heads opened its mouth wide, aiming directly at Elam, ready to end it all. He narrowed his eyes and then closed them. So this is it, he thought, lowering his head. The end of our world, our adventure. He clenched his hand into a fist and slammed it into the ground with enough force to leave a crater. He cursed, ignoring the fire and smoke swirling around him. He cursed again. He refused to accept this fate. His jaw tightened and his eyes flew open, roaring. It can't end like this. The strain was so great that veins bulged on his face. As time seemed to rewind, he saw Philip, cut down by a monster, falling to his knees. Elam could only reach a hand toward his fallen friend, powerless to save him. The memory shifted. Jaden, he whispered, remembering sitting beside his bloody comrade, holding his hand as his life faded. Alice was killed too. Now, the main character, remembered her pushing him out of the way. She took the blow meant for him, sacrificing herself. In her final moment, she smiled at him. Though tears streamed down her cheeks, she showed no fear, remembering their sacrifices. Elam choked out what they had all given. He couldn't contain his emotions any longer and let out a raw, grief-stricken scream, refusing to surrender. He used his last ounce of strength to rise. Once he was on his feet, he glared at his foe with cold resolution. He took a heavy breath and promised, I will not die so easily. He raised his hand. He pointed his palm at the sky, towards the monster. With a guttural cry, he began to weave his final spell, gathering every last spark of energy. The power around him condensed, growing brighter and more intense, forming a devastating attack. Elam shaped it into a radiant arrow, promising, I will kill you, Horntail. Even if it's the last thing I ever do. But before he could unleash the spell, his hand trembled violently, and the collected energy heat shattered into nothingness. The main character had pushed his body too far. He was completely spent. He coughed up a thick clot of blood. He staggered backward with a cry, struggling just to stay upright. At that moment, the monster, seeing his failed attempt, thrust one of its heads forward. It began to gather its own magic near its open mouth. The energy swelled into a colossal sphere of destruction and flew directly toward Elam. He froze, staring at his impending doom. He couldn't even run. What a pathetic end, he whispered. He couldn't understand why it had to be this way. If only he had more power, things would have been different. If he could just start all over again, he would change everything. And then, suddenly, a harsh voice shattered his thoughts, ordering him to get up as icy water splashed across his face. Jolted awake, the main character's eyes flew open. He froze in utter shock, lowering his head. His jaw hung open in disbelief at the man standing before him. The man screamed that he knew he was healthy, calling him by a different name, a stupid decoy slave. He ordered him to remember his place, his arms crossed in contempt, staring hotly at Elam and cursing under his breath. The protagonist wondered, where is the Horntail? No, wait, that's not right. He asked himself, am I still alive? He continued to stare, stunned, at the face from his past. He told himself to stop, his eyes frantically scanning the area. He saw several other men standing beside him, their hands bound in the same crude shackles. Elam recognized this place. Lost in his thoughts, he barely registered the sound of people talking nearby. They spoke of the new product they had just brought in, praising their companions for an excellent choice for a long expedition into the dungeons. The main character shifted his wrist slightly, and the cold truth hit him like a physical blow. He had been here before. In the distance, he heard someone thank their partner. Another voice boasted that no buyer could find a better deal anywhere else. Potential customers peered through iron bars, pointing at the prisoners. One suggested they take a specific person, asking what price they would have to pay. The merchants praised their client's impeccable taste. Elam, still looking around, finally let out a silent scream in his mind. This was a slave market. He lowered his head, his breath coming in ragged gasps. This was impossible. Slave markets had been banned for ages. However, he was absolutely certain of where he was. His focus snapped back to the merchant, who sneered that it was funny how he'd managed to survive and return alone. If the main character recalled correctly, this was the very merchant who had bought him in this market 6 years ago, back when Alpam himself was nothing more than a slave. He stared silently at the slaver, his gaze intense. It was definitely the same man. And if that was true, it could only mean he had actually gone back in time. Just then, the man's face twisted into a frown, calling him a worthless name. He clenched his fist and swung hard. Elam's eyes widened. "What are you looking at?" the man roared angrily. He cursed as the punch flew, and the main character could only watch the fist approach, completely helpless. On this very day, he had returned to the moment where it all began. The man's fist connected with his face. He lowered his head. A single question echoing in his mind: was he dreaming? He rejected the thought instantly. The pain was far too real to be a mere fantasy. It made no sense, but he could find no other explanation. At that moment, the merchant stepped forward, showcasing Walker and his team of slave lures. He hoped they would find a suitable item among his wares. Pointing to Elam, he announced his newest acquisitions. Walker decided to take them. The main character, watching him, knew this was it. His brow furrowed as he thought to himself, "I've been given a second chance." Later, after the entire team was wiped out by monsters and the immediate danger had passed, Alpam made his move. He grabbed the fire arrow staff from the ground. After a careful inspection, he noted internally that this was a pretty good ability. Slinging the staff over his shoulder, he decided it would be perfect for now. Pressing his lips together, he scanned the area again. This still wasn't enough. He was certain an adventurer group would have brought other supplies for gathering materials. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the remains of an uneaten leg. As he pulled off the boot, he remembered that some people hide valuable items in their shoes. Inside, he found a ring. Surprised by this discovery, he put the jewelry on his finger. In the next instant, the ring glowed, shrouded in magical energy. The protagonist realized it was a telekinesis ring, but he was suddenly distracted by a sharp sound nearby. With a wary frown, he whirled around to see monsters, charging toward him. There were dozens of enemies. Elam, holding his spear at the ready, figured the monsters had been drawn by the smell of blood. One of the monsters lunged, throwing a punch that sent dust and stone shards flying. The other creatures immediately surged forward, closing in. The protagonist assessed the danger around him. With a few swift swings of his spear, he destroyed the monsters closest to him. But at that moment, another monster from the other side took advantage of the opening, shooting its long tongue forward and wrapping it around the middle of Alpam's spear. He noticed and held on tight, but the monster jerked its tongue sharply, and the weapon snapped in two. The main character's eyes widened as he stared in amazement at the fragments of his weapon falling to the ground, his mouth slightly agape. The monster, taking advantage of his shock, lunged closer, its mouth wide open, ready to kill. However, Alpam managed to recover in time, activating a fire arrow, sending a stream of flames toward the monster. The attack pierced through the creature, and the main character carefully eyed his opponents, thinking he should test the ring before the spell dissipated. He swung his hand, controlling the attack as it changed direction, impaling the other nearby monsters as well. Finally, when the attack's power was exhausted, the arrow dissolved. Elam froze, looking at the fire around him and the destroyed monsters. He knew he couldn't hold them for long. In the next instant, breaking through the flames, more monsters, still intact, charged closer. However, as he prepared for the next attack, the protagonist thought that this wasn't all that important. But suddenly he froze. He opened his eyes wider, looking excitedly at the weapon in his hand as the monsters ran forward to attack him again. He was forced to jump out of the way, wondering why he couldn't activate the fire arrow. He knew the staff wasn't broken. Could it have a cool downtime? He looked at the weapon, which couldn't gather any magic, and leaped out of the way again as the monsters regrouped and started. Just as he attacked again, he froze, shifting into a more stable stance. He swung the staff like a simple club. The blow was immense, sending the monster flying slightly to the side. Elam knew there was no other choice. He swung the staff again and again, striking the beast repeatedly. While the creature was disoriented, he delivered a powerful kick, throwing it aside. As the monster crashed into the ground, the main character looked at his staff again, questioning if it was ready now. Sure enough, magical energy enveloped the weapon. Just then, he noticed several more monsters rushing to attack. A grim smile touched Alpam's lips. Perfect, he thought, frowning in concentration. He unleashed a powerful fire arrow in their direction. But even with this attack, monsters charged forward relentlessly. Deciding to repeat his trick, the main character waved his hand, activating the telekinesis ring. He took control of the magic arrow, guiding it in a deadly zigzag that obliterated every monster nearby. He watched his opponents, his lips pursed in serious focus. Once it was over, he stopped, taking in the sight of monster corpses scattered around him. Suddenly, Charlotte raised her head, stammering in absolute shock. "You're no ordinary decoy slave?" Elam turned at her voice, surprised she was still alive. Charlotte clenched her jaw, squeezing one eye shut, but keeping the other fixed on him, sizing up his fighting ability and magic. She demanded, "Who are you?" She cursed, and he dryly called her lucky, but then decided to take it back. Charlotte's other eye flew open. "Why are you so strong?" she asked, abruptly. She noticed he was holding the staff that once belonged to Walker. She also saw a glowing band encircling Elam's wrist. She couldn't comprehend how a mere decoy slave could awaken such power. As the main character remained silent, she suddenly pleaded, "Wait, don't tell anyone this. This anomaly was because of me." Elpham, still silent, just frowned at her, his lips pressed tight. Charlotte also fell quiet for a moment. Finally, the protagonist spoke. "Are you finished?" She flinched at his voice, trying to sit up to get a better look at him, her expression puzzled. "I'm afraid you're mistaken," Elpham confessed. In his mind, it didn't matter if the others were alive, because he was going to kill Charlotte anyway. She frowned, her jaw clenched. "What is this nonsense?" she spat, glaring at him. He stated coldly, "You used people as bait just to survive." Sweat trickled down Charlotte's face as she opened her eyes wide with horror. Elam activated his fire magic, pointing his staff directly at her. He looked at her with pure disdain, warning, "I despise people like you." Sometime later, back in the city, people were shouting in disbelief. "What is this nonsense?" They stared with wide eyes, unable to process their shock. "Is this really true?" Their faces were slick with sweat, mouths agape in astonishment. They couldn't control their emotions. Elam calmly walked past them on the street. While people continued to yell that this couldn't be happening, they couldn't understand how a decoy slave managed to return alive. And alone at that, ignoring the shocked stares, the protagonist walked forward with a determined frown. He thought to himself, "The die is cast." He knew he had to act fast to avoid his previous fate. But first things first. He stopped before a tall building and looked up, deciding it was time to finally shed his slave status. A short while later, adventurers passed by the same building, their attention no longer on Elam. Inside an office, a man named Abes sat at a table. "Is it true?" he asked. "The slave, he came back alive," the man, standing before him, confirmed the news. "It's all true," he said seriously, adding with a frown. "And according to the reports, the main character returned completely unharmed." Abes scoffed. "So what? It's not the first time a decoy slave has returned unharmed." He casually tapped the ash from his cigar into a tray. The boy clarified. "All the adventurers on the team Elam was with died inside the gate." Abes froze. "Wait a minute," he said, frowning. "You're telling me he survived? Alone?" He realized this was incredibly strange. He was surprised the main character chose to file a report instead of just running away. Those enslaved by massive debts could never escape their fate as bait. If Elam didn't even try to escape, it meant he understood how impossible it would be. After all, for decoy slaves like him, death was the only path to freedom. Abes and his collaborator pictured a slave fleeing from a monster. Then a massive pile of skulls, lacing his fingers together. Abes thought for a moment. Then, understanding dawned. "So that's how it is," he murmured. "That's how our great guild does things." He closed his eyes. Was it really necessary to report such details to me? Then he added, "There's something else I need to know." The man informed him. "I was told that this slave awakened the first circle." Those words made Abes freeze. His eyes shot open. "What did you just say?" he demanded. He was stunned. A decoy slave? With a circle. He took another drag from his cigarette, thinking this man must hold a very low opinion of their guild. To be a slave? He frowned, wondering what this could all mean. He was pulled from his thoughts when the guy added, "Other employees told me Elam is asking for a change to his contract." He stressed. The word contract. "His contract?" Abes asked again, staring at his subordinate in surprise. After confirming it, the man explained. "The main character wants to register as an adventurer." Abes was even more stunned. He cursed. "Who does this Elam think he is?" The guy placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head. "It was Lynn," he said. "Who asked that you handle this situation personally?" Abes shot to his feet, leaning over the table. "Lauren's wish," he growled. He pictured the man's silhouette. Why would the guild's executive head be interested in a mere slave? Unable to find an answer, He froze, bowing his head and clenching his jaw. Then, he told himself to stop. Wait, is it what I think it is? Sometime later, the man who brought the news left the office, quietly closing the door behind him. He and Abby left the cigar smoldering, a silent witness in the ashtray, gazing through the window. His thoughts drifted to the slave who dreamed of becoming an adventurer. In the name of Emperor Cygnus, slavery was officially abolished. But it was a conditional freedom, for men were still slaves to mesos. They climbed over each other, desperate hands reaching for glittering gold coins. Those who couldn't repay their debts were forced to work them off. This simple law created a new class of non-caste slaves in the Maple world. When illness took Elam's only family, his father, he was forced to become one of them. He stood in a line of broken debtors, chained and shackled, head bowed in defeat. He'd bought an ingredient, black moss, from the Gapur Merchant Guild. It was a desperate attempt to cure his father, a promise to pay later. He remembered the bag of herbs and the crushing weight of the debt that came with it. The guild had demanded 1,000,000 mesos, a price inflated several times over. Soon after, when Elam stood at trial, the judge called his name. The verdict was read aloud. He had failed to pay the Gapur Merchant Guild. Elam's head snapped up, his eyes wide with a desperate plea as he stared at the judge. Awaiting his sentence, he watched the man's face tighten into a frown. The hammer slammed down, its echo sealing his fate. Elam was ordered to work. For the set time, he would labor for the guild. The main character froze, the announcement a cold shock. For 6 long years, these vultures had exploited him, but no more. He decided the time for revenge had finally arrived. Sometime later, he sat across from Abby, a cup of hot tea between them. Elam introduced himself, stating he was ready to help. In his mind, he recalled this man, Abby, a loyal dog to Lynn, one of the guild's top executives. This connection, he mused, might not be a bad thing. Abby closed his eyes, raising the cup to his lips. He'd heard Elam wanted to change his contract. He took a slow sip before suggesting they cut to the chase. The others, he said, had already told him everything he needed to know about Elam. Setting his cup down, he promised gravely to register him as an F-rank adventurer. Elam was taken aback. He accepted the offer so easily. A smile touched Elam's lips as he thanked him, wondering what hidden reason lay behind this quick agreement. But he had one more condition. As Elam began to speak, Abby's eyes narrowed with suspicion, his friendly demeanor vanishing. With a confident smile, Elam stated his demand. He wanted an E-rank. He leaned back, crossing his arms, making it clear this wasn't a negotiation on Abby's terms. E-rank? Abby scoffed, pointing out that Elam wasn't even officially recognized by the Adventurers Association. Elam's voice was cold steel. For the past 3 years, I've entered gates as live bait hundreds of times. A fact Abby couldn't deny. That's true, he admitted, but always as bait? You're a novice when it comes to actually killing monsters. But the main character refused to yield. He shot back, since when are adventurers judged solely on their ability to hunt? The question caught Abby off guard. Who could only stammer in reply? The very first adventurer, Abby argued, earned his fame through legendary battle skills. He pictured a hero standing over a vanquished dragon. But Elam just frowned. The ultimate goal of any adventurer, he declared, is to return from their journey alive. Leaning forward, his words held the weight of experience. Abby considered this. It was true. The information a survivor brought back was often more valuable than any battle merit. That's a reasonable point, he said aloud. He had to admit it. Surviving countless times as a decoy was a monumental achievement in its own right. Reaching into his robe, he prepared his final counter. But that's all it is, he added, his voice dripping with condescension. Bait is only used in low-level gates. He questioned if Elam truly believed that his paltry survival skills would save him in a high-level gate. He pulled out a cigarette case, his movements slow and deliberate. Elam was deeply mistaken. Did he think the guild members were fools, ready to sign a contract with some cocky idiot? He lit the cigar, silently cursing the main character's arrogance. He inhaled the smoke, thinking to himself, if he keeps overestimating his abilities, he'll die a swift death. Elam simply closed his eyes, offering no response. Abby watched him, a strange feeling rising in his gut. His intuition screamed that there was more to this man than met the eye. Finally, the main character's eyes opened. There is a gate, he said, his voice cutting through the tension, with a 5-person limit and 12 marks on its trunk. At his words, Elam looked up, his focus absolute. Abby knew he understood. Indeed, he confirmed. That means at least 12 parties of 5 entered that dungeon, and not one of them ever came back. After letting the grim reality sink in, he laid out his challenge. Prove to me that you are worthy of the rank you demand. Hearing the condition, the protagonist's jaw tightened, his gaze locking with Abby's. The man promised to grant his wish if he succeeded, holding out the contract with a predatory smile. Later, in the forest, a man named Chev stepped forward, smiling. "It's good to meet you, Elam," he said, introducing himself as the team's tank. "Abby told us you worked as a decoy slave," he continued, his tone reassuring. "But don't you worry about that. It means nothing to me." He gestured behind him to his comrades Max, Tom, and Roa. "And they won't pay it any mind either." The others smiled and gave a welcoming nod. Elam, however, kept his expression neutral, offering a simple, "A pleasure to meet you." Chev then added, "I heard you can use fire magic." Elam confirmed it was true, which prompted a grin from Max. Stepping closer, Max asked, "Can't all mages use every type of magic?" Chev quickly corrected him, explaining that mages can only control their innate element. They were born with a predisposition to one. That's why it was pointless to take an item that didn't align with their element. He then asked Max if he'd truly never heard this. Max admitted it all sounded very complicated, realizing he'd gotten sidetracked. Chev turned back to Elam, assuming he already understood. "Our goal on this mission," he began, "is not to hunt monsters." Max confirmed this with another confident smile, as Chev laid out the true objective. "We need to retrieve the items dropped by the 12 teams who entered before us and never returned." With those ominous words, their true work was about to begin. That the guild was paying a mere 3,000 for each item. Cutting him off, Max shut his eyes and waved a hand dismissively, with a scowl. He announced, "This is daylight robbery. If not for them, the guild would have nothing. Besides, those adventurers each had one circle. Their items were worth at least 7,000. He sighed in disgust, but Tom snapped at him to stop whining. Max shot back that he wasn't complaining. But their squabble was cut short by a voice asking if everyone was ready. The time for making money was over. Stepping through the portal, they found themselves in a world shrouded in dense fog. Max clenched his jaw, contemptuously noting how bright yet eerie it was. "Listen up," Chev called out, drawing their attention. He explained that given the terrain, their mission would likely be delayed. They needed to set up camp immediately. Someone suggested the treetops. With plenty of branches for cover, it was the perfect hiding spot. And a great vantage point. Chev agreed it was a solid plan. It wasn't long before they had the tools out and were ready to build their shelter. Max approached the main character, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You can rest for now," he said, nodding towards Tom, who was already starting preparations. "When it comes to construction," he added, "the two of us are experts." Elam didn't object, and just as promised, Max and Tom soon erected a sturdy wooden platform high in the tree. With their base secure, it was time to scout. They would split into two groups. Sheriff declared that Tom, Max, and Roa would go together. He and Elam would check the west. "You guys take the east," he commanded. "If you run into trouble, signal immediately and fall back to base. Understood?" With a chorus of ayes, the teams set out. Elam and Chev moved cautiously, scanning their surroundings. After some time had passed, Chev frowned. "There are no monsters here," he whispered, figuring they'd camped too close to the gate. "We'll head deeper tomorrow," he decided, then turned to Elam. "So, how are you holding up on your first mission?" Elam was quiet for a long moment. His eyes narrowed. He finally admitted, "I'm nervous." Chev let out a short laugh. "I get it. Even with all my experience, I still feel a knot in my stomach every time I step through a gate." He confessed he wasn't the bravest man alive, but he kept moving forward because of the important people he fought to protect. "I don't know how this sounds," he said, "but my comrades, they're truly good people." He then admitted feeling terrible. When he first heard the main character's story, he couldn't imagine how difficult it was for Elam as a decoy slave. "Listen," he offered. "If you want, you can join our team for good." He smiled, his offer genuine. But then he froze, noticing something was wrong. The main character stood motionless, his expression unreadable. Chev laughed nervously. "Hey, don't take it so seriously." But Elam remained silent. Later that night, the team gathered around the fire. The mood was grim. The scouting mission had been a bust. When the others reported finding nothing, Tom reminded them they knew it wouldn't be easy. Chev suggested they stop talking shop and just eat. But while the others talked, Elam was silent, his head bowed. He didn't touch his food. Instead, he took a long drink from a flask. Much later, under the high moon, a scraping sound echoed across the wooden platform. One of the crew, torch in hand, approached the figure huddled under a blanket. He called out Elam's name, trying to get his attention. It was Chev. With a serious frown, he asked, "Is the main character asleep?" For a moment, there was only silence. Then, a hand clamped down on Chev's shoulder. It was Max, his dagger drawn. "We both know," he said gravely. "Elam is sleeping far too deeply to answer." Chev smirked. "You're being too careful," Max chided. Did you forget what we put in his dinner? He was certain the drug was potent enough to knock out a giant. Elam had cleaned his plate, so he was lucky to even be breathing. His fire arrow staff alone will fetch us at least 10,000 mesos, he sneered, closing in on the sleeping form. He raised his dagger with a wicked grin. Time to cash in, he yelled, and plunged the blade down into the blankets. But instead of flesh, he was met with a dull thud. He froze, the sound completely wrong. What is this? He stammered, his eyes wide with confusion. Ripping away the blanket, he found not a body, but a log, cleverly padded with pillows to mimic a human shape. A panicked shout erupted from the crew. Elam is gone! What does this mean? This can't be happening. How did he know? Shock and fear rippled through them all. Chev, regaining his composure, scowled. Find him, he ordered. He has to be somewhere nearby, but before they could move, a devastating fire attack slammed into their platform. The explosion ripped the wood apart, forcing Chev to leap for his life. Flames erupted, consuming the tree and cutting off any chance of escape. It's fire, they screamed in terror, and perched on a branch of a neighboring tree was Elam, watching them burn. What is this madness? Tom yelled. Chev had no answer, only an order. Save the supplies now. But Tom wasn't listening. Was this Elam's doing? He stammered. Then his eyes went wide. He pointed past Chev, his mouth agape in horror. Chev spun around, annoyed. What now? He snarled, just before he saw it too. But his annoyance was instantly replaced by sheer terror. He froze. A colossal monster loomed over their burning hideout. Cold sweat dripped down his face. In denial, he cursed the main character's name. Then, the creature's gaping maw opened wide. It was ready to devour them all. In that horrifying moment, they finally understood. Elam had used them as bait. Reaching the edge of the platform, they leaped off with desperate screams. An instant later, the tree they'd used for cover was swallowed whole by the beast. There was no time to think. The team members scrambled for their lives. Meanwhile, Elam watched calmly from a tree. He thought to himself, Chev's acting was atrocious. There was no need for such kindness to deceive him. He recalled the grim history of this gate. 12 teams had already perished here. This team had welcomed the former Decoy with open arms. They were no different from the others. It was also predictable. As he pondered, he looked down at the terrified faces of the fleeing adventurers. They were already panting from exhaustion. This had to be the dungeon boss. He then turned, his full attention to the creature. It surged forward, relentlessly pursuing the team. Its massive body crushed every tree in its path. Chev glanced back, cursing loudly. This is the worst possible enemy for us. Tom, trying to get his attention, shouted, Do you know what that thing is? He replied, If I'm not mistaken, it's a golden slime mold. Its entire body is pure acid. The worst opponent for us? Close quarters combat? But that wasn't all. As Chev watched the acidic pools the monster left behind, he frowned. But before he could finish his thought, he saw it preparing an attack. It was aimed right at them. Look out, he screamed, shoving his teammates aside. As the aftershock faded, Tom cursed in horror. Chev had barely pushed him out of the attack's range. The slime had shot something at them. Chev, breathing heavily, reached out a hand. The entire team was terrified. The monster had ranged attacks, too. Pointing to a melted crater on the ground, Chev explained. That was an acid arrow. It's a skill that weaponizes its own acidic sweat. Sweat poured down Tom's face. He roared furiously. That's not fair. But to snap him out of it, Chev ordered him and the others not to panic. It's coming again. As the monster drew closer, someone asked what they were going to do. The team was desperate to figure out how to defeat it. They decided to get outside its attack radius. Since the acid arrow's cooldown was 1 minute, they had to form a battle line and destroy the core in its head. But then, Max just grinned. He had a reckless idea about reloading. He stopped abruptly, then turned and charged straight toward the monster. The others froze, shouting his name in shock. But he only asked, What are you waiting for? He yelled. I'll kill this monster right now. Once in range, he leaped high into the air, readying his dagger for the attack. Chev reached out, pleading, Wait, we need to work together. But suddenly, the monster fired. Another acid arrow, aimed directly at Max. His body was sliced clean in half. He opened his mouth in surprise. Chev frowned in horror. What is this? He recalled. The cooldown time. There should have been 10 more seconds. At that moment, the monster's gaze locked onto him. It activated the attack again, aiming an acid arrow at the remaining adventurers. When it hit a boulder, it exploded, sending acid splashing everywhere. Dust and shards of rock filled the air. In the acidic rain, the bodies of the last team members dissolved instantly, leaving only skeletons behind. When the monster was done, it paused, looking around. Elam, finally descending from the tree, made a note Shev and his team were finished. He pursed his lips. Shev was right in theory, but the golden slime mold gets stronger with each item it consumes. A reduced cooldown time was only to be expected. He watched the team's weapons dissolve in acid, wondering about its unpredictable growth and its ability to fire without reloading. He finally understood why the previous teams had all died here. This monster was on a completely different level. He carefully observed it, knowing that in this state, it could survive in this yellow gate, which is 2 levels below a red one. He doubted a single circle adventurer could ever defeat this beast. He watched as the monster began to move, away, leaving a corroded trail in its wake. He also realized that no items could be salvaged from this gate. As he turned, he thought, the mission is complete. He remembered Abes had asked him to prove he could possess an S-rank's power. A faint smile appeared. Suddenly, the monster stopped. It glanced to the side, its eyes narrowing with suspicion. It didn't understand what was happening. But before the monster could find the source of the threat, a powerful fire attack slammed into its side. The monster's acidic body sprayed outwards. It screamed, opening its mouth, wide, and the acid droplets scarred the ground. As the attack faded, the wound instantly healed, replenishing with acid, but it still growled, as one of its eyes was destroyed. Alum, who had paused in a tree to watch, said quietly, I was aiming for the core. He noticed the monster had impressive magic resistance. He knew it would take at least 4 more shots, but he immediately corrected himself, deciding that to defeat this monster, it would take 5 shots. He looked at the leaking fluid from the monster's eye and the small plumes of smoke rising from the impact. This wouldn't be a problem. With a smile, our protagonist announced, I don't mind getting proof. The monster, noticing him, focused its attention. It sent a large number of acid volleys in his direction. Elam stood on a tree, branch until the last possible moment. Only when the attack was dangerously close did he leap out of the way, letting the acid blast the tree. The monster fired acid arrows continuously, but our protagonist dodged every single one. He used his dagger and the attached rope to keep himself suspended in midair. He unsheathed his weapon and launched it skyward, willing the blade to bite deep into the wood as the next attack flew dangerously close. He sighed, a frown of annoyance hardening his jaw. Focusing on the dagger, he activated his telekinesis ring, driving the blade and shunned into the perfect spot. Every shot had to land true, a feat a simple mage could only dream of. However, he was no simple magician. In his past life, he was the greatest telekinetic. Now, using the rope to defy gravity while dodging acid arrows, he raised his fire arrow staff. He aimed the flames toward the beast, pulled the newly formed fire string, and unleashed a searing projectile. The powerful blast struck its target, wounding the monster yet again. The sheer force of the impact sent the colossal creature crashing onto its side as Elam mentally counted. 4 more attacks to go. But even as it fell, the monster launched another volley. The main character nimbly avoided it by scrambling higher up the tree trunk. As the acid arrow melted the wood, he glanced at the damage, waiting for his staff to recharge. He activated the fire arrow once more, combining it with a wave of telekinesis. The next attack landed exactly where it needed to, and Elam made a mental note. 3 hits remaining. The monster roared, its mouth gaping wide as it unleashed a barrage of acid arrows. But the main character dodged each one. Twisting in the air for a better angle, he launched another fire arrow. As the explosion seared the monster's flesh, he flew to the side. 2 more attacks. Disoriented, the beast couldn't track his movements, giving him a precious opening. Elam fired again, directing the arrow to the critical spot. But this time, the monster shifted its slime. Deflecting the attack, he noted with a grimace. The creature was surprisingly agile for its size, reaching the trunk of a nearby tree. He kicked off to build momentum, simultaneously swinging his hand to control the fire arrow's trajectory. He thought that a direct approach was useless, so he sent the attack curving around the beast from behind. The monster, caught completely off guard, growled as its eyes widened in shock. In the next instant, the attack slammed into it, exploding with devastating force. This time, the core at the monster's center was finally exposed, riddled with cracks from the insides. Impact? Elam closed the distance, taking advantage of the moment before the core could be covered in slime again. Raising his staff, he began to concentrate energy for the final blow. With a fierce glare, he announced, "This is the end." The monster formed its remaining slime into a massive hand, raising it to stop him. But the main character ignored the threat. his eyes fixed on his target, the core's destruction. Abruptly, the slime arm shot towards Elam. Frowning, he activated his telekinesis, taking control of the dagger and the rope tied to it. With a sharp pull, he yanked himself from his position in the air, narrowly dodging the attack as the monster's hand smashed into the ground below. Our main character landed perfectly, immediately activating another fire arrow and leveling his staff at the enemy. As he launched the attack, he saw the monster raising its arm, a desperate attempt to defend itself. However, with a confident smile, Elam used his telekinesis to redirect the projectile at the last possible second. It curved past the desperate defense, striking the monster's main body. The resulting explosion finally shattered the core within. The remaining slime churned and swelled violently as the monster let out one last, surprised growl. In the next instant, its entire body detonated. Elam sprinted away, dodging the rocks, and slime flying in all directions. He reached a safe distance just as the first wave of acid washed over the area. Catching his dagger, he threw it with a sharp flick of his wrist, refining its path with telekinesis. The rope wrapped securely around a high branch, and he used it to ascend, rising above the river of slime that was now tearing trees from their roots. With a small smile, he watched the devastation unfold. After some time, the slime began to evaporate, smoke rising into the air. Satisfied that the ground was safe once more, Elam descended, calmly walking between the small, lingering pools of acid. At last, he stopped, spotting what he'd been looking for. He used his telekinesis to lift a stone that had dropped from the monster. The rock broke free from the mud and flew upwards, hovering near Elam's hand. He frowned, examining it carefully. A brilliant light began to emanate from the stone. As he raised his palm, the energy spread outwards, forming a protective dome around him. A moment later, he declared, "I'm back." He was seated in a chair, directly across from Abby, who stared back with his arms crossed and a serious frown. Abby realized that Elam was more than just talk. Still, he was surprised to see him return alone once again, and without the items he was supposed to retrieve. The main character explained that his assigned team was made up of absolute beginners who tried to kill him for his item. Closing his eyes, Abby guessed, "You met a boss monster. They all died running away." Frowning, he asked, "Did you see the monster?" Elam confirmed it. It was a golden slime mold. Startled, Abby's eyes widened. He knew exactly what that meant for all the items left by past adventurers. The main character confirmed Abby's unspoken fear. Everything was corroded by the acid. Frowning in sheer annoyance, Abby could hardly believe the guild had just lost every single item loaned to that party. It was a catastrophic loss. As he looked closer at Elam, he mentally noted that the man's survival was a problem in itself. The main character sat calmly across from him, his mind already drifting to the universal rules that applied to all gates. First, each gate has a limit on the number of people who can enter, a number marked on the entrance. Once that limit is reached, the gate deactivates until everyone inside is dead. Second, there was a limit on which adventurers could enter a gate of a certain color. The difficulty ranged from red all the way to purple. And if an adventurer's rank was higher than the gate's, first, only single circle adventurers could enter the gate, and second, they were only given one chance to clear it. This was the gate's true difficulty. Once a survivor emerged, the gate would vanish instantly. No one else could ever enter. The only other way it would disappear, and it was if the entire team perished inside. Abby had to admit it to himself. The golden slime was far too powerful. It was a monster no single circle adventurer could handle. He finally understood the situation. Elam must have barely escaped with his life. That would explain why no items were returned. They were all likely destroyed in the chaos. But no matter the reason, he declared that the main character had failed. But Elam just tightened his lips, warning him not to jump to conclusions. He wasn't finished yet. Abby raised an eyebrow at the statement. Elam explained that he'd accomplished something else entirely. As he untied the leather bracers from his wrist, noticing what was hidden beneath, Abby gasped in pure amazement. "That's impossible." The protagonist revealed a second line of power glowing around his wrist. Grinning, he announced, "I absorbed the golden slime." Still in shock, Abby cried out, "You have 2 circles. Did you absorb the monostone from that monster?" The main character simply let the evidence of his power answer for him. He then declared his intention to register as an E-rank adventurer, coming down from his shock. Abby looked at him with a new light in his eyes. "I'll register you as a D rank." Now it was Elam's turn to be stunned. His eyes widened as he asked what the man had just said. He stood with his mouth agape, but Abby pressed on. Moving closer with a wide, predatory smile, he shouted, "I will register you as a D rank." He then added that if the main character agreed to work exclusively for him, he would become a C rank adventurer. Without a word, Elam simply took the documents and signed them. Abi puffed on his cigar, watching him intently. He thought to himself that C rank was an impossibly high rank for an adventurer without a third circle. The ranks of adventurers were absolute. Beginners were ranked from E to F, junior adventurers were from C to D, and the truly meritorious were ranked from A to B. In this world, the power of one's circles was everything. But as far as Abi was concerned, Elam was a clear exception, a complete anomaly. He knew that not everyone could gain a circle just by using a monostone. He looked at the protagonist's focused face and saw an incredible instinct for self-preservation. He remembered the sharp, calculating gaze from before and smiled. This man's survival instincts were far beyond any adventurer he'd ever known, and he earned a second circle in the blink of an eye. Right after his first, APA thought that his speed of development was unheard of. He had to hire him. Sinking back into his chair, he continued to smile, completely content. The main character watched him, slightly worried, but said nothing. Then, closing his own eyes, he let out a sigh of relief. Everything was going even better than he expected. He guessed that Abi must be in desperate need of talent. And to be honest, that desperation would come in handy very soon. His mind flashed to another, much larger gate. Thinking about the first 100-man Red Gate conquest that was about to begin, he remembered that this gate was limited to 100 participants, and if his memory was correct, a monumental event was about to unfold, an event that would draw the attention of every merchant and adventure guild in the league. As he pictured the emblems of other guilds, he knew the Kapoor Guild would definitely be paying close attention. This wasn't a bad thing. Since he was also in a hurry, it wouldn't hurt to speed up his plans. When he finally finished the document, he put the pen aside. Drawing Abi's attention to himself, he confessed that he had a favor to ask. Abi immediately responded, "I'm listening." The main character held up his palm, holding it out in his direction. "I need you to front me the money." Abi closed his eyes, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips as he put down his cigarette. In his mind, he sized up this audacious young man. Sometime later, the main character reflected on the past. Many people claimed the appearance of monsters gave rise to the era of adventurers. But in truth, it was a trap set by a dark magician. He imagined the colossal figure, forming a bright magic portal in the palm of his hand. Countless adventurers died in those gates. Slowly but surely, the Maple World was being stripped of its potential. And then, the day of the apocalypse arrived. From countless portals tearing open the sky, a tide of monsters, as if waiting for this moment, poured out of the gates. They flooded the world. The world of Maple and its inhabitants were utterly defeated. This catastrophic event was destined to happen in exactly 3 years from now. The tragic fate of the Maple World was just around the corner. After Elam had gone, Abi went to the window, frowning as he looked out. He held an unlit cigar between his teeth. As he watched the main character walk out of the guild, Elam put a hand on the bag hanging at his belt. He had a long way to go, but this should be enough time to start putting his plans into motion. The newly found 100-person gate was red. That meant only those with 2 circles or less could enter. Elam ignored the chattering villagers as he passed, thinking of the Kapoor Merchant Guild, a guild that usually only hires high-ranking adventurers. He recalled their logo, knowing the only reason for them to invest here was because the guild bosses had targeted this particular gate. He finally had the money, but he knew he needed to use it wisely, not spend it all at once. He also knew that truly useful items were astronomically expensive. He asked himself, what would be the most profitable way to spend this money? He paused for a moment, peering at a sign on a large gate. He stood there, hands clenched into fists, deep in thought. Suddenly, a man approached him. The man smiled happily and greeted him. "Welcome to Reese's job market." He noticed Elam looked like an adventurer and asked if he could help him. Listening to the man's words, the main character looked around. He noticed people communicating with each other, choosing from slaves imprisoned in cages. Cages lined the walls as shady transactions echoed through the halls. The man asked what exactly Alpam was searching for, offering him a decoy slave or a fighting partner. But he simply closed his eyes, shaking his head. He was looking for a specific person, and ordered the man to lead the way. With a skeptical eyebrow raised, the merchant asked who Alpam wanted to see. When our main character named his choice, the merchant's demeanor shifted. He led him to a different section, explaining that this was where they kept the problem cases. Running a hand along the corridor, he revealed that these were the punishment cells. The most troublesome souls were sent here for correctional purposes. The one Alpam sought was among them. When they finally reached the designated cell, the merchant stopped, pointing towards the bars. Inside was Deba, his hands bound to the floor by a heavy chain. He flinched at the sight of customers. The sharp clang of the chain made the merchant, sweating nervously, sigh with unease. Looking back at our main character, he asked with a trembling voice if he was absolutely certain about this. He wanted to explain his concerns, but Alpam cut him off, stating he already knew everything. He moved closer to the bars, his gaze fixed on Deba's defiant expression. Yes, this was the one he was looking for. Deba's scowl deepened as Alpam recalled a chilling memory. The death of one person had triggered the world's destruction. In his past life, he knew that the single death that accelerated the world's end was that of Erin, the heroine of the halberd. He pictured her silhouette, remembering she was murdered, and the culprit was none other than her only student. But a sudden, violent rattling broke his train of thought. Deba was thrashing against his chains, trying desperately to break free, but to no avail. Watching him, Alpam knew this was the man who murdered the hero. That single incident marked the beginning of the end. Deba continued to glare at our protagonist, his lips pursed in stubborn silence. Finally, he spoke, his voice dripping with contempt. "You're looking for me." Alpam said nothing, and Deba, noting they'd never met, ordered him to leave before spitting on the floor. At this blatant disrespect, the merchant's face paled with horror. He frantically apologized, calling Deba an ignoramus who still needed to be taught manners. But our main character ignored these desperate apologies. He remembered that in just a few years, Deba would achieve legendary fame. But for now, he was a slave. A slave who dared to show such insolence to a potential master. Alpam knew the word insolent didn't even begin to describe Deba's spirit. And feeling Alpam's intense gaze, the chained man clenched his jaw, his rage simmering. The merchant sighed, calling Deba a savage, a barbarian. But our main character just smiled. He was right where he needed to be, because Deba would one day become the most influential person in the world, second only to Alpam himself. When the apocalypse arrived at he pictured them fighting back to back. He recalled how people often compared them, hailing from the same region with so much in common, from their awakenings to their overwhelming power. But their true similarity was something else entirely. As Alpam made his decision, the merchant freed Deba from the cage. The chains fell away. As he stretched his sore shoulders, Deba chuckled, sizing Alpam up. "You must be from a rich family. Are you sure you can afford me?" he sneered. With a frown, he stated his price, 1,000,000 MOS. Then he taunted our main character, asking if that staggering sum was too much for him. Alpam knew they were both desperate for money. Deba's younger sister was afflicted with the black blood plague. He saw the image of the sick girl in his mind. Deba, his jaw tight with frustration, ordered Alpam to get lost if he didn't have the cash. But Alpam simply reached into his pouch and pulled out a thick stack of bills. Deba's eyes shot open. "What is that?" Alpam waved the money. Deba stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. "Is that really 1,000,000? He couldn't believe the money was real. How was this even possible? The merchant was just as shocked, asking if Alpam was sure about this. Deba bit his lip, letting out a nervous breath. Our protagonist closed his eyes. "You're celebrating too early," he announced. "I'm not finished yet." He demanded a 1-year contract, with a 7-3 profit split. Furthermore, all items found inside the gate would belong to him. The merchant's eyes widened. Was he trying to hire Deba as a teammate? Not a slave. After handing Deba the contract, our protagonist told him to read the terms carefully. But Deba snatched the papers abruptly. "Don't you dare take back your words," he snarled. He then bit his own thumb, drawing blood, and pressed it firmly onto the signature line, sealing the pact. Our main character was surprised he didn't even hesitate. He must be in a desperate hurry to save his sister. A faint smile touched Alpam's lips. With the contract signed, he declared it was time to head straight for the gate. Clutching the document, Deba's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. "I've been waiting to hear you say that," he admitted. Alpam's gaze turned serious. "You'd better prove your worth." Deba declared with absolute confidence that he was the strongest person our main character had ever met. Sometime later, they arrived in a forest, searching for the gate. "Hey," Deba called out awkwardly. He admitted he liked the new weapon, but felt more natural with a longsword. He asked if he could use something he was more familiar with. Alpam's expression hardened. "You will only use the halberd while you work for me?" He added that Deba was free to terminate the contract if he disagreed. Deba could only sigh, offering no more resistance. "So, is this gate where we train?" he asked. They had arrived before a red gate, marked with a single insignia and a limit of 8 people. "This should do," Alpam confirmed. Deba looked around, confused. What about the rest of the team? He was sure that with Alpom's wealth, he could have hired a full party. Aren't we bringing a healer? He pressed. He believed such a role would be critical. But his words trailed off as he saw the intense way Alpom was staring at him. Stuttering slightly, he asked his next question. From the look in his eyes, even before the main character spoke, he had a sinking feeling about what was about to happen. He frowned, begging him to stop. He pleaded with him not to say the words, not to confirm what he already suspected. Ilhan just soothed him, assuring him their team had more than enough power to clear this gate. Closing his eyes, Decoy let out a sigh of relief, admitting the main character had truly terrified him. Ilhan waved it off. You and I will be the team members, he declared. Decoy froze, his jaw dropping in utter surprise. He stared at Ilhan in disbelief, asking him again. His voice tightened as he asked, Is this some kind of sick joke? Without answering, the main character simply ordered him to stop wasting time, then he shoved him forward. Decoy screamed as he was pushed into the portal, his hand reaching out as he vanished into another world. Ilhan followed right behind, finding him sprawled on the ground, unable to even keep his footing. He'd crashed in a cloud of dust. Decoy screamed again, turning to the main character with a furious glare. Are you insane? He roared. What can two of us possibly do in a gate designed for 8 people? Where is your so-called professional approach now? He called out his name, reminding him he'd been forced to use a weapon he wasn't even familiar with. But he didn't have time to finish his rant. His indignant speech died in his throat when he saw the serious, silent look on Ilhan's face. Suddenly, Decoy's jaw clenched. A loud crash echoed from the side. Turning, he saw a massive dust cloud, and fear tightened its grip on him as he spotted monstrous stumps emerging from it. The figures were lumbering toward them. He realized his own shouts had likely drawn the monsters, as he snapped into a fighting stance. He remembered a grim fact. These creatures were notoriously resistant to bladed weapons, and a whole horde was charging them. But just then, Ilhan strode past, ordering him to stand aside. Staring in shock, he tried to stop him, crying out for him to wait. But Ilhan ignored his words, stepping forward and unleashing a single fire arrow. It tore through one of the monsters. The creature was instantly obliterated. Decoy's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? Meanwhile, the main character used telekinesis, guiding the arrow with his mind. He commanded it to tear through the other monsters, one by one. He pushed the magical attack until its power was completely spent. The burning creatures collapsed, falling to the scorched earth. Ilhan calmly noted how unfortunate it was that Decoy had started screaming the moment he entered the gate. He flinched, a scowl on his face. The main character warned him not to make that mistake again. With a final, severe look, he turned away. Decoy didn't answer, but cursed him internally. Just who is this guy? He wondered. Sometime later, inside a building in Maple World, a voice reported that the Merchant Guild had taken the bait. Dropping to one knee, a girl closed her eyes, confirming their agents were already in place. They were now planning the execution schedule. A man holding a glass of wine remained silent. The girl asked for his permission to proceed with the plan. Turning, he gazed down at her and gave his approval. The girl bowed her head even lower before dissolving into black smoke and vanishing completely. The man stared thoughtfully into his drink. Raising the glass, he declared that this would be the will of the one he served. With a grim expression, he vowed that they would liberate the world of Maple. Back at the gate, the monsters were now nothing more than burning embers. Decoy gathered all the monostones into a small bag, counting them up. Turning around, Ilhan simply told him it was time to go and set off. This time, Decoy didn't argue. He just followed. As they walked through the sunlit canyon, he couldn't stop thinking. He had assumed the main character was just a reckless man, but he was something else entirely. An absolute monster of a hunter. Recalling Ilhan's earlier feat, he wondered, was that telekinesis? He had never heard of a fire arrow being used that way. A realization dawned on him. If he journeyed with this man, he would earn a fortune, 30% of the income. That would be more than enough to pay for his sister's treatment. A smile crept onto his face as he imagined what could happen next. But suddenly, Ilhan stopped, saying, "Someone's here." Decoy, still smiling, looked at him with a puzzled expression. He explained there was another large group of stump monsters ahead, peeking over a cliff. Decoy spotted them. At first, he thought there were 8, but looking closer, he saw he was wrong. "There are 9 of them," he whispered. Ilhan replied, "That's the right number." Decoy stared at him, completely bewildered. "What are you talking about?" he asked. But he only received a serious, silent stare in return. Beads of sweat formed on his brow from the sheer intensity. He just couldn't comprehend what the main character was thinking. A moment later, they tossed a small rock toward the monsters. The sleeping stumps jolted awake at the sound. Decoy launched himself from cover, swinging his halberd in a massive arc. He brought the weapon down on the monsters from above. With a single devastating blow, he cleaved a tree stump clean in half. The creature never even had a chance to react. But the sound alerted the others. Seeing their fallen kin, the rest of the monsters rose, preparing to charge. Decoy scowled at his foes. Was Ilhan crazy? He had no idea how he was supposed to defeat them all, especially with a weapon he'd just picked up for the first time. He figured that not even a cat with 9 lives could survive this. But there was no time to think. One of the tree stumps was already on him, swinging a massive paw to crush him. He dodged just in time. "You're a terrible boss. Ilhan!" he screamed, swinging his halberd to keep the monsters at bay while desperately dodging their attacks. Watching from a distance, the main character thought that it would take him a while to master the halberd. But he knew that soon. Decoy would realize it was the best weapon for him. He pursed his lips in concentration. He knew he didn't need to question his potential. After all, Decoy was the only one the legendary halberd heroine had ever accepted as a disciple. He pictured her, reaching out a hand as she entered a dungeon. But for now, Ilhan shook himself from his thoughts, turning his focus back to the ongoing battle. One of the monsters snarled as it was sent flying backward. Decoy, still running from the stumps he'd managed to injure, asked himself, "What is going on?" He was surprised to find the halberd wasn't so bad after all. It had incredible reach and power, and it was far more versatile than he had expected. With each swing, the halberd felt lighter in his hands. It was an extension of his will, requiring no wasted effort. A thought sparked in his mind. Could he wield this weapon with even greater speed? He put the theory to the test, unleashing a vicious strike. The blow cleaved the nearest monster completely in two. Realizing this was the key, he fell into a deadly rhythm, a dance of destruction. One by one, the monsters fell before him, frowning with intense focus. Elam watched him, noting the sudden evolution in his combat style. He thought to himself, "He's a quick study," and this was before his circle had even awakened. After a moment, Dia stopped, breathing heavily, but the halberd remained ready. Suddenly, the very ground began to tremble, sensing the violent quake. He looked up. Birds and flying monsters scattered into the sky in a panic. In the next instant, a fissure tore through the tall rock face. A massive, pointed branch erupted from within. Dia could only stare in disbelief. The crack in the rock widened with a deafening groan, and an enormous monster burst forth. Thrown aside by the impact, Dia cried out, landing hard on his knees. He stared up at the behemoth. "What in the world is that thing?" he gasped. It looked like a colossal, living tree stump. The creature reared back, preparing another devastating swing. But in a flash, Elam was there. He grabbed Dia, pulling him from the path of destruction just in time. Ignoring his partner's cry of surprise, the main character faced the new threat. "Being huge isn't always an advantage," he declared coolly. "It just makes you an easier target." He unleashed a fire arrow. Elam smirked. "He's right. But will magic even work?" Yet, before the arrow could find its mark, the monster thrust a branch forward with impossible speed, batting the attack away like a fly. The explosion caused no damage at all. Elam's eyes widened in surprise. He noted internally, "This thing's reflexes are sharper than they look." Wondering what to do next, he murmured, "Then how about this?" He drew back the string of his fire bow once more. A new arrow flew forth. This time, he used telekinesis, altering the arrow's path mid-flight to disorient the beast. Finally, he aimed the projectile for a direct hit, certain of his success. But again, the stump countered the attack with perfect timing. Elam's eyes widened. It stopped even that, he thought in disbelief. Dee, seeing this, screamed in desperation. "The magic isn't working. What are you waiting for?" "We have to get out of here," he yelled, turning to flee. The main character followed as the monster charged after them with terrifying speed. Narrowing his eyes, Elam analyzed the situation. It must be a form of magic. Otherwise, it couldn't have parried my arrow so perfectly. Realizing its own branches were a hindrance, the monster lashed out again as it closed the distance. Elam and Dia barely dodged the crushing blow. Without missing a beat, another branch swept towards them. Dia's mouth fell open in sheer terror. But suddenly, the main character activated his telekinesis. A massive slab of rock ripped from the earth. He used it as a platform, leaping onto it and pulling Dia up with him. "What is this?" Dia cried out. Elam didn't answer. He simply propelled the stone platform away from the enraged monster. As understanding dawned, Dia exclaimed in relief, "Amazing. Thank you. I thought I was a goner." He cleared his throat, squeezing his eyes shut for a moment. But Elam suddenly called his name. "Dee, deal with the smaller stumps." His attention was drawn to a new threat appearing in the distance. When did they... A massive group of smaller stumps had appeared, but Elam ignored his question, turning back to the main threat. "I'll handle this one myself." In the next instant, he shot forward. "Wait," Dea called out, reaching for him, but he was already gone. He was just too fast. Elam's eyes locked onto his enemy, activating his fire staff and aiming another arrow at the beast. Dea's eyes shot wide open as he screamed in his mind, "It's useless! You can't beat it without a strategy!" He was certain they needed to retreat and regroup. Just then, he saw Elam's arrow explode prematurely once again, never reaching its target. "See, didn't I just say so?" he thought desperately. But then, he saw the monster's eyes widen in shock. A second attack, hidden by the first, slammed into its body, wounding it. The creature recoiled, shutting the eye where the blow had landed. It staggered to the side. Dea stared in utter amazement. "It worked!" he screamed internally. He was completely floored as Elam calmly activated his staff again. Elam frowned, calculating his next move. As the next arrow flew, he thought, "The branches are moving faster than I predicted. Even telekinesis won't be enough to land a clean hit." As expected, the tree-like beast deflected another attack. The main character considered his options. "If only I had 2 circles. I could use 2 abilities at once." But then he noticed it. Following the arrow that was just deflected is another fiery projectile flew toward the target. The monster couldn't react in time. The fire arrow severed one of its branches, and the beast roared in agony. Dea grinned. "Incredible," he whispered. He finally understood Elam's tactic. He hid one arrow behind the other. No matter how agile the monster was, it couldn't possibly block 2 consecutive attacks. It was almost unbelievable that a single person was overpowering that behemoth. He watched as Elam's strategy continued to land, blow after devastating blow. The main character. He's even stronger than I could have imagined. He clenched his jaw, mentally cheering Elam on. "Get him!" But his cheer turned into a desperate cry. He saw several smaller stumps break through the defenses. They were running straight for Elam, who had his eyes closed. Deep in concentration, Dea screamed a warning. "Be careful! There are monsters coming from behind." He cursed himself mentally. "I missed them. There were just too many." Alpam shifted a fire arrow's course mid-flight, redirecting it toward the rampaging monsters. They were annihilated in a single, fiery blast. He shot Diva a serious look. "Can't you handle mere grunts?" he asked. The lull in attacks drew the monster's attention. The stump's massive eye snapped open, locking onto Alpam. A monstrous branch swung down to crush him, but our main character dodged just in time, leaping aside, he thought with frustration. Is there no end to this? As he leaped to evade another strike, the monster saw its opening. It swung another branch, aiming for him in mid-air, but Deva charged in, pushing Alpam to safety. His halberd flashed, severing the wooden limb. Landing soundly, he gave the protagonist a hard stare. "I saved you," he declared flatly. "Now, we're even." Alpam just smirked. "I guess that settles my debt." He activated his staff, summoning new fire arrows, his expression turning deadly serious. "Let's end this thing." Deva mirrored his determined glare, readying his stance. As the creature continued its wild assault, branches rained down upon them. Deva charged forward, halberd poised to strike meanwhile. Alpam commanded several fire arrows with his mind, waiting for the perfect moment. Then unleashed them. The first arrow was a feint, a perfect distraction. The second one instantly vaporized, the very branch the monster used for defense. The creature whirled around, sensing the new threat, and swung another limb to intercept. But Deva was already there. With a furious roar, he brought his halberd down, shattering the branch and clearing the way. The fire arrow passed through, unopposed. It ignited other branches, which began to crack and burn. Alpam's brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, he saw it. The monster was flanking Deva. "Deva!" he yelled, seeing him stumble. "I've got the one on your right." He activated his staff, preparing another fiery bolt. Deva grinned, shouting back, "Got it!" He swung his massive halberd, pivoting to face his own target. With a single mighty blow, he severed one branch. At that exact moment, the main character's arrow obliterated the other. It was a pointed limb that was inches from skewering Deva. The immediate threat was gone. He landed lightly on his feet and instantly charged back in. He swung his halberd in a vicious arc, hacking away at the smaller, closer branches. But then, the monster caught him off guard. A crushing blow from the side sent him flying. Deva cried out, spitting a mouthful of blood. The creature opened its maw, roaring in triumph. It prepared to devour its prey. Losing his balance, Deva screamed as he fell, but Alpam activated a skill, raising a stone platforms, and catching his falling comrade just in time. But the monster wasn't done. It swung a branch, shattering the platform to pieces. Deva screamed, plummeting once more. He desperately reached for his falling halberd. Alpam scowled, his patience wearing thin. This thing is just annoying, he thought. He used his power to halt the falling debris. Deva seized the chance, landing on a floating rock and grabbing his weapon. He had to duck as another branch whipped past his head. Cursing, he roared in frustration. Is there no end to these branches? Dodging the relentless assault, he used the floating stones as stepping points, launching himself toward the monster's core. At the same time, Alpam's fire arrow destroyed another limb. Distracted from Deva, the monster turned, its monstrous face scowling with rage. Alpam taunted it. Time to end this! He drew its full attention. This gave Deva the opening he needed to approach from the side. With a concentrated glare, he swung his halberd and plunged it deep into the monster's eye. Blood erupted as the creature shrieked in agony. His weapon was lodged in its socket. He gripped the handle tightly to keep from falling, but he couldn't maintain his hold for long. Finally, his grip gave way. With a startled cry, he was thrown towards a nearby rock. He managed a rough landing and glared back at the beast. He cursed at the monster, yelling, "This isn't over!" Pushing off the rock, he flew back towards the creature, which was still reeling in pain. Its eyes were squeezed shut. Alpam clenched his fist, activating his telekinesis. He focused his power on the embedded halberd, and with a sharp jerk, ripped the weapon free. He guided it perfectly back into Deva's waiting hands. Still frowning, Deva addressed the monster with cold fury. "Now," he said with a contemptuous glare, "it's time for the final course." With those words, he swung his halberd with blinding speed, and destroyed its second eye. A shower of blood rained down, drenching Deva. The monster howled, blinded and enraged, as it thrashed wildly from side to side. Deva lost his footing on its body. Crying out, he began to fall once again. But even in a free fall, he was a warrior. He twisted his body, managing a controlled landing. But when he looked up, he saw the monster's giant maw opening wide. It was lunging. Intending to swallow him whole, Deva could only stare, frozen in shock. But then, a barrage of fire arrows streaked past him. They plunged deep inside the monster's open mouth, combining their power to strike at its very core. A massive explosion erupted from within. The beast was consumed by an inferno, burning from the inside out. Watching it fall, Deva let out a heavy sigh of relief. Alpam walked over, his expression still serious. "Not bad," he praised. After a moment, Deva turned to him. "You too. You were amazing." A moment later, the creature's massive body collapsed, but Deva and Alpam stood their ground, unfazed by the intense heat of the nearby flames. Time passed, and night fell over Maple World. But in one window in the quiet city, a single light remained on. A young woman sat alone at her table, staring down at the dinner before her. She realized how late it had gotten. She really needed to eat and get to bed. Cupping her hands together, she closed her eyes, offering a quiet grace for her meal. But a sudden noise broke the peaceful silence. A sudden knock on the door shattered the silence. Startled, she whirled around and cautiously approached it, asking who was there. Then, she froze. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw him standing in the doorway, his clothes and body still smeared with blood. Despite it all, he tried to offer a faint smile. She whispered, asking if it was truly her brother. He simply answered, "I'm back." She clutched the fabric of her dress, trying to contain a storm of emotion. Her palms trembled as tears streamed freely down her cheeks. She rushed forward and threw her arms around him, welcoming him home. At that same moment, in an isolated house deep in the woods, Elam stood looking down at a bed where a man lay motionless. He gripped his fire staff tightly. His lips formed a thin, hard line. On a nearby cabinet sat a photograph of a younger Elam, smiling, with that same man's hands on his shoulders, a memory of happier times. But the main character's gaze was fixed on the horribly emaciated man covered in dark spots. His brow furrowed. He stood still for a long moment before activating his magic, concentrating immense energy into the staff beside the fire arrow. A moment later, he unleashed his power. The house erupted in flames. He began walking away without a single glance back, ignoring the inferno that consumed his past behind him. Later, in his office, Aby sighed. "This is a problem." With a lit cigarette between his teeth, he rested his weary head in his hands. It was time to choose a team for the 100-person gate, but he had no idea who to send. He remembered Lynn was in charge of this expedition, and he knew exactly what would happen if they failed. This raid was critical. It would draw the eyes of every guild in the top 10. The 100-player gate was guaranteed to hold items of epic rank or higher. He suspected it might even contain something of the legendary level. He admitted to himself that this would be incredibly difficult. Tapping the ash from his cigar, he thought of the Gold Guild's 3 Natasha sisters. Their strength was unbelievable for their second circle rank, He pictured the girls standing atop a mountain of corpses. Compared to them, the second circle adventurers from his Gapor guild were almost shameful to call adventurers at all. And they weren't the only threat. The seekers from the other top guilds were formidable, because the Gapor guild was the weakest among the giants. Shaking off the dreadful thought, his attention fell on a file with Elam's picture on it. Suddenly, the office door burst open. "Who dares to enter without knocking?" Abi roared. His anger vanished instantly. However, as he shot to his feet, Lin had entered the room. Lin said nothing, his lips pressed tight. After a tense moment, he asked, "What about the raid lineup?" He strode to the back of the office and sat in the chair Abi had just vacated. The guildmaster bowed his head. "My apologies, it's not finished yet." Lin noticed his hesitation. "And how is our friend?" Abi admitted. "There is still reason for concern." With a sigh, Lin knew he was still doubtful. "The entire Chev party was wiped out last time," Abi explained. "Since there were no witnesses, we can't determine what really happened in that dungeon. I know Elam is talented, but that's not the problem." Lin held up a hand to silence him. "Then we'll test him again. We'll find out if he's a madman or not." Abi stared at him, confused, before his eyes widened in sudden realization. "Gather all the candidates," Lin commanded with a sly grin. "It's time to give them a little push, and this time, there will be plenty of witnesses." Sometime later, as Dia followed Elam toward a gate in the forest, he cried out in surprise. "There are so many people." While crowds were expected, the sheer number of high-level adventurers gathered was on another level. All of them were preparing to enter the same gate. The main character said nothing, continuing forward until someone blocked his path. "So, you're the last two?" A man sneered. It was Iber, arms crossed in contempt. "Two former slaves!" Elam didn't react to the provocation, his eyes only narrowing slightly as he scanned the hostile faces around them. The message was crystal clear: they were not welcome. The more experienced a team, the more they believed that slaves were nothing but a liability, just a nuisance. Looking at Iber's party, he gauged their strength. They were on a different level from Chev's team. With their skills, they wouldn't need to use anyone as bait. Just then, Abi appeared, flanked by two men, and ordered everyone to gather. All conversations stopped as attention turned to him. They marveled that the guildmaster had come in person. With a cigar in his mouth, Abi announced, "We're going to run a test. Those who demonstrate their abilities will earn a special chance." Iber scoffed in disbelief. Abi just grinned, gesturing wide. "That's right. A chance to enter the gate for 100 people." A wave of shock rippled through the adventurers. "The 100-person gate!" Iber exclaimed, stunned. Elam remained calm, realizing. "So this is his plan?" Abi finally gestured toward the portal. "Let's begin." The portal for 40 people shimmered to life. After passing through, the adventurers found themselves in yet another forest. Iber immediately turned to a man named Dolan. "Is it true we just need to kill the boss? If so, I suggest we split up and meet when we get the signal." Without any argument, the adventurers broke off into their own teams and dispersed into the woods. Elam and Dia were still standing near the portal, thoughtfully watching their rivals disappear. While our main character remained perfectly calm, Dia lowered his head, his lips pursed tightly. Elsewhere, one of the teams, commanded by Dolan, moved through the trees. With a serious frown, he warned his comrades. "Time is short. Make every second count." The girl on his team simply smiled with confidence. She nodded in agreement. But a sudden rustle from the bushes made Dolan's brow furrow. As he drew closer, his expression soured. A single monster. "Seriously, just one," he scoffed. Annoyed that it was another mushroom, he sneered. "What a waste of our time." He raised his staff, gathering his magic. The members of his party smirked, ready for the show. He was about to use an energy bolt. Dolan aimed it at the creature, thinking this was all too boring. "Team, get ready to grab the magic stone," he ordered. "After that, we move on." But as the magical light faded and the dust settled, he and his team saw the monster standing, completely unharmed. They stared in disbelief. "It's still alive." Startled, Dolan's voice hitched. Could it be that magic attacks are useless? If that was true, the others would have to charge in. But before he could give the order, a chilling wind began to pick up. "Everyone, halt!" he commanded, warning them to be on guard. He realized they were no longer alone. Dozens of identical monsters had appeared from the shadows. The team scrambled into a back-to-back formation, fending off attacks from every direction. To their horror, they were completely surrounded. They fought desperately for hope. What felt like an eternity. When the final monster shrieked and collapsed, the party stood frozen, panting heavily. It was finally over. They were utterly exhausted. The girl in his party grabbed his attention, shouting, "These things are way stronger than we thought." "What do we do?" He frowned, his lips tightening. There are too many, he admitted. If this continues, our stamina will be completely drained. The risk was immense, but he saw only one path. We break the alliance, he declared, and we kill the boss ourselves. The girl stared at him, stunned, while Elam explained to Deba what most teams would be thinking. Deba, leaning heavily on his halberd, took a deep breath to steady himself. He figured as much. Those teams are blinded by pride, he grumbled. Then he changed the subject, eyeing the main character who had been silent. Are you even going to help? Our main character glanced at the monster corpses near Deba. There were only 3 opponents here, he stated calmly. You could handle that. Deba's eyes narrowed at the phrase, only 3, but he brushed it off. Whatever. We don't have time to sit around and do nothing, Elam agreed. We need to move, with a determined glare, Deba declared. Then the boss hunt begins now. But the main character spoke at the same time. We will destroy all the monsters. Hearing this, Deba looked at him, bewildered. What are you talking about? Elam just mentioned the boss, he reminded him. The main character gave him a look. That's what the others will be thinking, he explained. We'll handle the rest of the monsters ourselves. Slaying a boss isn't the only measure of one's ability. Clearing the field is also taken into account, he continued. Besides, rushing the boss with so many other teams is a huge risk. It's impossible to predict what they might do. To get ahead, Deba realized that breaking through that chaos would be incredibly difficult. He scowled, thinking how annoying this all was. But he had to admit, Elam had a point. The main character suddenly added, and there's another danger coming from this gate. His gaze turned serious, staring into the distance. Meanwhile, Dolan's team pressed deeper into the forest. One of the women in his party called out, asking him to look where Shihan was pointing. He stopped, confused. She explained, It's a return gateway. Off to the side, nestled in the trees, was an exit portal. Dolan conceded. He didn't want to search for it later. Good, he said. At least we know the way out. We'll leave a mark on the path. The other party members agreed. But then, one of them, a band, stopped dead in his tracks and began to laugh hysterically. Dolan shot him a furious look. What is wrong with you? Be quiet, he hissed. But a band's laughter only grew louder, annoyed. Dolan strode over, placing a hand on his shoulder. Didn't you hear me? He was about to warn him, about attracting more monsters when a band suddenly turned. Dolan snatched his hand back in horror. What is this? His shock was understandable. A band was laughing and trembling uncontrollably, while sweat and tears streamed down his face. His eyes were narrowed in a look of pure desperation. Then, Dolan heard it. The rest of his team had started laughing, too. He clenched his jaw, noticing a strange mist creeping in around them, covering his nose and mouth. A horrifying realization dawned on him. Poison. Cursing. He knew he had to escape alone. He bolted towards the gate they had found. But in an instant, a colossal monster appeared right behind him, its massive jaw hanging open. Dolan kept running for his life as the beast released a fresh wave of venom from the pores on its body. He frowned. Seeing the mist thicken all around him, the monster let out a chilling, toothy laugh. At that moment, Dolan could no longer resist. His hand fell away from his face as he inhaled the toxic air, and began to laugh. Sweat poured down his face, but he was frozen in place, laughing uncontrollably. Sometime later, our hero and Deba walked along a canyon's edge, a rushing river far below. Deba stared at the main character's back. Is this guy even planning to fight today? He thought bitterly. He was getting tired of doing all the work, but his bitter thoughts were cut short. He glanced to the side, his eyes widening in surprise. A crimson signal flare shot into the sky. Look, he yelled, getting the main character's attention. It's the assembly signal. He stopped too, looking up at the urgent summons. As they approached, they saw the other teams already gathered. Deba was a little surprised. I can't believe they actually called everyone when they found the main boss, he said with a small, satisfied smile. But our hero just frowned, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the other adventurers. One team was missing. Iber sighed and looked around. It seems everyone is here, he assumed, preparing to give a briefing. But suddenly, Chabar spoke up. Wait, she reminded him. Wizard Dolan's team. They're still not here. Iber's expression hardened. There's no point in waiting for them. For them. They had discovered the boss. His face darkened as he realized. It was the same monster that slaughtered Dolan and his entire party. The memory was still fresh. A gruesome beast, its mouth smeared with blood. In its fist, it crushed the lifeless body of one of Dolan's men. The boss of this dungeon was Tato the Clown. Hearing the name, Jabbar's expression soured. Is he serious? Every adventurer knew their teams were no match for such a creature. If that was the case, clearing this gate was a suicide mission. But they had to find a way out. That was all that mattered. Debo, who stood beside Elam, cautiously broke the silence. Is this clown mushroom really that dangerous? The main character knew exactly what they were facing. At their current level, meeting this toadstool was the worst possible scenario. He noticed Elam was completely lost in thought, not responding. Debo tried again. Hey, are you even listening? But Elam, chin in hand, ignored him, his mind racing. The poison spores released by these monsters made close quarters combat impossible, and its strange form meant they couldn't pin it down. That left ranged combat as the only option. But with its unimaginable speed and monstrous strength, a random attack was useless. A strategy was essential. While he strategized, Debo's patience wore thin. With an exasperated frown, he shouted Elam's name, ordering him to stop ignoring everyone. Finally, Iber spoke, arms crossed. Unfortunately, he announced, the toadstool is standing directly in front of the exit. The only path forward was through the boss. Debo just chuckled, confidently tapping his chest. Is that supposed to be a problem? He boasted that one of Elam's fire arrows would be more than enough to handle it. But before he could finish his thought, the main character cut him off. Debo, be quiet. Annoyed by the command, Debo gritted his teeth in frustration, silently cursing Elam's name. Meanwhile, Elam stated the cold, hard truth. Without a proper strategy, they would all be slaughtered. A fire arrow wouldn't even pay. Scratch that monstrosity. Debo's eyes widened. Why not? Elam explained that even the regular monsters here had ridiculously tough hides. The boss would be on another level entirely. A heavy silence fell over the adventurers. Finally, Iber broke it with a frustrated sigh. What is this? Nonsense. He could see the slaves were already cracking. But then, another adventurer approached him, his voice urgent. Now is not the time for this. We need a solution. Suddenly, Elam raised his hand. I demand 50,000 MOS, he declared, per person. Hearing this, Iber frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? The main character held up his palm, calculating. With 30 adventurers, the total payment would be 1.5 million. As they all listened, stunned, he pointed a finger at Debo, who stood behind him. Pay up, he promised, and we will be your bait. Debo's jaw hit the floor, but he remained silent. For a long moment, everyone just stood frozen, processing the insane proposal. Finally, the reality of Elam's words sank in. Debo grabbed his head, groaning. Has the main character lost his mind? Suddenly, Iber exploded with rage. Don't you dare interfere, he roared, spitting at Elam's slave. Mentality hadn't been beaten out of him yet. Don't think for a second this will go your way. He was certain their bait plan would fail spectacularly. If useless bait like you dies instantly, it's over for the rest of us. That's why in high-level gates, slaves only get in the way. Stepping forward, he pointed a trembling finger at Debo and Elam. Who the hell do you think you are to suggest something so reckless after that? He turned his glare on Debo. From what I hear, you haven't even awakened yet, he sneered, wondering what a second circle mage and an unawakened slave could possibly accomplish. Debo scowled. This man, Iber, was starting to get on his last nerve, always looking down on him, and he certainly never agreed to become bait. He clenched his jaw, trying to contain his fury as veins bulged on his face. Through it all, the protagonist remained perfectly calm. He held out his hands. Then what does Iber suggest? He asked, knowing full well the man had a better option. He watched Iber hesitate, muttering to himself, and knew he was right. There was no other plan. Otherwise, he never would have gathered them in the first place. Closing his eyes, Elam added one more thing. With his arms crossed, he announced, Our team has one person, with the second circle, and one with the first. Debo's head snapped up in shock. Wait, seriously? He glanced down at his wrist, where a circle of light was now glowing. A wide, happy grin spread across his face. When did this happen? He laughed, thinking he must be a genius, Elam reminded. He was told the other adventurers barely had second circle mages. Hearing this, Iber gritted his teeth in frustration, ready to argue. But before he could protest, Jabbar rushed forward, signaling him to halt. With a hand to her chest, she commanded silence. I'll pay, she promised. If you'll be the bait. Her expression was serious, though she admitted she didn't have 100,000 for the two of them on hand. Right now, the protagonist simply waved his hand. You can pay when we get out. He added that if they failed to escape, they would simply sacrifice themselves. But as he opened his eyes, His gaze hardened. However, my condition is the absolute consent of every single one of you. The adventurers shivered under his intense stare. When he ordered them to decide, they fell into deep thought. After some time, the boss continued to feast on the remains of Dolan's party near the gate, surrounded by a poisonous haze. But suddenly, its head snapped up, sensing a sharp gust of wind. It turned just in time to see a brilliant fire arrow hurtling toward it. The attack was too sudden, too fast. It had no time to dodge. The arrow slammed into the beast, exploding in a blinding flash of light and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. While the monster was disoriented, Ilum, the one who fired the shot, screamed to his partner, "Debo, run now before it finds us." With his halberd ready, Debo asked desperately, what was this all for? As the dust settled, the monstrous mushroom finally spotted them. It lunged forward, charging straight for Deba and Elam. The main character yelled, "We move now!" He dashed ahead with his companion, who grimaced. How is that thing so fast? The mushroom closed the distance in an instant, its horrifying maw gaping open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. It was nearly upon them. Seeing the beast lured from the gate, Jabbar peeked from cover, shouting, "Now is our chance!" Her plan was simple. Activate the portal, before the bait gets killed. An adventurer sprinted to the gate, placing his hand upon it. A brilliant light erupted between the two pillars, transforming into a shimmering portal. One by one, the adventurers dove through the escape route as Jabbar frantically waved on the others. But the mushroom's relentless pursuit continued, zeroed in on Elam and Deba. Sweat beaded on his brow as he suddenly spotted more monsters ahead, moving to cut them off. "Are you kidding me?" he growled in disbelief, gripping his halberd tighter. He sneered. "Do they think I'm that easy?" He poured magic into his weapon, enveloping it in a blazing aura of fire. With a mighty swing, Iber roared, "Get out of my way!" and unleashed a slashing blast. The attack tore through the air, cutting down several monsters in a single blow. His fire-enhanced aura dealt catastrophic damage. But despite his success, Deba's eyes shot wide open. He sensed a terrifying presence right behind him. It was the toad, its jaws already open to strike. Before it could attack, Elam unleashed a fire arrow. While it didn't pierce the boss's tough hide, the sheer force of the impact was immense. It sent the beast staggering backward, knocking it off its feet. Seizing the opportunity, Elam and Deba fled. The monster roared in fury as it struggled to rise. The protagonist knew he had to press the attack. He launched another fire arrow, but this time, the monster deftly dodged. He had no intention of giving up. Elam used telekinesis, whipping the arrow around for a surprise attack from behind. But the mushroom anticipated the move, leaping forward to evade the attack. While the arrow remained active, the main character relentlessly changed its trajectory. But again and again, the monster skillfully dodged every single assault. Finally, the mushroom gained the upper hand, catching up with terrifying speed. Deba saw it coming and yelled a warning. "It's getting closer." Elam said nothing. His eyes were locked on the cliff they were racing towards. Reaching the very edge, he shouted, "Jump!" Without a moment's hesitation, Deba leaped after him. The monster's attack sliced through empty air. Suddenly, it was distracted by a shout from the portal. It was Iber, smirking as he gave the monster one final, obscene gesture. "Stay here with nothing," he taunted. Meanwhile, regrouping in midair, the main character raised his staff. He activated a fire arrow, his expression deadly serious. He focused his power, directing the attack at the monster. The fire arrow collided with the boss, erupting in a massive explosion. The blast sent Elam and Deba plummeting into the raging river below. Sometime later, they dragged themselves from the water. Deba froze for a moment, waiting for the water to drain, sighing with exhaustion. He cursed the toad monster's name. "We almost died back there," he seethed. He was on his knees, head bowed in defeat. But Elam was already on his feet, calmly wringing out his cloak. Noticing his partner's lack of reaction, only fueled Deba's anger. "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded, still breathing heavily. As water dripped down his face, Elam calmly replied, "You heard them. That is the main boss. In order to kill it, one must prepare." Deba froze at those words. He just sat there, watching the main character twist the cloth of his cloak, squeezing out the excess water. Finally, a disbelieving smile spread across his face. "Respected boss," he said sarcastically. "You say that as if we're going on a nightly hunt. Am I misunderstanding you?" Elam's reply was chillingly calm. "It's true." Deba's face darkened. "Are you joking?" The main character didn't understand the problem. "Why are you shouting?" he asked. "Didn't we come here to hunt monsters?" Deba shot back. "I didn't know it was that dangerous." "Have you ever heard of a strategic retreat?" Elam reminded him. "Once we leave the gate, we can't return." Deba roared in frustration. I know that. The image of the monster's bloody maw flashed in his mind. We're not bait anymore. Doesn't that mean we should run? He couldn't understand how the main character expected to win. Your arrows were useless against it. He clenched his jaw in exasperation. Is this some kind of strange suicide mission? He asked. Finally, Elam closed his eyes. The situation has changed, he announced. Our competitors are gone, and so is the prize money. Isn't it wonderful? Opening his eyes, he looked down at Deba. Am I wrong? He asked. Or do you wish to terminate our contract? Deba stared at him in shock, opening his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Finally, with a determined scowl, he sighed. Running a hand through his hair, he explained, That's not what I meant, but it's true. We need to earn more money, right? A faint smile touched Elam's lips. That is all true? At last, Deba pushed himself to his feet. Then listen, and explain how we kill that toad if any attack is useless. In his mind, fighting that monster was the same. As a death sentence? With a wary frown, he asked, Is there really a way to win? Elam just looked at him, his eyes narrowing slightly, but offered no answer. At that very moment, the gate in the forest flared to life. Abes, who had been standing nearby waiting for the adventurer's return, Yanchong gasped in surprise. Are they really coming out already? This was far too fast for a 40-person gate. His shout drew the attention of Jabbar, who fell through the portal. Panting on her knees, he demanded to know the hunt's status. He could see that not everyone had returned, and the ones he was worried about were still missing. War cried out that the hunt had failed. With a grim look, she confessed Dolan's team had been wiped out, along with Elam and his partner. Were still trapped inside. She confessed they only escaped because the main character and Debo became the bait. A sacrifice they couldn't have made. She explained they never could have defeated the boss alone. Abe listened, his face an unreadable mask, until a frustrated frown creased his brow. What does that even mean? He demanded, enraged that the adventurers had simply fled. Jabbar shot to her feet, her expression grim. She warned him the boss was a poisonous clown toadstool, infamous for its cruelty. What do we do? She asked. Abby didn't reply, instead dropping his cigarette to the ground. He crushed it under his heel, then turned and declared, We're leaving. The men behind him bowed in silent agreement with his decision. Wait! Jabbar cried out, watching him leave in disbelief. Her voice was desperate. Elam is still in there if the gate is open? It means he's alive. But Abby cut her off. Not for long, he said coldly, reminding her of the very monster she just described. As he walked away, he told the others they could wait for their friends if they wished, but he had more important things to do. Jabbar stood frozen, her hand outstretched as she watched him go. He sneered, internally branding them all as useless idiots. The situation was hopeless. A mere second circle mage stood no chance against a toadstool. The fate of Debo and Elom was already sealed. He had no use for cowards who could only run. At that very moment, the toadstool stood deep in the forest, its mouth gaping wide, spewing a venomous miasma. Abby needed someone who could achieve the impossible. Miles away, perched atop a high cliff, Elam was doing just that. He drew his firebow, the string glowing with heat as he took aim at the beast, his face a mask of concentration. Let the hunt begin, he declared. A flaming arrow shot from the cliff, blazing down toward the distant boss. This creature was far stronger and faster than any boss before it, and its poisonous fumes made a direct approach pure suicide. Elam knew the key was to maintain distance and overwhelm it. With his high-level fire arrows, this was a challenge. But he had no intention of backing down. He activated his telekinesis. If I use this, he thought, and rotate the arrow at high speed, its piercing power will skyrocket. He put his theory into action. He watched as the arrow transformed, becoming a spiraling drill of pure flame. In the Maple world, only he could wield such a technique, a power that let him defy the impossible. He called this skill Revolver. Elam sent the spinning fire arrow hurtling forward. The monster didn't even notice the attack until it was too late. When it finally saw the approaching flame, it roared in shock. In the next instant, the arrow slammed into its body with devastating force. The impact sent the beast reeling backwards, losing its balance. It shrieked in agony as the spinning arrow continued to drill, twisting deep into the monster's flesh. Because the attack was amplified by his unique skill, it tore straight through the monster's thick, rubbery hide, burrowing deep inside. The main character watched intently, seeing the arrow exit the beast and fly backward, incinerating several trees. A gaping hole now smoked in the monster's chest. Damn, he thought, annoyed. I was aiming for its head and core. I missed. The monster clutched the bleeding wound, howling in pain. Elam admitted this was becoming a problem. Suddenly, the creature turned. With a furious roar, it began charging toward the cliff where the main character stood. But Elam didn't flinch. He unleashed another fire arrow, spinning it with the same deadly technique. This time, however, the monster managed to dodge. Elam grimaced. Using revolver made it nearly impossible to correct an arrow's path. And then there was the cooldown time. He had to finish this before the toadstool recovered. The moment his skill reset, he fired again. This arrow didn't hit the monster directly, but it exploded right beside it. The powerful blast wave sent the creature stumbling, completely off balance. Watching from behind a tree, Debo saw his chance. The monster screamed, enraged by the relentless attacks. "Now!" Elam yelled. His brow furrowed in concentration. Debo tightened his grip on a thick rope, pulling with all his might as he let out a battle cry. A cloth covered his face, protecting him from the poison. The rope he pulled was stretched taut between two massive trees. The charging monster, still disoriented, didn't see the trap. It tripped hard, crashing headfirst into the murky swamp below. A huge wave of mud and water erupted into the air. The toadstool rose to its feet, stunned, as thick sludge dripped from its body. From his perch, Elam watched in silence. The monster lifted its head and let out a bewildered roar. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey there, Hathead!" Before the monster could even react, Debo was on it, swinging his massive halberd. He brought the weapon down hard. The blade bit deep into the monster's head. Blood sprayed into the air as the beast let out an ear-splitting scream. Debo ripped his halberd free. The monster convulsed in agony. But he wasn't finished yet. He gripped his weapon, preparing for another strike. The fungus tried to release its poison spores, but only a weak puff of smoke emerged. Its pores were completely clogged with swamp mud. Debo smirked, beckoning with his finger. A defiant glint shone in his narrowed eyes. "How about it?" he taunted. "Let's dance a little blood tango." From the clifftop, Elam watched the scene unfold. Debo had created enough distance, taking a ready stance for the next attack. Our protagonist watched with a wary frown, wondering to himself, will this be enough? Their entire plan hinged on this moment. Lure the monster into the swamp. The golden rule of hunting, take away your prey's greatest strength. By doing this, they had neutralized its deadliest weapon. In a desperate final act, the monster opened its mouth wide, trying once more to unleash its poisonous smoke. Only a few wisps of steam escaped the mud clogging its pores. Deba frowned, confirming the monster's steam holes were blocked, rendering its main weapon useless. Igniting his magic into the halberd, he roared, "This is perfect!" and swung his weapon, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. A rope was tied to his halberd's end. Soel released the weapon, knowing he was too far to strike directly. The weapon soared through the air, slamming into the beast. Deba gripped the rope tightly, readying himself to pull back and strike again. As the flames from the impact faded, he saw his halberd buried deep in the monster's arm, which it had raised to protect its face. But Deba wasn't finished. He yanked the halberd back with the rope and hurled it again, inflicting even more damage. Blood sprayed into the air with each impact as the monster shrieked. In agony, it managed to deflect the next attack, preventing the blade from sinking in, seizing the opportunity. While the weapon was still in the air, the monster lunged forward, charging its opponent. Watching this, Elam knew he'd made the right choice. He had driven the monster into the swamp not just to clog its pores. For a fast enemy, this terrain was a death trap. Just as he thought, the monster shuddered to a halt. It looked down to see its leg trapped, hopelessly stuck in the thick mud, seizing. The moment the monster was frozen, the main character aimed his revolver, unleashing a swirling fire arrow at the beast. Grebe couldn't defend or dodge. It threw up an arm to shield itself, but it was no use. The monster screamed as the fiery arrow pierced its body. The attack was so powerful, the blast wave sent swamp water flying everywhere. After retrieving his halberd, Deba took a ready stance, watching the boss warily. He wondered if it was finally dead. But as the smoke cleared, he cursed. The monster's silhouette was still standing. "It's too damn tough." The main character ordered him to attack the core, explaining that it was hidden in the monster's head. Deba roared, "I know," and readied his halberd once more, enchanting the blade. The weapon shot straight for the monster's head. But the creature, having recovered, suddenly raised its hand, catching the weapon's handle midair. Deba froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. The monster then gave the halberd a vicious tug. Its strength was overwhelming. Deba lost his footing, and still clinging to the rope, he was launched into the air towards the beast. He cried out in alarm, but Elam activated his telekinesis, lifting a nearby log, and sending it hurtling toward the monster, which had raised an arm to finish Deba. The log slammed into the creature's side. taking advantage of the chaos. Deba grabbed a branch on the log to change his trajectory. Though the monster couldn't dodge the attack, it recovered instantly, shoving the log aside. It stumbled, but Deba was already flipping through the air, flying up from behind and landing a powerful kick on the back of its head. The monster screamed in surprise. Deba pushed off, leaping back, and landing on a stump rising from the swamp. The creature finally lost its balance and collapsed. He snatched his weapon and gave it a knowing look. Then, he launched himself forward, using rocks and branches to close the distance, running circles around the beast to disorient it. At the same time, Decoy used his magic to pull water from the swamp, creating a swirling wall around the monster. But he wasn't done. He controlled individual streams of water, forcing them down onto the monster's head to keep it distracted. While the beast was defending itself from the water, Deba charged in from behind, swinging his weapon for the final blow. The creature sensed his presence. With a startled cry, it spun around, thrusting its arm through the water wall. But it couldn't reach Deba. It froze in confusion, realizing there was nothing there. Deba had already circled behind it, raising his halberd high, his face a mask of concentration. He brought the blade down with all his might. In a single, perfect strike, he severed the monster's head from its body. The head flew through the air, landing in the swamp with a splash, while the body remained standing for a few eerie moments. Deba finally stopped, bending over and breathing heavily with exhaustion. He raised a hand, giving the others a sign that the battle was won. The main character offered a faint smile, but suddenly his eyes shot wide with horror. The monster's headless body was moving. It was stalking toward Deba from behind, raising its arm for an attack. Seeing Elam's expression, Deba froze in disbelief. The next moment, the boss struck him with brutal force, knocking him down and sending him flying. The halberd slipped from his grasp as he crashed into the swamp. The boss, delighted, spread its arms and let out a victory roar. Elam scowled. "Why is it still alive?" he demanded. He screamed in his mind. "I blew its head off and..." Activating his fire arrow, he took careful aim. The resulting explosion sent a massive spray of swamp water into the air. But when the smoke cleared, the protagonist saw that the monster, completely unharmed, had dodged his attack. It was now charging forward with terrifying speed. He activated his telekinesis. His lips pressed into a thin, stubborn line. He realized there was something else at play here. He managed to lift the stump the monster had jumped from, and the creature stumbled slightly, barely keeping its balance. But it recovered in an instant. Pushing off the snag, the monster leaped toward the rock where Elam stood, closing in for the kill. The beast scrambled up the slope with terrifying speed. Startled, the main character saw he had only one fire arrow left. There was no time to recover. A wild shot was pointless. Just then, Dia dragged himself from the swamp, cursing through a clenched jaw. His grip tightened, rage burning in his eyes. Raising his halberd high, he unleashed a furious slashing blast. The devastating arc of steel flew toward the beast, but the monster ignored it, continuing its ascent as Deba's attack sliced the creature's body in two. The monster shrieked in agony as its legs plummeted to the ground. Deba grinned, shouting, "That's what you get?" However, in the next instant, his triumph turned to horror. What's going on? The top half of the mushroom was still climbing, still moving. Seeing this, Deba desperately tried to draw its attention. He shouted to pull its focus. Just then, the main character activated his fire arrow, aiming it squarely at the monster. But the beast dodged. In the gaping hole torn in its chest, Elam noticed a dark, pulsating core with shining red eyes. This hidden part of its body opened a grotesque mouth and let out a piercing shriek. "Is that the real head?" Elam wondered. Deba froze in shock, while Elam, his weapon still smoking, thanked the creature for the hint, his expression turning deadly serious. Deba was still reeling, completely stunned by the revelation. In that moment, Elam activated his fire staff, unleashing a volley at the monster. He aimed straight for the true head hidden within its chest. The attack was so powerful the monster lost its balance, hurtling backwards off the rock. Deba was forced to leap out of the way to avoid being crushed. The monster screamed frantically as Elium's projectile pierced its true head, twisting and tearing through its core. And on top of that, the attack's force blasted clean through the boss's body. Finally, the remains of the monster slammed into the ground with enough force to kick up a huge column of dust. Elam stood frozen, his staff still glowing with a magical aura. Even Deba flinched at the sheer destruction. But as they watched, the destroyed mushroom suddenly exploded. A cloud of poisonous gas, trapped inside, began to spread in all directions. Deba frowned, calling out to Elam in frustration, realizing he'd cut it too close. At that moment, a magical rope shot towards him, controlled by the main character via teleportation. It wrapped around Deba's waist and sharply pulled him upwards, out of the toxic cloud's path. When Elam set him down on the cliff, Deba breathed a heavy sigh of relief. I really thought I was a goner, he admitted. For a moment, they both stood in silence, watching the poisonous smoke below. Deba looked at him seriously and asked, Is it really over now? Closing his eyes, Elam confirmed that it was. Looking at Deba, he praised him for his good work. He started to say something about what they should do once the poison cleared from the monostone. However, he never finished his sentence. As the monster's body suddenly shot out from the smoke, noticing this, he frowned warily, turning sharply just as the creature leaped high into the air, hovering menacingly above them. Its mana core, though cracked, was still intact, exuding a massive amount of poisonous smoke. Deba and Elam flinched, and with a desperate frown, Deba began to laugh nervously. Sometime later, Laren, sitting at his office desk, chuckled. So, Abies just left the others there. Abies was silent, his hands clenched into fists. Are you going to continue being so stubborn? Laren pressed. Abies excused himself, announcing that it seemed the night Cygnus should be assigned to the task. Suddenly, he was distracted by a knock on the door. Whirling around in its direction, he waved his hand angrily. I already said that I was busy. He ordered the person knocking to leave. But Elam opened the door and announced, I'm coming in. Angrier still, Abies began, Who dares to come in here? However, before he finished, his words died in his throat. His eyes widened in shock and his mouth fell slightly agape as he finally noticed the main character, who frowned seriously. He paused on the threshold and announced, I have returned. Laren noticed and grinned with satisfaction, exclaiming, Well now, this is very interesting. Turning to Abies, he asked, What were you about to say? He was silent, staring in amazement as Elam entered. Laren then asked if the main character had really come back from the dead. Propping his chin on his hand, he continued to smile, greeting the main character by name. Elam, I've heard about your outstanding survival skills, he noted. I can tell that our guild needs people like you right now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist bowed his head. Thank you for those words, Laren grinned, noticing that he knew the rules of politeness. I will only ask one thing, he announced, his expression determined. Will you be able to demonstrate your abilities? In the 100-man gate. Elam was silent for a moment, then, closing his eyes, replied, That would be difficult. Laren's smile vanished instantly. Abies, annoyed, demanded, Elam, what are you doing? He furiously shouted his name, asking if he really thought he was made an adventurer just so he could pick and choose his jobs. He also warned, Don't forget that you still owe us money. The protagonist closed his eyes in annoyance, but did not reply. Lauren's smile suddenly returned. You said it was difficult. Does that mean it isn't impossible? He confessed, I don't like it when people evade the question, so I will ask in a different way. What is it that you want, Elam? He looked at him gravely, his lips tightening, but he didn't answer immediately. After a while, Deba squeezed his eyes shut and spat out his drink. What did the main character just say? He asked in shock. They were both sitting in a bar. Are you talking about charging 5 million mesos per person? Deba demanded. That's 10 million. It's too much, he declared. But he suddenly calmed down, noticing Elam looking at him with utter displeasure. He was frowning seriously as the drink Deba spat out dripped down his hair, face, and clothes. Deba, realizing exactly what had happened, apologized to Elam, but then slammed his mug down hard. Aren't you being greedy? He asked. They already rejected your first proposal. In a much calmer setting, the main character wiped his face with a napkin, getting rid of the excess moisture as he said that it didn't concern him, explaining the choice belonged to those he'd offered the money to. Debo chuckled, suggesting he was getting too relaxed after one success. He warned him to consider how Abies would skin them alive at this rate. But suddenly, an adventurer approached, calling them lucky fools. Hearing the strange voice, Dia spun around, his eyes widening. It was Iber, who confessed with a contemptuous sneer that it annoyed him to be compared to their kind. Exasperated, Debo shot up from his chair and demanded to know what Iber just said, sarcastically asking if this was his idea of a thank you. Fine, he roared, if that's how it is. Then take off that emblem and face me outside. But before he could get any closer, Iber and his companion, Shabar, bowed deeply. They were asking for forgiveness. Dia froze, his jaw hanging open in shock. Iber admitted their judgment had been biased and that they'd doubted his abilities. As adventurers, they were ashamed of misjudging a stranger. He apologized again, then handed Dea a bag heavy with coins, the promised 1.5 million MSOs. He also added that every member of the squad had chipped in as a thank you, D. after a moment of surprise, stared at the money and awkwardly thanked them. But a new voice suddenly cut in. That won't be necessary. Deba and Iber turned in bewilderment toward Elam, who was sitting quietly. He announced they would only take the agreed-upon 1.5 million. He closed his eyes, telling the adventurers to keep their gratitude. Then, his eyes snapped open with a warning. There's no need to pretend. Iber and Jabbar stared at him, stunned. Debo simply frowned, deciding to count the money. Elam then turned aside. He remembered something about Iber and asked, Is it true? Are you the local pirate? Iber flinched at the question, demanding to know how Elam could say such a thing. Ignoring him, the main character asked, Can you work off your payment efficiently? Iber froze, completely speechless. He could only look at Elam in shock. Sometime later, Abes shouted, I will never agree to this. He announced that a four-circle adventurer, Go Shou, could be hired for 10 million. Alum might be the best candidate, but that didn't mean they had to indulge his every demand. Laren simply closed his eyes and listened calmly from his chair. Abes insisted Elam was just expecting them to adjust his terms. He suggested they call him back in to renegotiate, but Lauren warned, what if it's not a bluff? What if the main character asked for twice as much? Abes froze. Lauren pushed a document toward him and said, Read it. What is this? Abes asked, bewildered. As he began to read, Lauren explained that the Gapor Guild was only sending Elam's team to this gate. Just the two of them, Abes wondered. In the next instant, his eyes shot wide open. A single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Unable to control his shock, he yelled, What is this nonsense? Still in disbelief, he asked if this was serious. Lauren confirmed it. He admitted that he had paid a great deal of money to the Dark Lord G for this very information. As Abes pictured the man's face, he clenched his jaw, finally understanding. He knew exactly what the document implied. Lauren picked up a pen and ordered Abes not to make a mistake. Thrusting the pen forward, he gravely announced, The war has already begun. Later, in a forest near a massive gate, adventurers had already set up camp, waiting for the rest of the assault team to arrive. They sat around campfires, talking amongst themselves, until a new voice cut through the noise. I never thought they'd accept your terms. It was Dia, smiling as he scanned their new surroundings. Elam stood nearby, his expression grave. He ordered Dia to calm down and get ready. Deba just told him not to worry, saying he had experience now. The Gapor Guild emblem was clearly visible on his cloak. The other adventurers frowned, their eyes fixed on it. One of them shot Dia a menacing look while cleaning his dagger. Dia's smile faded. The atmosphere here isn't so good. So many unfamiliar faces. Before they could discuss it further, a man named Sultan approached them with a practiced smile. He asked if they were from the Gapor Guild, introducing himself as an E-rank adventurer from the Janus Guild. A pleasure to meet you, he said. Elam replied with only his rank and name. Hearing this, Sultan flinched, repeating, Key rank, in amazement. Isn't entry to this gate limited to 2 circles of power? He didn't get an answer. Elam simply shut his eyes in annoyance. However, a woman named Siri came closer and told Sultan to leave. He turned at the sound of her voice to see her with arms crossed. With a serious frown, she warned him that Dia and Elam had a contract with her. A deal with these spineless weaklings? Sultan asked with a sneer. Realizing he'd wasted his time, he turned away. The main character froze as his mind flashed back to an earlier moment. When he had asked why this was necessary, Abes had told him plainly, You just have to do it. Don't argue. He explained that their guild, Gapor, would enter the 100-man gate with the Knights of Cygnus, the strongest unit serving directly under Empress Cygnus. As a symbol of power, she was naturally interested in conquering this gate. He imagined a girl floating in the air, a sword embedded in a rock. Since the list of participants has been decided, the plans were already set. They decided to forge an alliance, and with a newcomer joining, their chances of success would only increase. He assumed the knights had their own reasons for participating, but since the conditions were good, he ordered Alpam to cooperate with them. Closing his eyes, the protagonist consented, figuring it wouldn't be too difficult. Albie watched him, noticing how quickly he agreed, and thought the situation was very strange. At that moment, Alpam was jolted from his thoughts by an approaching voice. It was Kiri, who introduced herself as the one in charge. Of the Cygnus Knights' apprentices, she expressed her hope that Deba and the main director wouldn't cause any problems with the deal, since she didn't need their help. She told them to simply stay out of trouble and follow orders. Deba scoffed at her rudeness, but Kiri ignored him, looking at Elam and Che, asking, Are these all the people from the Gapor Guild? He confirmed it. She closed her eyes, lowered her head, and sighed. Has your guild already given up? But suddenly, the Gildic team, the Crocus Guild, and Maria's Cooper team arrived. Noticing them, Elam's eyes widened. It seemed every guild had sent their strongest members here. The atmosphere shifted instantly, apart from him. However, everyone else suddenly froze as, well, they turned to see the 3 Natasha sisters from the Goldrich Guild approaching, with shining emblems pinned to their clothes. Seeing this, Kiri was visibly displeased by their hotness. Just then, a man named Rano stepped forward, and seeing that everyone had gathered, he gave his name and announced that he would be their protector. With a serious frown, he promised to support the adventurers upon their return. And although he knew they had heard all this before, he decided to explain it again. The legendary items they might find in this gate were not their property. The rights to these items belonged to their guilds, so they would only receive a reward for them. He allowed them to keep the mana, stones, but added there was something else. Alpam watched him warily as Rano announced that if anyone was caught stealing an artifact, they would be dealt with by the bank's adventurers. He pointed to the 3 hunters standing behind him, and as he raised his hand, lines of power could be seen wrapping around his arm. After a quick calculation, Deba frowned and asked, "Does Rano really have 5 power circles?" He then focused on the other adventurers, wondering what they were capable of. With that, Rano declared the briefing over and ordered the adventurers to enter one by one. Kiri turned towards the gate and commanded everyone to move out, reminding them she was in charge. With a frown, she vowed that they would definitely succeed. Hearing this, Deba asked what was wrong with her, questioning if they really had to follow her. Ignoring his question, Ilum frowned, thinking that this was finally happening. Everything he had done so far was for this very moment. He had never entered this gate before the regression, but that was about to change. As he headed toward the gate, he thought, "It's starting right now." He told Deba to get going, who ran after him, calling out that even if he cried and begged, the others would not help them. Ignoring this, Elam recalled the report on the first 100-man raid gate. As a result of that raid, all the guilds that entered the gate were completely wiped out. The result was a total defeat. The teams gradually began to emerge from the portal, moving deeper into the dungeon. This part of the dungeon was a flat, enormous field with thick, tall grass. One of the guild team captains commanded the rest of his squad to follow him. Everyone was looking with interest at the new area they had to clear. Deba looked around in surprise, holding his halberd, and asked why the miscanthus was so tall there. Kiri glanced back irritably, asking if he was on a field trip. She rudely told them to be faster, then turned away and walked on, while the other knights waited for the main character and his subordinate to approach them. Deba turned to Elam in exasperation, asking if he planned to just keep tolerating their attitude. He was clearly displeased, watching the rude Kiri walk away. When he got no answer, Deba turned around and saw that the main character was curled up on the ground, with his head pressed to the earth, asked him in surprise what he was doing. Elam didn't answer, but continued to listen to something happening in the distance. He could hear the loud thundering of hooves moving closer and closer. One of the adventurers in the front row turned back, in surprise, asking what that sound was. Meanwhile, thick smoke appeared in the field, a cloud of dust kicked up by approaching monsters. When he got a closer look, he shouted in shock, "Are those really war pigs?" Indeed, it was an entire herd of pigs, running towards the people who had just entered the dungeon. As soon as the pigs got closer, the adventurers screamed in surprise that there were more than 1,000 of them. Kiri, who also saw the pigs, angrily shouted to her squad, "Why are you just standing there?" She ordered everyone to quickly disperse. Kiri was yelling that the few teams that were supposed to be in the dungeon still hadn't arrived. One of the adventurers who first noticed the pigs clicked his tongue loudly, starting to look for a way out. Kiri shouted again, asking if everyone had forgotten the unspoken rule of not turning back. At the entrance, one of the team leaders shouted that the Elid Guild was heading that way, pointing in the right direction, and another man shouted that in that case, they were running to another place. The war pigs ran through the field, splitting the adventurers' path into 2, cutting them off from each other, as if separating them for the perfect attack. Gradually, the battle pig formation began to split, and some of them ran after Kiri's team of knights. They all began to flee from the suddenly arrived monsters. While Kiri shouted that this was great, they should drive the pigs into the forest and then kill them. They continued to run when suddenly, a knight named Pitten addressed Kiri by name, telling her that they were in trouble. He notified her that he couldn't see those 2 from the Kapoor Guild. Kiri scowled at him, furrowing her brows and asking, "What does that mean?" Meanwhile, Deba breathed a sigh of relief, saying that they had survived. They had managed to escape from the attack of these cute pigs. With a smile, he remarked that they could finally relax. He then turned to our main character, asking, "How did you know about the boars?" Elam listened intently, then explained it was simply experience. He noted that a plane this massive was bound to hold countless monsters. His expression remained serene as he spoke, but his mind raced. He pondered the true nature of the boars and the blindfolded beasts. From his memories, they were ferocious creatures, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Their immense bulk and powerful muscles made them formidable foes. He recalled hearing that these boars moved in massive hordes, from 100 individuals to several thousand. Taking them on would be difficult, but not impossible. However, the other bosses lurking in this dungeon were a different story entirely. He had no desire to waste his strength on mere boars. Avoiding them was the wisest course of action. He thought back to that mysterious 100-person limit on the portal. No one could predict what other monsters might emerge. The boars were clearly just the beginning. Elam also remembered a chilling fact. Before his regression, the raid on this 100-man gate had ended in total failure. Every adventurer who entered perished. The dungeon became a tomb, their flags left to rot in this mysterious world. With a grin, Deba turned to him. "What's on your mind?" As they walked, Deba's foot suddenly snagged on a hidden rope. He spun around in shock, looking down at the ground. In that instant, a wooden trap bristling with sharpened logs materialized from nowhere. Our main character barely managed to drag Deba back in time. "What is this?" Deba yelled, his voice laced with shock. The deadly trap now occupied the very spot he stood just seconds ago. If not for the protagonist's help, he would have been impaled. "Is this a trap?" Deba cried out. "Who would do this?" The main character's brow furrowed as he examined the crude but lethal contraption. At that moment, the guild members were facing a similar threat. A man named Babel sliced through a rope with his blade. Just then, a sharpened log flew straight for him. He tensed, but with a single, fluid swing of his sword, he cleaved the massive log in half. Babel stood tall, a smirk of annoyance on his face. "How rude," he muttered, placing a hand on his hip. One of his teammates sheathed his sword, reporting that the last trap had been dealt with. But the group's leader, Crocus, warned Babel not to get careless. His face was hidden behind a mask as he stood with his arms crossed. Babel addressed him by name, but Crocus cut him off. "The traps may be simple," he said, "but they are deadly." He added that this monster was far from simple, for it mimicked the hunting methods of humans. These were creatures of high intelligence. "They are hobgoblins," Crocus concluded. Stronger, more cunning versions of their goblin cousins. Their minds were far more developed. "Fighting them is no easy task," Crocus stated. "In a red gate, they could easily be the final bosses." Crocus closed his eyes. "We've handled them, but the difficulty of this gate is immense. Anyone below our level would have been annihilated." Turning away, Crocus ordered them to press their advantage. "Follow me," he commanded. But suddenly, a sickening crack echoed from behind. Crocus spun around in surprise. "Babel, don't let success go to your—" But before he could finish his warning, he saw Babel standing before him without a head. The man's severed head lay on the ground just behind him. A blur of motion erupted. Countless attacks descended upon the guild squad. Swords flashed, and in mere moments, the entire group was decapitated. "What is happening?" Crocus screamed in terror, just before his own head was sent flying to join his comrades. The killer appeared before him in a flash. The last thought to cross Crocus's mind was, "Who?" He lost consciousness as the assassin simply sneered. "Just a few seconds ago," the killer mocked, "you were acting like you knew everything." Elsewhere, the troublemaker William watched the sunset. Using the boars as a distraction was a clever idea, he mused. "Whoever thought of it, my thanks. It allowed me to relax a bit." William stretched. "The situation is proceeding smoothly. I suppose it's time for me to get to work." A wistful look crossed his face. "I really don't want to do this. But I have no choice. There's no time." William rose from the rock, turning to the Natasha sisters. "Shall we begin?" The 3 sisters stood silently behind him. They watched him tensely, trying to move their hands, but finding them frozen. William walked toward them. "You don't have to try. A binding magic is upon you. It will last for at least another 30 minutes. "Why?" the Natasha closest to William asked, her voice trembling. "Why are you doing this?" She shivered uncontrollably, beads of sweat on her brow. William looked surprised. "Oh, you can still speak?" He chuckled. "I suppose that's to be expected from a Natasha." His expression turned cold. "You are dangerous, so I will simply kill you?" He raised his magic staff, aiming it at one of the sisters. A beam of energy shot forth, tearing a huge hole through her torso in the blink of an eye. The other 2 sisters shook with terror. Tears of horror streamed down their faces. William squatted down. Explaining the reason for all this would be too difficult. He seemed to be answering the question that the now dead Natasha had asked. He sat beside her bloody corpse, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Why am I doing this? He asked himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if struck by an idea. Ah, he exclaimed aloud. How should I put this? To make it as clear as possible. The magic staff in his hand began to glow with fiery power. He raised his voice. The two remaining sisters stood paralyzed with fear, unable to resist the magic that bound them. A terrifying smile spread across William's face. It is all for the sake of Master Black Magician. He pointed his staff forward and roared the incantation. Fire! An arrow of terrifying power, a force that could obliterate monsters, was now hurtling towards the terrified sisters, sealing their inescapable fate. In a mere heartbeat, the skill tore through them. The sisters' bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeblood pouring out, as William stood over them. But his work wasn't done. The dungeon gate creaked open once more, unleashing a fresh wave of adventurers. William sighed in frustration, muttering that their numbers were endless. He closed his eyes, the sheer weight of the task ahead pressing down on him. He desperately wanted to rest, but rest was a luxury he couldn't afford. A memory surfaced from just the night before, a voice calling his name. Ebor, about to issue a command. William immediately knelt, his full attention on his master. Ebor stood with his back to him, gazing out at the sprawling night city as he began to speak. He spoke of the long years they had waited, hiding their true identities, avoiding all unwanted attention, and patiently building their power, spreading their roots everywhere. Ebor turned, his eyes glinting. Now, he declared, it is time to reap what we have sown. William's voice rang with absolute loyalty. I will not disappoint you. A magic feather materialized before him. Take this, Ebor commanded. A gift from our leader. His expression hardened. Do not fail this mission. Recalling those words, William stiffened. The brief moment of relaxation vanished. He stepped forward, lowering his staff. He slammed it to the ground. In that case, he declared, there's no other choice. He sighed. I suppose I'll have to try a little harder, won't I? With a heavy heart, he moved on, elsewhere. As night consumed the dungeon, an entire village lay nestled behind a massive wooden fence. Watchtowers stood guard, surrounding the perimeter. But this was no ordinary settlement. This was the domain of cunning monsters, the hobgoblins. Each had a role in their thriving society. Even as darkness fell, they toiled tirelessly, guarding their home and stockpiling loot from the outside world. And watching this very settlement were our main character and Deba. They concealed themselves behind the trees near the village entrance. Peeking out, Deba's eyes widened in shock. A silent scream echoed in his mind. What is this? A cold sweat drenched him, his jaw hanging open in sheer terror as his pupils shrank to pinpricks. Consumed by overwhelming fear, Deba turned to Elam, his voice a panicked whisper. Are all of them bosses? The reality of this dungeon was crushing him, but the protagonist remained perfectly calm. I already told you, he stated plainly. There's only one boss among them, Elam clarified. The problem is their numbers. Every single one is strong with high stamina. Taking them down one by one will be a nightmare. As the hobgoblins went about their business, collecting loot, Elam revealed another massive problem. These monsters, they've scavenged items from fallen adventurers, which means some of them can use item skills. The very idea seemed impossible to Deba. The image of a hobgoblin wielding a magic axe was enough to shatter his composure. How is that even possible? He hissed, his voice trembling. They're like an entire army of adventurers, Deba cried. Can the two of us really handle this? The main character simply replied with unnerving calm. Looks like you're finally catching on. That answer did nothing to soothe Deba's panic. What are you talking about? Deba couldn't believe they would even attempt this. We have to team up with Kiri, but Elam just brought a thoughtful hand to his chin. And why would we do that? He reminded him. Weren't you the one who hated the idea of us cooperating? Deba immediately shot back. That was before I understood the situation. There's no way the two of us can take them all down. At this, the protagonist let out a soft chuckle. A moment later, a group of hobgoblins emerged from the village. They headed deeper into the forest, carrying fresh bags to collect more adventurer loot. As they marched forward with purpose, something suddenly caught one of their eyes. The monster whipped around, spotting a figure charging directly towards them. It was Deba, aiming to end the hobgoblin with a single, decisive blow from his halberd. But the creature was fast, dropping low and dodging the strike. The monster let out a grunt of surprise. Deba roared in frustration. Did he really do this on purpose? I never said I wanted to fight them all by myself. But his momentary distraction was all his opponent needed to recover. The hobgoblin swung a massive fist, aiming to crush him. But Deba was no amateur. He used his halberd to launch himself high into the air, sailing right over the monster's head, evading the powerful blow. He landed nimbly behind the hobgoblin, gritting his teeth. Instantly, he shifted into a flexible fighting stance. The monster didn't waste a second, lunging at Deba with a furious roar. It unleashed a vicious flurry of powerful strikes, its toothy maw wide open. Yet, Deba masterfully dodged every single blow the hobgoblin threw. Still, the onslaught was relentless. One blow came dangerously close, forcing Deba to grit his teeth and evade once more. But he couldn't keep dodging forever. Slashing out with his halberd, Deba roared, "Shut your mouth and be quiet!" He landed a powerful blow on the hobgoblin's leg, but its flesh was too tough to cut through completely. This creature's body was incredibly durable. As the monster crashed to the ground, Deba leaped back, creating distance. He began to channel power into his weapon, swinging hard as he lunged forward. He soared through the air, shouting a challenge. Deba aimed for the creature's back, but it twisted its body just in time. Dodging to the side, Deba's halberd slammed into the empty ground. Before he could react, the hobgoblin was back on its feet, fist raised for a counterattack. Pushing off from the ground, the monster poured all its strength into the blow. The punch connected squarely with Deba's face, sending him flying backward. And slamming hard against a tree, Deba raised his halberd defensively, gritting his teeth through the searing pain, growling with displeasure that they were not looking. But the hobgoblin gave no time for recovery. After a mere moment, the monster swung its fist, aiming to crush Deba where he stood. His next blow missed its target, instead pulverizing the tree Deba had crashed against. The wood was no match for its raw power. Seizing the opening, Deba exploded forward. As the hobgoblin was distracted, he changed his trajectory, pushing off the ground with incredible speed. In a single, fluid motion, his halberd sang through the air, cleanly severing the monster's arm. But this fight was far from over. Don't underestimate this beast. Even with one arm gone, its other hand shot out, grabbing Deba's head with blinding speed. With a massive hand clamped on his skull, the monster slammed him towards the earth. But Deba reacted instantly, wrapping his hips around the beast's arm. He locked his legs, restraining its movement. Then, with his halberd, he pressed down hard on the back of its hand, forcing the monster's grip to break. Deba was already reaching his limit. His body was a canvas of cuts and bruises, and blood trickled from the corner of his lips. The hobgoblin roared, flinging Deba from its arm, desperate not to lose another limb. Deba landed skillfully in a low crouch, his weapon ready. Halberd held defensively. He kicked off the ground once more. Magic blazed along the blade as he flew towards his enemy with a battle cry. But the monster wasn't standing idle. As Deba closed the distance, it raised its remaining fist, waiting to meet the attack with a roar of its own. After a final, earth-shaking clash, silence fell upon the dungeon forest. Under the pale moonlight, only the howling wind remained. Another member of the hobgoblin squad lay dead. Its lifeblood soaked the ground from the brutal battle. Deba walked through the trees, stretching his aching shoulder. He shot a glare at the protagonist, asking if he ever planned on helping. Elam followed behind, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. Just as before, he simply told Deba that he alone was more than enough. Deba spun around, his face a mask of disbelief. "What's that supposed to mean?" he demanded. He still had his doubts. There was a whole horde of them. He was about to argue that if the numbers weren't so overwhelming, he could have handled it, when something caught his eye. Deba's gaze widened in shock as he froze, staring at a clearing littered with the bodies of fallen knights. It was the squad that had entered the dungeon with them. "What is this?" Deba whispered in horror. Severed heads and mangled bodies were everywhere. The corpses of knights were impaled on their own swords. The sight was a waking nightmare. "Is this the Cygnus Knight Squad?" Deba shouted. His eyes swept over the gruesome scene. "What in the world happened here?" he asked again, his voice trembling. Suddenly, a wounded soldier groaned through gritted teeth. "Elam, look!" Deba yelled, pointing towards the sound. The main character observed the carnage with an unnervingly calm face. "He actually survived," Elam noted, his voice devoid of emotion. Leaning against a tree was Pitten, gasping for breath and clutching a massive wound in his side. Blood poured freely from the gash. Elam and Deba slowly approached him. "Pitten, what happened?" Elam asked. "Was it the hobgoblins?" Pitten breathed heavily, his face contorted with rage. "No, not them," he growled, a burning hatred in his eyes. "It was a provocator." Meanwhile, AB sat in his guild office, one leg crossed over the other, smoking a cigar. He gazed out the window beside him. "I'm very disappointed in them," he murmured. "Provocateurs. People who exploit the gate's unique properties. They take advantage of the chaos, entering with other adventurers, only to attack them from behind. This was a danger far worse than any monster. If they escape, the gate vanishes, and with it, all evidence of their crimes. But this time, Abies mused, there would be no winner. The podium would remain empty. He understood. They had to be targeting a high-difficulty gate, with only a small number of people. He reasoned that even if they conquered it and claimed its unique items, they would never escape the suspicion from the outside world. Is their goal to destroy the other powerful guilds? Abies wondered. That would be a compelling reason? He brought the cigar to his lips, lost in thought. But even so, once they were discovered, a full-scale war would be declared against them. No guild leader would ever take such a risk. There had to be something more to this. Something he was missing. Back in the dungeon, Deba looked around frantically. Boss, he said, turning to the main character. It's her, Elam calmly agreed. And the girl is nowhere to be seen. The traitor was Kiri, the one who was supposed to lead the squad. Pittman cursed, slamming his fist into the ground. It's all my fault, he choked out bitterly. How could I not see it that the traitor was one of us? He collapsed onto all fours, his gaze fixed on the blood-stained earth. All his comrades were dead. Why, Kiri, why would you do this? He cried out in pure desperation. He cursed again. Elam only watched, saying calmly, I don't understand why the Cygnus Knights would align with provocateurs. Pittman shook his head. I don't understand either. His eyes scanned the bodies of his fallen friends. But thinking back now, her instructions at the gate make sense. At the very end, Pittman stammered. His teeth clenched as sobs racked his body. Kiri said she was a follower of the Black Magicians. That girl, the one who seemed so brilliant and brave, was a cruel traitor who had led her own squad to slaughter. Deba's eyes shot open in disbelief. The Black Magicians, he exclaimed. Elam stared at him in silence, his mind racing. He remembered the legends. 800 years ago, transcendent beings who threatened the entire Maple world. 6 heroes rose to stop them. Only when the heroes and the Black Magicians were sealed away together did the world find peace, trapped in the same space as their eternal enemies. And the clueless followers of the mages were finally erased from existence. This legend is known to every soul in the world of Maple, Duo asked with intrigue. Could Kiri possibly be a follower of the Black Magicians? But Elam dismissed it. This wasn't the time for monster hunts. They had to find Kiri. First, their plans had shifted dramatically. Now, they had to clear this dungeon of all its enemies. To do that, the main character turned to Pittman. He asked him, would you join us? Pittman glanced at Elam, his eyes wide with surprise. The protagonist then warned him, if you meet Kiri, you must be prepared to fight. A twisted smile formed on Pittman's face, his voice thick with hatred. That's exactly what I'm counting on. The blood on his lips only solidified his dark resolve. While they forged their uneasy alliance, Kiri was already fleeing, a desperate sprint away from the scene of the crime. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a figure. A dark silhouette stood on the road ahead. It was William, who greeted her with a chillingly friendly tone. Welcome! Kiri skidded to a halt. After her long run, she was breathless. William simply added, I've been waiting for you. He called her name with a smile, flanked by another assassin. Arms crossed, William let out a cold laugh. Were those pigs in bandages your handiwork? He admitted it actually made their plan even easier to execute. We're almost finished, you see? He then asked, did you receive our gift? Kiri remained silent, her face a mask of stone. She drew her sword, its cold steel reflecting her serious expression. Who are you? Her gaze burned with defiance and hatred, but nothing was as it seemed. Duo told Pitt, if the pain is too much, we can go slowly. The boss has already gone ahead. Pittman just thanked him, insisting he was fine. Deo Boy then explained, there's no need to worry. Elam is a master of tracking. He supported the injured Pittman, ensuring he wouldn't fall. Deo assured him, you'll meet this Kiri soon enough. Pittman replied that he understood, claiming he was very happy. But in his hand, a dagger materialized, cloaked in dark purple energy. As the battle in the dungeon raged, time marched onward. Dawn was breaking, casting its first light across the land. Kiri was still fighting off the provocateurs swarming her. She was a match for them in strength, her sword a blur as she met every attack. Confidence was etched onto her face. William watched, exclaiming with delight. Unbelievable, he smirked. She truly is the leader of the apprentice knights of Cygnus. A grin spread across his face as he observed the deadly dance. Kiri fought simultaneously, against several opponents. They weren't as strong, but their numbers were enough to wear her down, especially since she hadn't slept a wink. William jokingly wondered, how long can she last? His men continued their assault. But suddenly, Kiri stopped. She took a powerful stance as a sun-shaped magic circle blazed to life behind her. Kiri uttered the sacred words, "Rising Sun." Activating her ultimate skill, her sword began to glow, as if forged from the rays of the dawn itself. One of the assassins screamed at her, "What a disgusting pose!" The woman swung her blade at Kiri, but it was too late. Kiri's skill flashed, cutting down her opponent in an instant. Before she could even scream, Kiri's blade had done its work. With her sunstroke skill, almost no trace of the enemy remained. Her entire body seemed to shatter, disintegrating as if from a massive explosion. Even her opponent's sword was utterly destroyed. Kiri's strike had also sliced through the very ground before her. She gasped for air, trying to catch her breath, but her strength was fading fast. Once she regained a sliver of composure, she fixed her glare on William. "If you don't want to die here," she seethed, "start explaining what you want, Williams." Just complained that she was too noisy. He turned to his subordinates. "Why are you just standing there?" William ordered them all. "Finish her." His eyes, as always, held a strange dual perspective on the chaos. His men charged once more, leaping into the air with their weapons aimed, right at Kiri. She braced for the attack, but in that moment, someone burst from the thick bushes, a blur of motion that cut her opponents into pieces. In a single, devastating blow, Kiri stared at her hero in shock. William's jaw dropped. Kiri's eyes widened in recognition. It was Deo. He stood with his back to her, looking over his shoulder with a confident gaze. Just a few minutes earlier. This is how it all went down. The moment Deo said Pitten would soon meet Kiri, the traitor's weapon appeared. After saying he was glad, Pitten aimed the blade directly at the surprised Deo's throat. With a vicious smile, he shouted, "When you meet Kiri, send her my regards." But it was not to be. Suddenly, the hand holding the blade was severed in a powerful strike. The attack shocked not only Pitten, but also Deo, who had been supporting him the entire time. Pitten cried out, "What is the meaning of this?" He collapsed, screaming in agony. Deo stumbled back in disbelief, asking what was happening. At that moment, the main character emerged from the forest. It was he who had severed Pitten's hand with his magic. He stared down at his enemy with cold indifference as the traitor writhed on the ground, screaming about his hand. Deo looked at Elam, stunned, asking him what was going on. The protagonist replied with a calm expression. "This traitor is more brazen than I thought." He asked him, "Did you really think you could just get up and attack Pitten?" Was on his knees, his eyes wide with shock, teeth clenched in pain. The main character loomed over him and offered a sarcastic apology as he began to channel magic into his staff, terrifying Pitten even more. Elam declared, "It is my nature to distrust people." Thrusting his staff forward, he menacingly unleashed his power once more, eliminating the threat. William's voice dripped with surprise as he moved closer to the newcomers. Now, Kiri and Deo stood against him. They were silent, preparing to face him together. William's brow furrowed in disgust. "I don't recall sending any invitations," he spat. One of his subordinates addressed him by name, whispering that the new guy was from Gapur. She added cautiously, "The fact that he's still alive can only mean one thing." "And it isn't good," William snarled. "I know that," he continued. "That loser Pitten failed. He couldn't even die properly." William's memory flashed back to the moment he first found the wounded Pitten, who had failed his mission so miserably. At that time, he was kneeling before him, model. William declared this was his chance. A chance to redeem himself for failing with Kiri. But the man wondered, was he truly that worthless? He spat in frustration, admitting it was infuriating. These intruders, he conceded, were far from weak. Kiri watched him cautiously, preparing for his next unpredictable move. Their opponent smirked, his confidence absolute. "The elites will have to handle him," William announced, stalking toward them with a predatory grin. He moved like a beast closing in on its prey. Debo matched his advance, turning his back on Kiri, who cried out, "Be careful!" But Debo simply laughed. "I know," he said, a knowing smile on his face. "They're not exactly normal, are they?" He gripped his halberd. "Ready for battle." Kiri stared, confused by his words. But William wasn't waiting for their conversation to end. He lunged forward, shouting to his subordinates, "Finish this, and finish it now." At his command, his squad surged forward like a tidal wave, intent on overwhelming them. Debo glanced at Kiri. "Can you take one of them?" he asked, then roared, "Leave the others to me." Kiri fell into a fighting stance, sword held tight. "Don't think it'll be that easy," she shot back. An enemy charged, unleashing a ferocious punch, but Debo dodged it with breathtaking agility. He weaved under the blow as another attacker struck from behind. Debo reacted instantly, catching the man with his halberd, swinging the weapon directly over his head. The enemy was fast, ducking just before the blade could connect. "Is that all you've got?" Debo taunted, his voice dripping with scorn. He swung his halberd again, shouting, "One of your friends is almost done for." But he celebrated too soon. A sharp cry came from behind him. A female voice screamed, "Piercing shot!" A magic arrow whistled through the air, and Debo barely dodged the bolt that nearly skewered him. The crossbow-wielding girl clicked her tongue in annoyance, already preparing another shot. Debo turned to face her, cursing, "You cowardly snake!" But his distraction was exactly what they wanted. Another opponent was already on him, a blur of deadly motion, swinging his sword and closing the distance in a flash. By the time the man entered Debo's line of sight, it was too late. The enemy activated his skill. Sharp acceleration, and with blinding speed, his blade slashed across Debo's back. A scream of agony ripped from Debo's throat as the deep gash slowed his movements. He staggered forward as his attacker cursed in disbelief. "It didn't work," the man gasped. But a cruel smile soon spread across his face. "Don't worry, I'll fix that." He gripped his sword, preparing for the final blow. Leaping into the air, he activated the jump attack technique. His sword descended in a deadly arc. As Kiri witnessed this, she turned. "Debo, what are you doing?" she yelled, even calling him by a funny nickname. But she didn't need to worry. Before the blow landed, Debo vanished. The attacker's sword slammed into the empty ground, and in that same instant, Debo reappeared right behind him, ready to strike. The man was stunned. What's going on?" he stammered. "Just a little bluff," Debo sneered. His halberd fell, splitting his opponent's body in two. With one enemy finished, the next charged forward. As soon as Debo had eliminated his foe, a spearman rushed in to take his place. Cursing Debo's name, he headed straight for him, thrusting his weapon twice at the wounded warrior's body. But Debo dodged both strikes. Countering with cleaving blast, he swung his halberd in a wide arc, knocking his opponent far back. The man was tough, though he managed to stay on his feet despite the powerful blow. Suddenly, Kiri's voice echoed from behind him. "What a huge disappointment," she said coldly. The man felt something fly past him from behind. It was one of his own comrades, sent airborne, who crashed to the ground, nearly hitting him. It was Kiri who had launched him with a powerful kick. The spearman had barely managed to dodge his flying companion. Kiri asked bitterly, "And you call yourselves elites?" She furrowed her brows, her gaze filled with contempt. The spearman stuttered in pure rage, cursing her under his breath. His hand trembled as he gripped his spear, veins bulging on his face. Behind him, his fallen companion began to stir, but William didn't like what he was seeing. "I'm tired of this," he said with irritation. He commanded them, "All of you, get out of the way." He raised his magic staff, and an arrow of pure energy formed beside it. Using his staff like a bow, he took aim. "I've spent too much time on you." Debo's eyes widened in shock. In his mind, he screamed, "Is that a fire arrow?" A second later, the arrow shot from the bow, screaming towards him. With horrifying speed, the arrow closed the distance. Debo realized it was even faster than his boss's attacks. The fiery glow filled his pupils. In the next instant, a violent explosion rocked the entire field. "Did you relax because you recognized my magic?" William taunted. "My skills," he declared with a mischievous smile, "are on a completely different level," one of his men added. "Knowing how magic works and avoiding it are two different things." The smoke from the explosion spread across the area. William said, "We're done. Time to clean up." But suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a figure emerging from the smoke. As the haze finally settled, standing before them was Elam. He had saved Debo from the fire arrow's devastating blast. The main character raised his eyes to meet William's, stunning him with his sudden appearance. William's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you do?" he demanded. Elam simply pointed a finger to the side, activating the telekinesis skill from his ring. He gave a command to the war pigs hiding in the bushes, telling them to attack. Suddenly, with loud screams, a huge pig burst from the tall grass. It charged after whatever Elam had targeted with telekinesis. William and his subordinates spun around in utter surprise at the sight. Now, they had to fight not only the main character, Kiri, and Debo, but also a horde of war pigs that outnumbered them dozens of times over. After some time, William finally managed to defeat the massive alpha pig. The monster fell before him, its sheer size dwarfing William himself. "That was hard," he gasped, wiping his mouth and panting heavily, leaning on his staff, utterly exhausted. William muttered, "That main character literally planted a pig on me." Just then, the man beside him, Gerald, called out his name. Gerald was also badly beaten. "My apologies, William," he said, breathing heavily. "I've also finished things here. Before him lay a field of defeated monsters, amidst the carnage of war pigs he'd slain. William's voice was grim. "We're wasting time. We pursue them now." His expression was stone. His men moved without question, ready for the hunt. William's thoughts flashed back to when the main character appeared, and materializing before them. If that group escaped, it would spell disaster. He remembered the hostile aura Elam projected. The moment he laid eyes on him, William knew instantly he despised that man. Just then, one of his subordinates called out his name.
"We've found tracks in the brush." William's lips curled into a smirk. "Excellent. If you find the one in the raincoat first..."
"You tie him down. He's mine to deal with personally." But Gerald advised against it. "He's likely just an arrogant rookie." Still, he worried for Decoy, sensing the enemy was no ordinary foe. William turned. "Gerald, who do you think you're worried about?" He declared with absolute certainty. "In this gate, no one is stronger than me." Tucked against his chest was a single, blazing feather. He guarded it closely. Meanwhile, the main character Kiri and Dia navigated the dungeon's forest. Dia laughed mockingly. "Did you see their faces?"
"Those pigs will probably trample them to dust." But as Dia cackled, Kiri and Elam's faces were hardened with tension.
As they pushed onward, Elam's voice cut through the laughter. "They won't fall that easily. You'd better watch your own back." He then turned to his companions.
"You remember the traps?" Dia grinned. "Of course." He then questioned his boss. "Why didn't you just finish them back there?"
Dia argued he could have seized the moment, but Elam cut him off flatly. "My opponent was stronger than me." Dia stared at the main character in pure shock. "What are you talking about?" He couldn't imagine anyone surpassing his leader, but Elam was lost in a memory. His mind replayed the vision of that blazing arrow. He remembered the moment the explosion obscured everyone's vision, and our hero came to Dia's aid. Never before had Elam faced a fire arrow of such terrifying power. The blast alone sent Dia flying.
Elam had countered with his own fire arrow. But to his horror, his opponent's projectile seemed unstoppable. His eyes went wide in disbelief.
Even now, the memory was terrifying. His own attack did nothing. The enemy's arrow was unharmed, its trajectory barely shifting from his blow. Hearing this, Dia forced an awkward laugh. "Don't joke like that." But Elam's gaze was serious. "Why would I be joking?"
Dia's face filled with horror. "So we're running away." The main character told him that was precisely the situation. Elam began to unwrap the cuff on his arm. Dia watched, confused, as our hero examined his hand. "My circle. It has reached its limit." And indeed, the magic pattern on his skin
had grown more complex. "What does that mean?" Dia asked, bewildered. Elam began to explain. "A denser circle causes a difference in power and speed, even with the same magic of the same circle." He clenched his fist, staring at the glowing sigils on his wrist. He continued, "Theoretically, at the limit of the second circle, I should be his equal, if not his superior. However, that man William's power defies all logic." Elam reasoned that a red gate capped entry at the second circle. This could only mean William is using something to boost his power. The image of his fiery, unbeatable foe burned in his mind. The protagonist's warning was grave. "He is the strongest adventurer in this gate," Dia cursed under his breath. "Then how in the world can we win behind them?" Kiri remained silent. Her silence was heavy. Dia desperately turned to Elam. "What's the plan? Are we going to use the hobgoblins again?" Elam began retying his leather cuff. "That's too problematic, so no." The main character explained that hobgoblins are different from stupid pigs. They are intelligent enough to understand their intentions and turn the tables. "Wait," Kiri suddenly spoke up. "What are you even talking about? Have you forgotten our real situation?" The main character met her gaze, his own expression calm and unreadable. Her brow furrowed in frustration. She said with deadly seriousness, "The most critical thing right now is that we've exposed followers of the dark magicians within the Night Order." Kiri insisted this was information the world's fate depended on. "We have to get out of here now," she pleaded. Dia just stared at her. The main character said nothing. "We have to abandon this gate," Kiri urged them, her hand trembling violently as she gripped her sword. She looked between the protagonist and Dia, her voice desperate, but Elam's reply was like a splash of cold water. "It's pointless." Dia spun around in shock. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. Kiri gritted her teeth, her expression twisting. "I knew it. You can't wash away." The taint of a slave's origin. Disgust and prejudice dripped from her voice. "Are you still just after the dungeon reward?" But Elam challenged her. "And what happens after you escape and deliver this information?" He met her glare. Do you really believe you can stop them that easily? Don't underestimate the enemy, Elam warned her. He explained that these followers have hidden in the shadows for centuries, their roots spreading deep into the very foundations of our society. If we expose them now, he continued, they will simply cut their losses and burrow even deeper. Like a retreating army, we'd never find them again. They would become a poison, eating away at the world from within. Kiri's face contorted with rage. She lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar. We can't just do nothing. She was terribly angry. Her voice was a raw scream. Then what are we supposed to do? Kiri yelled into his face. Don't you dare tear down every plan without offering one of your own model sides. Her eyes blazed with fury. We're being hunted, she screamed. We have to get out of here before they catch us. But Elam just smiled and asked her, who exactly did she think the hunter was? He calmly took her hand in his, gently pushing it away. Silence returned to the underground forest. But the beautiful silence was shattered by the sound of troublemakers storming through the trees. Minions of the Dark Magician were on the hunt. They sprinted through the forest, chasing their prey. One of William's men, a scarred warrior, roared that they must find them at all costs. If their targets escaped, they would face the consequences. Just then, Debo exploded from behind a tree, appearing in a flash behind his foe. With a cold, mocking grin, he greeted the startled man. In one fluid motion, Debo's halberd whistled through the air, aimed straight for his enemy's head. A second warrior with a spear sneered, calling Debo a fool for coming alone. The spearman leveled his weapon, his voice dripping with malice. This time, you die, he vowed. But his attack never landed. Kiri, swift as a shadow, sliced the rope of a hidden hobgoblin trap. In an instant, a colossal, sharpened log swung free from its bindings, hurtling through the air and smashing the spearman off his feet. As the man screamed in agony, his scarred comrade yelled out his name. Andreas! Kiri just chuckled, watching her enemies scramble in chaos. Debo soared into the air, swinging his massive halberd. Do you really have time to be distracted? He taunted, charging his remaining opponent. He brought the heavy weapon crashing down, but the man dodged just in time. As the halberd struck the earth, his enemy lunged forward, shouting, Die! His dagger sliced through the air with furious intent, but it met only empty space. Debo had sidestepped the attack with ease. You dodged, the man screamed in disbelief. But the next attack came from below. Debo's knee rocketed upward, smashing directly into his opponent's jaw. The man crumpled to the ground, but Debo wasn't finished. He dropped his halberd, unleashing a storm of bare-handed fury upon his foe. First his face, then his stomach. Each blow stole the man's strength, but Debo's assault was relentless. He rained down punches and kicks without pause. A brutal rage consumed him, turning his attack into a human meat grinder. A fist connected with the man's face, and blood instantly erupted from his nose and mouth. Debo became a whirlwind of destruction, a relentless storm of fists leaving nothing but broken bones in his wake. While this savage beating continued, a girl with a crossbow watched from the trees, trying to line up a shot. She whispered in shock. What is this? She never expected them to be overwhelmed so easily. Suddenly, Kiri materialized behind her, sword already swinging in a deadly arc. The crossbow wielder barely managed to dive out of the way. Crouching low to the ground, Kiri pressed her advantage, her blade a merciless blur. Her opponent desperately dodged and retreated, trying to escape the flurry of attacks, but she couldn't evade forever. Driven into an unstable stance, she saw Kiri's sword aimed for a final, direct strike. The girl threw her crossbow up, hoping to block the fatal blow. Kiri pressed forward, her voice laced with venom. Don't you dare look away from me, she hissed, her eyes burning with pure hatred. In another part of the woods, the silence was broken only by the faint echoes of battle. William heard the distant clashes. It seems they've begun, he mused with a smirk. I wonder, were they actually waiting for us? Bathed in sunlight filtering through the canopy stood the protagonist, his staff held firmly in his grip. William let out a soft, arrogant laugh. Excellent, he declared. Then it's time for our show to begin. In unison, both mages activated their weapons, summoning the raw power of fire. A wicked smile played on William's lips. Both combatants invoked the same spell, Fire Arrow. The main character stood his ground, resolute. William's spell unleashed first, a blazing projectile of pure destruction tearing through the air towards our hero. The protagonist barely managed to leap clear of the impact zone. A heartbeat later, a massive explosion ripped through the forest floor. A cloud of dust and debris filled the air. With a grave expression, the hero countered, summoning his own fire arrow while still on the move. The flaming bolt shot towards William, its trajectory suddenly bending and twisting midair under the influence of the telekinesis ring. But William felt no fear. A crazed, ecstatic look took over his face. Magnificent, he roared, a terrifying grin stretching across his lips. His eyes looked as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Another thunderous explosion erupted, right where William had been standing. The main character shielded his face from the shower of rock and shrapnel. The blast was immense. As the dust settled, he lowered his arm, scanning the crater left by his attack, but his opponent was nowhere to be seen in the smoke. Then suddenly, a rock shot out from the gray abyss, flying straight for the protagonist's head. Our hero's eyes widened. Rocks, he thought in surprise. He quickly sidestepped the projectile, trying to understand what was happening. A voice echoed from nearby. "Is that all you've got?" William was now standing directly behind him, a sly smile on his face. Before our hero could even react, William shouted the incantation again. "Fire arrow!" He swung his staff forward. He unleashed the spell at point-blank range. The resulting explosion was a cataclysm of fire, far more powerful than before. The entire battlefield was consumed by a raging inferno. Trees became torches, and the very air crackled with intense heat. Amidst this horrifying scene, William's silhouette stood untouched by the flames, as if he were a demon in his own personal hell. But opposite him, the protagonist also stood firm, staff in hand. To William's utter astonishment, he was completely unharmed. "Did you use some kind of offset skill?" William asked, his arrogance replaced by genuine surprise. The main character simply stared back in silence. William was both shocked and fascinated. A look of gleeful curiosity lit up his face. "Truly unexpected," he said. "That's it, isn't it?" Alone, his firepower wouldn't have been enough. He demanded to know what Elam had done, but our hero remained silent, his gaze piercing through his enemy's soul. William just chuckled, noting Elam wasn't in a chatty mood. He tightened his grip on the man's staff once more. With a squeeze of his palm, he declared that talk was cheap in a fight. William roared that he would just have to see Elam's power for himself. He unleashed another fire arrow, aiming it directly at our protagonist. Elam's brow furrowed as he shouted, "Revolver!" releasing his own spiraling projectile. And once again, he activated the telekinesis ring. William's eyes shot wide open. In his mind, a single thought screamed, "What is this?" He watched in utter disbelief. Was Elam actually rotating the arrow with telekinesis? It was as if it were drilling straight through his own magic. William had never witnessed anything like it. This overwhelming force obliterated his fire arrow, triggering a massive explosion that ripped through the forest. Flames consumed everything in sight. As the smoke finally began to clear, William stared, unable to process what had happened. He couldn't believe Elam had amplified his skill with telekinesis. A look of grim understanding crossed William's face. He now knew he was facing a so-called genius. Elam stood before him, hand outstretched, with a colossal crater carved into the earth just meters away, a testament to the explosion's power. A wicked smile twisted William's lips. He confessed that he hated people like Elam the most. Pointing his staff forward, he shouted, "Now, let's have some real fun." Another fire arrow erupted from William's staff, streaking directly toward the main character. William screamed for him to show his best. Elam clenched his fist, channeling the power of the Solanas ring. Instantly, countless stones from the surrounding area flew together, forming a powerful shield. The fire arrow slammed into the barrier and was immediately destroyed. But a fragment of fire pierced through, forcing our hero to swiftly leap to a new position. William let out a wild laugh. "What's this? Are you playing hide and seek?" he taunted, his grin widening maniacally. But suddenly, the main character stopped. He thrust his hand forward, activating the ring's power once again. William looked on, confused. In the next instant, one of the fire arrow fragments shot past William's head, nearly grazing him. He dodged, shouting in shock. "When did you manage that?" But the arrow wasn't finished. Elam swept his arm, and the projectile ricocheted off the ground behind William, flying back for another attack. By controlling the arrow, Elam gave his enemy no room to breathe. William jumped, ducked, and scrambled to evade the relentless assault. It pursued him like a homing missile. Veins bulged on William's forehead as pure rage consumed him. He waited for his moment, spotting a gap between attacks. He took his stance and roared that the jokes were over. He unleashed his own fire arrow toward the main character. Danger hurtled towards Elam once more, rapidly closing the distance. Our hero shouted again, summoning the revolver skill. He created another fire arrow, twisting it with the power of his telekinesis ring. The two magical projectiles were on a collision course. William's arrow crashed against the revolver. A violent explosion erupted, and Elam shielded his face from the powerful shockwave. A vicious grin spread across William's face. "Finally," he hissed. As the smoke began to fade, he appeared behind our protagonist in a flash. "Did you really think you could fire twice?" he mocked. A magic ring on his own hand began to glow as he closed in, unleashing his next skill, Poison Breath.
A cloud of toxic spores billowed toward the main character. Elam's eyes widened as the poisonous mist rushed to engulf him.
The cloud was immense, easily as large as the explosion itself. William had poured all his effort into this single move. In moments, the poisonous fumes saturated the area, sickening all life in their path. William approached, explaining that while the skill was potent, it left its user completely defenseless while active. "Your specialty is telekinesis and fire, right?" he asked with a smug grin. He revealed his entire strategy. By correctly timing the cooldown of the fire arrow, he had created the perfect opportunity to strike.
"You won't be able to move for half an hour," he declared. And indeed, our hero's staff slipped from his grasp as he froze in place, enveloped by the poison.
The staff clattered to the forest floor. William began to unsheath a dagger. "My fire arrow has recovered as well," he said coldly. "Forgive my rudeness," he sneered, "but I'll be finishing you with this knife." William's eyes lit up with sadistic glee. This was his favorite part. He slowly stalked towards the main character, his smile twisting into a crazed grin. "I'm so impatient. My insides are bubbling with excitement. I want to see the despair on your face," he shouted, his expression becoming a monstrous mask of cruelty. William licked the tip of his dagger with a drooling tongue. "Are you going to tremble cry? Perhaps," he taunted.
But it seemed our hero had other plans. To William's utter astonishment, Elam suddenly burst into motion, raising a clenched fist.
With a glare of pure determination, he closed the distance in an instant, towering over his stunned opponent. William's face contorted in terror.
A powerful fist crashed into the enemy, catching him completely off guard. The blow landed with a sickening crunch, sending a tooth flying from William's mouth.
Elam was deadly serious. The paralyzing spell had failed, and now his opponent was sent spiraling to the ground from the force of a single punch. Let's rewind 2 days. Iber had gone to the tavern to apologize. When he found himself alone with Deb at the bar, he finally asked his burning question. How did they escape that dungeon? Spreading his hands, he pressed further. How did you deal with the Totos' poison? Elam's gone, he urged. You can tell me now? Deb simply continued to drink his ale. Iber sighed. I'll pay for your drinks if you talk. The tavern was filled with a pleasant hum as other patrons drank and laughed. Deb looked at him and finally spoke. You already heard about it from your men. The boss waved it off, saying it was nothing worth talking about. He just smirked as he savored a drink from his mug. But after a moment, he finally began to reveal a part of their secret. How'd you do it? Iber pressed again. What exactly is room? Biba explained that the technique allows you to inhale and contain the very air around you. The moment the toad unleashed its venom, Elam used that skill to neutralize the toxic cloud. Iber's eyes widened. So you're saying, even at death's door from a toadstool's poison, a person could just absorb it all into a massive space with that skill? Biba nodded. That's exactly it. Nothing special, was it? He then reminded Ibir that he was cut off from the booze for now. Iber's brow furrowed in confusion. Biba just laughed, telling him that he had already said his boss was the ultimate con artist. Meanwhile, the battle between our main character and William continued. Though battle was a generous term, it was more like a one-sided beating. Elam's strikes were fast and precise, forcing his opponent into a desperate retreat. William was clearly still stunned by how our hero, Qimei, had nullified his poison, leaving him powerless to fight back. He tried to stammer something about the poison, his voice trembling with fear. Chassis? But he was cut off by a brutal uppercut from Elam. Our main character then crouched low, gathering his strength for the final assault. With a blur of powerful movements, he rained down countless blows on William's already wounded body. The last strike sent him flying like a broken doll towards the trees. William slammed violently against a hard tree trunk. Instantly, Elam's telekinesis ring glowed, and his staff shot up from the ground, flying swiftly into his hand. In the very next moment, he unleashed his fire arrow skill again. The blazing projectile screamed through the air, straight for the tree William hid behind. He felt the searing heat and barely dodged, but his hand wasn't so lucky. It was severed clean off. William collapsed to the ground, pressing his body to the earth, shaking from the endless agony. He let out a vicious curse at our protagonist, releasing another cloud of poisonous steam. With his ring, Elam simply held a hand forward, invoking the room spell. He effortlessly drew in all the toxic fumes that William had intended to poison him with. But Elam knew this was a trick. His gaze darted to where William's staff lay. His opponent was pretending to be cornered. While aiming for something else entirely, our hero reasoned that if the poison was just a diversion, William's true goal was to reclaim his staff. He glanced at the magic item on his back. William had to try and retrieve it. This move would surely be his end. Elam raised his hand, his expression grim and focused, awaiting the enemy's real attack. It suddenly materialized behind his back, rapidly, approaching as a fireball of enormous size. This immense sphere of destruction closed the distance in the blink of an eye, smashing into him and blasting Elam off his feet, sending him on a long, painful flight. This was, of course, the work of William, or rather, the work of his one remaining hand. William roared with laughter, watching the colossal explosion engulf the area. He rejoiced, believing he had finally tipped the scales of battle in his favor. Next to him, the same magic circle glowed, powered by the artifact on his wrist. William's laughter grew more unhinged, his face twisting into a creepy grin. His entire appearance screamed of a man who had completely lost his mind, bleeding, sweating, and drooling. He shrieked at our protagonist that he was a stupid fool. William screamed with confidence that he would tear him apart and burn him to cinders. As the smoke from the blast slowly began to fade, the area now resembled a scorched riverbed, a scar left by a natural disaster. In the massive crater left by the powerful explosion lay our protagonist, who had sustained heavy damage from the attack. Elam coughed up blood, slowly pushing himself up with his hands. He'd fallen for the trick after all. Our protagonist realized he could never have guessed that his opponent had another powerful weapon like that fire sphere in reserve. As he was processing this, his enemy began to conjure more fireballs, using his magical item again. Elam knew that without the experience from his regression, this would have been a fatal mistake. The huge spheres of fire began to rocket towards him with merciless speed. But our exhausted protagonist couldn't even move, cursing himself in his thoughts. A thunderous explosion ripped through the forest, its destructive power surpassing every blast that had come before it in this fight. The impact of these magical fire spheres was so strong, the light was visible deep within the woods. Hearing the deafening roar, Biba froze for a second, mid-beatdown, his knuckles already bloody. He turned hesitantly towards the forest where the explosion had torn through the trees, calling out for his boss. The enemy in his arms had long since lost consciousness, utterly defeated and beaten. Kiri hadn't been idle either. She had finally dealt with Andreas, who had somehow gotten to his feet after that shameful bout with a log. But it was all for nothing, because now his head was severed and sent flying towards his female ally. That was the finishing blow. All opponents were destroyed. Kiri turned to Biba with an annoyed glare, telling him to stop playing around. She reminded him that Elam was facing that lunatic William all alone. Kiri stared down her new teammate, but Biba retorted that he was busy handling his own business. He shot back, telling her to stop ordering him around. He glared at Kiri with a mix of displeasure and resentment, all while holding a helpless, beaten enemy who could only mumble something unintelligible. To his surprise, blood suddenly gushed from the enemy's head, splashing onto Biba and the surrounding area. His opponent screamed loudly one last time before finally losing consciousness. Biba stared in horror at what just happened. The battle between people was over. But now, it was time to fight the monsters. The heavy thump of powerful feet echoed through the area. The sound grew louder and louder, which meant the approaching danger was getting closer. After a moment, the lords of this dungeon, the hobgoblins, appeared from among the trees, shouting battle cries and holding their weapons high. They charged closer and closer to the troublemakers who had disturbed their territory. Wielding everything from crude daggers to deadly crossbows, Duba clicked his tongue, tension coiling in his gut. Why now of all times, Kiri asked, her voice low. Are those really hobgoblins? She told Duba to brace himself. They had no choice but to clear this area. Kiri fell into a battle stance, her sword held with unwavering confidence. But Duba warned her not to underestimate them. Hobgoblins were never that simple. Besides, there was something else. The main monster's colossal hand slammed a staff into the earth, and its troops halted. It was a massive palanquin, carried by a legion of hobgoblins serving the One, enthroned upon it. Duba felt a chill crawl up his spine. I've got a bad feeling about that one, he muttered. He was looking at the hobgoblin leader, draped in lavish robes, watching the chaos unfold with a terrifying amusement. The monster grinned, its huge red eyes flashing with malice. But the duel between William and the main character was far from over. William could barely remain on his feet, breathing in ragged gasps, trying to recover from the devastating clash. The battle had utterly ravaged him. He cursed into the smoke, shouting at the spot where his opponent had been. Are you even alive? Everything around them was an inferno. Trees were engulfed in roaring flames, and the ground was a lifeless, scarred wasteland. Suddenly, William's eyes shot wide open as he began to choke on his own blood. The veins on his face bulged, his eyes turning a deep crimson as strange. Magical sigils crawled along his neck like a vile curse. William bowed his head, vomiting a torrent of blood. It was no surprise, considering what Elam had just done to his body. William managed a weak, bloody smile. "I admit it. You were good," he rasped, "to push me this far." The cursed patterns spread, like venomous ivy across his skin. He sneered. "Perhaps I should have learned your name before I ended you." But from within the towering pillar of fire, an answer came. The man he thought was dead spoke, his voice echoing from the flames. "My name is Elam." William was utterly stunned, his head snapping up towards the inferno, waiting. He stammered in pure horror. "You're alive!" He clutched his staff, watching, as Elam calmly walked out of the fire, almost completely unharmed. Elam's voice was cold steel. "Remember my name? It will be the last thing you ever hear." His expression was as serene as ever, and though he looked battered, the sheer intensity in his eyes hadn't faded for a second. He still held his staff, ready for the final act. William let out a crazed laugh. "Like a cockroach!" he shrieked. Elam stood before him, a phoenix reborn from the ashes. "How absurd," William mocked. "Just trying to show off your skills." Elam's reply was simple. "That's right, so you should just give up." In his hand, a large sphere pulsed with energy, the magic stone he'd recently acquired. "I knew," Elam stated, "that with only my second circle, fighting you would be difficult." He stared down his opponent, the stone glowing in his palm. William's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that a magic stone?" The cursed patterns on his body tightened their grip, covering him like twisted vines. William let out a soft chuckle, which quickly erupted into hysterical laughter. "You're insane," he roared, pointing a trembling finger. "Do you honestly believe absorbing a single magic stone will create a new magic circle?" The idea was so preposterous he had to bend backwards, howling with laughter. "You fool," he screamed. "A circle isn't formed just by absorbing stones." He reveled in his own supposed wisdom. Knowledge and experience are what truly matter. His face twisted into a disgusting grimace. "You are right about that," Elam calmly agreed, as a vortex of energy began to swirl around him. "Experience and knowledge are indeed important." William stared, his nervous grin faltering. What do you mean by that?" The cursed patterns on his body seemed to constrict, pulling something dangerous inward. Then, on Elam's hand, the third magic circle began to materialize. "Don't you worry," the protagonist said. "My circle is already filled with all the experience and knowledge that I lacked." William was stunned. "Are you trying to scare me with your cheap tricks?" His grotesque smile returned as his crippled body lunged towards Elam, ready to unleash his fire arrows one last time. "Die!" he shrieked as two blazing projectiles shot toward Elam. But our hero simply narrowed his eyes, his voice booming with power. "Fire arrow!" He unleashed his own skill, a vastly more powerful version erupting from his staff. His magic coalesced into a singular, devastating bolt of flame. The two fire arrows from William were instantly consumed. Frightened, he desperately launched a fireball, a last-ditch effort to stop the attack. But the protagonist immediately activated his ring's power. His fire arrow began to spin, piercing through William's final hope and closing the distance in a terrifying instant. William's face froze, in absolute horror. He was bleeding profusely as the blow struck him dead on. With agonizing cries of pain, the immense fiery force tore through the entire clearing, sweeping William away like dust in a hurricane. A few seconds later, an eerie silence fell. Only the crackle of the burning forest remained. Elam stood, quietly for a moment, watching the smoke clear. He saw the charred corpse of his enemy, slowly turning to ash in the flames. He let out a soft sigh. "I forgot to ask for his name." While Elam dealt with one powerful foe, Kiri and Duba were facing another. A horde of hobgoblins swarmed the forest, searching for anyone who had fled the battlefield. They peered into bushes, checked behind trees, and scoured the entire area. Kiri and Duba were hidden behind one of those trees. Duba's hand on Kiri's shoulder. As she supported his weight, she watched the situation with bated breath, praying they wouldn't be discovered. "Damn it," Kiri cursed in her mind. Just minutes earlier, the battle had erupted, Kiri and Duba against the hobgoblin patrol. Duba was a whirlwind of destruction, cleaving through hobgoblins with his massive halberd. He raised his weapon with a mighty roar, counting another defeated enemy whose head he'd just sent flying. A grim amusement played on his face. His movements were precise, brutally efficient. He had clearly grown used to his weapon, his speed increasing dramatically. In a matter of moments, his kill count had already reached 17. Kiri turned, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. While she also...
Kiri parried another vicious blow, her mind racing. How could Debo make this look so effortless?
Debo just laughed, shouting that it was child's play. A deep frown creased his brow as he cursed, claiming he could predict their every move. The hobgoblin roared in defiance. It swung a massive fist right at Debo, but the monster never stood a chance. Debo was simply in another league. He moved like a phantom, launching himself from the side of a tree. With a triumphant cry, he descended upon the creature, ready to claim his 18th kill of the day. But the hobgoblin's death scream never came. A sharp, immense force knocked Debo aside. A catastrophic blow from out of nowhere. It was a massive fireball that erupted with Debo at its center. The blast forced every hobgoblin nearby to dive for cover. This was the work of their leader, the Lord of the Earth.
A cruel smile played on the hobgoblin lord's lips. Kiri stared in absolute horror at the devastation. "Is that an orbital flame?" she screamed.
The hobgoblin lord remained enthroned, his magic staff glowing with power. It was the source of the enormous magic circle that unleashed those devastating streams of fire.
Kiri's mind reeled in terror. A monster that could wield high-tier magic. Somehow, they had managed to escape the blast's epicenter. Now, Debo and Kiri desperately tried to stay hidden.
Kiri couldn't believe this was happening. She never imagined such a thing was possible. Her eyes scanned the dangerous shadows around them. She kept a firm grip on the injured Debo. This was bad, she thought, a complete disaster. Their only hope was to lie low, waiting for Alpum's return.
Only then could they hope to strike back together. Survival was the priority. But as she formulated a plan, a hobgoblin appeared from the other side of their tree.
Thanks to her sharp night vision abilities, Kiri reacted in a split second, dragging Debo away just as the monster's club smashed into the ground where they had just been. They were spotted. The hunt was on. Gasping for breath, Kiri fled with Debo in tow. She dodged the relentless attacks of their pursuers. Suddenly, a hobgoblin materialized right in her path, its grotesque face a mask of pure malice.
Kiri clicked her tongue in frustration, refusing to surrender. She grabbed Debo firmly by the hand, and with a powerful heave, launched him high into the air.
For a moment, Debo soared above the chaos. Below, Kiri dispatched the hobgoblin blocking their path. As soon as the monster fell, she moved into position. She expertly caught Debo as he came down, shouting that the enemies were swarming them from all sides. She thought that one-on-one, they were manageable. But this relentless wave was something else entirely. Suddenly, Kiri's eyes widened in dread. Something terrifying appeared ahead, and she froze in her tracks.
A torrent of pure flame erupted towards them, nearly incinerating her and Debo, whom she carried like a princess. It was him again, the magic-wielding boss.
The monster cackled, its staff pointed forward, unleashing every ounce of its terrifying power. Kiri's heart sank. This was the last enemy she wanted to face. She spun around, running for her life, but a new fireball, glowing with immense heat, locked onto them, chasing them through the woods. The orb's speed was far greater than the exhausted Kiri's, who was burdened with her ally. It caught up to them in seconds, detonating in a brilliant, fiery explosion. The hobgoblin lord roared with laughter, savoring his victory, but as the smoke cleared, his laughter died. He saw two silhouettes standing within the crater. The swirling smoke parted to reveal Debo, standing firm on his own 2 feet. He gripped his halberd tightly, standing as a shield in front of the fallen Kiri. She looked up in shock, asking where he thought he was going. But Debo didn't answer. His gaze locked on his foes. With an unnervingly calm intensity, in a flash, he kicked off the ground, becoming a blur of motion as he charged the enemy horde. His halberd raised high.
Stunned, the hobgoblin boss pointed a trembling finger. "Attack him! Destroy him!" he shrieked. And his subordinates obeyed without question.
They rushed forward to intercept their target. The two forces were about to collide. However, this Debo was far more ferocious than before.
He carved through the monsters effortlessly. A single swing of his halberd reaped through their ranks. When one tried to ambush him from behind, Debo reacted instantly, bending low
and slicing through the creature's torso with blinding speed. The dungeon boss watched, his confidence shattering. After all, he was certain that first fireball had finished the boy. He was finished back then. The Lord of the Earth decided to end this now. He would use the same technique once more. He thrust his magic staff forward, conjuring another massive energy fireball. With a triumphant roar, he hurled it at Debo. However, it was all useless.
Watching from the ground, Kiri gasped in shock. She whispered that she could not believe it, wondering if Debo really only had one circle of magic.
Debo dodged the attack with impossible ease, appearing directly above the dungeon boss in the next instant. The monster stared in disbelief as the halberd descended for the finishing blow, but when his weapon was right next to the monster's face, the monster unleashed a pulse of magic, violently throwing Debo away from him. Debo flew backward, landing right on Kiri, who caught him in midair. Still, he had left his mark. The monster was now truly enraged. Its jaw dropped and its eye was damaged. The dungeon boss's entire body trembled with agony and fury. Veins bulged on its face as it let out a soul-shaking scream, creating another destructive ball right above its head. Debo could barely stand on his own feet, but he was still able to hold his weapon. Kiri took a defensive stance. Clutching her sword, she told Debo to rest because she would handle this herself. The Lord screamed and sent that same fireball towards Kiri and Debo again. But as soon as it started to approach them, a more powerful energy pierced the attack, heading straight towards the dungeon boss. To the surprise of everyone present, the monster exclaimed in surprise. Its pupils reflected the dangerous something approaching it. This enormous force literally pierced the dungeon boss in the blink of an eye, depriving him of his body in just a few seconds. The very dungeon boss that Debo and Kiri could not defeat was killed in the most shameful way, Kiri exclaimed in surprise. Looking at what was happening, she never expected something like this to happen, so now she was shocked by what she saw. It was the main character who had come to their aid. As soon as he dealt with William, he thrust his wounded hand forward, using the ring, using telekinesis to spin his attack once more. The solution arrived just in the nick of time. His body may be wounded, but his fighting spirit was far from broken. Outside the gate, a deceptive calm had settled. Rano sat beside it, letting out a sleepy yawn. It had already been 3 days, and still, not a single word. He scratched his head, lounging on a log, his sword resting beside him. He hadn't had a proper rest in ages. All Rano wanted was to earn his money in peace, but this endless waiting was starting to grate on him. He sighed, realizing he wasn't cut out for this kind of work. He swore he'd never accept a simple guard mission again. Suddenly, Rano's attention snapped toward the gate where the main character was locked in battle. He noticed a commotion stirring nearby. Why were people running around like that all at once? The gate began to fracture and crumble. The very space around it was collapsing. The surrounding trees were torn to splinters as Rano shot up from his seat, demanding to know what was happening. The gate was undeniably opening, a sign that could only mean one terrible thing. A commander roared at his men. "Get the healers now!" Rano rushed over, demanding to know what happened. "Report the situation." The commander turned to Rano, his face grim. "There are survivors." He explained that the gate's disappearance meant only one thing: the raid had failed. Rano felt a chill as he stared at the figures emerging. Survivors, but crawling from the dust were Kiri, Dee, and Elam. Their bodies mangled, covered in burns and horrific wounds. After they were rushed to safety, Elam's eyes fluttered open. He pushed himself up, looking around in a daze. "Where am I?" Rano sat across from him, legs crossed on a crate. He let out a dry chuckle. "Looks like you've finally regained consciousness." Then, Rano's expression hardened. "Listen to me, and answer my questions." His tone was deadly serious. This raid was made up of ace teams. Yet only you 3 from the Gapor Guild made it out alive. Rano leaned in. "Elam, what happened in that gate?" Breathing heavily, Elam repeated Rano's words in a daze. "Only we survived." He bowed his head, wrapping trembling arms around himself. A healer nearby began chanting, casting a spell to mend his wounds. Elam's voice was a broken whisper. "They all died." Rano's patience snapped. "Answer me properly," he growled. "If you value your life." Elam squeezed one eye shut, the memory searing his mind. "There was a demon inside." Rano gasped. "A demon? Was it really a demon?" Elam asked for a pen and paper. "I'll draw it for you." After they were provided, he began to sketch. "I don't know its name." As the image took shape, Rano stared in shock. He closed his eyes, a dreadful realization dawning. "It's true." Later, the guild representatives gathered in a tense meeting. The tent buzzed with fury and disbelief. Someone slammed a fist on the table. "This is absolute nonsense." Doral roared, his face flushed with anger. 100 elite hunters from every guild." He threw his hands up in frustration. "Even if there were only 100 people, it was still a red-level gate. Do you expect us to believe they were all wiped out by monsters?" His voice cracked with rage. "The survivors are most likely the ones who never even met the enemy." He was seething. His cousin had been on that raid. He clenched his fist, the veins in his arm bulging. This was Dorel, Of the Sky Guild, Rano spoke calmly. I don't believe they're lying. He held up the paper Elam had drawn. Because the boss of this gate was this creature. A wave of shock rippled through the tent. Are those hobgoblins? The room erupted in chaotic chatter. The guild! Representatives started talking all at once. Didn't they say those things could use items? Someone else added. I heard they possess high intelligence.
Fighting them is like fighting an actual army. Another representative connected the dots. In that case, sending only 100 chinches.
People in... That explains everything. As the arguments raged, Rana watched from the side. A man stroking his mustache let out a loud chuckle. I'm not sure I understand something. He spoke up, silencing the room. I don't know about the rest of you, but do you really think our Natasha couldn't handle them? He sat back with an air of superiority. This was Franco, from the Goldrich Guild. Rano's gaze narrowed. What are you implying? Franco feigned surprise. Are you asking because you truly don't understand? His expression darkened, becoming a threatening mask. It must have been provocateurs, unless it was a massacre in there, Franco declared. Any other conclusion is simply delusional. He began to lay out his theory. It's impossible to know what really happened inside that gate, right? His voice dripped with suspicion. I have a bad feeling. Was this someone's plan? Or just an accident? All the guild? Representatives turned to him, listening intently. Franco continued. The moment I heard that the only 3 survivors were all from the same group, that assumption was the first to enter my mind. Abby, smoking a cigar, closed his eyes in irritation. I'm tired of listening to this. He exhaled a plume of smoke. So, you're calling the Gapur Guild traitors? Abby stated the facts plainly. According to the report,
our survivors had a 3rd circle defensive barrier. That is the only reason they were saved. He looked at Franco. Shouldn't that be the end of it?
Franco irritably pinched his mustache. His voice was cold as ice. Are you saying your adventurers are more capable than ours? Abby shot back. I didn't come here for a chat, Franco sneered. If you had so much talent, you wouldn't be stuck at the bottom of the top 10 guilds. Abby simply smiled. We're just getting started. The list will be changing soon. But I suppose you can make some room for us now. They traded veiled threats with smiles on their faces as the others watched awkwardly. Rano knew. This had to end now. Franco crossed his arms. Given your claims, you must have proof. Correct. Abby met his gaze. What proof are you talking about? He took the cigar from his mouth, his expression turning deadly serious. For starters, not a single item was looted from the dead. They had no motive. Elam bowed his head. He turned to Rano, stating it was time for them to leave. He thanked him for his aid, while Kiri helped Dwa get back on his feet. Rano agreed. Telling them to? Be careful. He watched them depart in silence. Gate, hand on his hip, asked if they should really just let them go. Rano wondered to himself.
With a grave expression. Was he doing the right thing? The forest was still. The protagonist and his new team trekked onward, exhausted from the long battle. Suddenly, Elim spotted a snail peeking from behind a tree. They all froze, Sai asked. Is that thing actually following us? The snail slowly crawled out, a friendly smile on its face. The scene flashes back in the dungeon. Kiri asked the main character what was on his mind. In that moment, everything was consumed by fire. The world around them was burning. Kiri reminded him that they had annihilated the Black Mage followers and the hobgoblins, the entire monster. Settlement was now ashes, along with the surrounding forest. Now, she said, we throw away the items, wound each other, and exit the gate, right? They stared at one another as the inferno raged around them. A serious look hardened the protagonist's eyes. Tucked in his bag was that same feather he had taken from William. Elam was deep in thought. They had defeated the boss and discarded the loot, just as planned. However, the item from William was the phoenix feather. It held immense power within a single plume. Elam knew that merely possessing it would amplify his fire magic by a 1/3. And unlike other items, its effect was cumulative. The protagonist finally understood. He now knew why every adventurer here had perished before his regression. He realized with grim certainty that this was a truly unexpected treasure, one he absolutely had to take with him. But Kiri warned him. If we take anything besides the original items, we'll be suspected of being the instigators. She reminded him with a serious tone that Elam himself had set that rule. Abandon your useless greed, she urged, and stick to the plan. We've already found the exit. And indeed, they stood before the gate, surrounded by an unending sea of flames that never once flickered. But then,
A small flower bloomed amidst the terrifying blaze. Elam and Kiri stared in shock. Could that possibly be a snail? It was a pet snail. Unlike the monstrous ones, this type was peaceful and had a habit of collecting items it found by scent. These little
Helpers used their shells as warehouses. This particular snail had a unique ability. It could expand its shell's size as it collected more things.
The protagonist placed the snail on his shoulder. It immediately began to rummage inside its tiny shell, searching for the very item he needed. After a few moments, the snail pulled out the phoenix feather that he had managed to snatch from William. Elam smiled, and the snail chirped with joy. Kiri looked on with disbelief. "So you still managed to smuggle those feathers out," she said. "How did you even know about the snail's ability?" "We're leaving anyway," Elam replied calmly, tucking the feathers away. "We had to explore every option," Kiri conceded. "We did? Everything you said. What's next?" She was still supporting DeBoss to keep him from collapsing. "Don't be hasty," the protagonist told her.
Elam explained that since the instigators had infiltrated the Knights of Sinus, they had to use this valuable information with extreme care. Otherwise,
their targets could vanish into the shadows, never to be found again. "What does that mean?" Kiri asked, surprised. Elam looked away and answered, "They've likely already been informed of everything. We have to go." Elsewhere, Eborg was reading a report. "Janice's guild? Wiped out.
Maria and Dix too. Golda's, Elid, and Sky's. No one is left," Oder said grimly. The attack was a failure, crushing the paper in his hand.
Baz knelt before him, her head bowed. "They were all slaughtered by the monster. Only 3 from Gapur survived." She reported that at the meeting. Suspicions about instigators were raised, but only Gapur was mentioned. Due to a lack of evidence, they were found innocent. "Despite the failure," Baz continued, "our people's identities remain hidden. We should prepare for the next phase." Rain lashed against the window. Eborg stood watching the storm, Baz kneeling silently behind him. After a long pause, he asked, "Are you sure they haven't been revealed?" Baz looked up, startled. "What do you mean?" he explained. "The plan was to eliminate everyone, then take on the boss. It's obvious that those 3 met with William. But the man named Elam said nothing about it," Baz countered. "But why would they hide it even if he exposed us? We couldn't be blamed. Our people are spread across all the guilds." "There is a reason to hide it," Eborg mused. "What if Elam suspects there's a mastermind guiding the Black Mage followers from the shadows?" He continued, "If they are the only ones who know, what would happen if they decided to reveal that information?" Baz's eyes widened in alarm. "Then they would be in grave danger," she cried out.
"We must pull our people from the guild before they're exposed." But Iborg simply said, "No, it's an invitation." He laughed, turning to face her.
"How interesting," he purred. "I'm willing to accept this challenge." Eborg then declared, "Let's change the stage." The storm raged outside. Eborg continued to weave his wicked schemes. "We need to ensure," he said with a smirk, "that we are the lucky ones who discover the truth." At that moment, lightning flashed over the 50-person gate, its surface scarred by those who had entered. We dive into Debo's memories, from before his regression. It's clear to see his life was hell. After Judgment Day began, monsters poured from the dungeons, roaming free and destroying everything in their path. Debo remembered a time of extreme poverty, where showing basic human decency was considered a luxury. His eyes were filled with despair. Every single day, he was forced to watch his sister suffer, slowly dying from the black blood disease. In his final moments, he regretted not being unable to protect his only family member. Debo was on his knees. His clothes were shredded, a testament to a brutal struggle, and his body was a map of fresh wounds and poorly healed scars.
At his feet lay a small bow, once belonging to his sister, a hollow reminder of his failure in this endless hell, just as despair threatened to consume him. Dean felt a surge of,
Did he expect anything good before Iran entered his life? She appeared with a faint smile, asking if anyone was still breathing. She stood in the ruins of the building, where Debo was trapped, joking that he looked like he'd been through hell. As Aaron crouched on a pile of monsters, she asked if he needed a hand. At that moment, one beast peered into the shattered room, its massive eyes fixed on them. Debo scowled, coldly telling her to get lost. That was his first encounter with Aaron, but fate had other plans. Debo left that prison with her, and now, they fought monsters as comrades. A monster roared, baring its teeth, but Dio obliterated it with a single, decisive strike. He roared in triumph. "I won!" One of his teammates cheered, saying he was short by 30 seconds. They had already finished their quota of monsters. The woman on his team smirked, declaring that they'd found today's dishwasher. She sheathed her sword, telling Debo he was showing off again. He just yelled back in frustration. Once the coast was clear, Erin turned with a bright smile, announcing that everyone had gathered. She praised their work, asking if they were ready to move on. While her team handled the stragglers, Erin stood atop a mountain of defeated spirits, her overwhelming contribution to the battle plain for all to see. 1 year. That was all it took to shatter Debo's old way of life. He now looked at his mentor with pure pride. Erin was a warrior of ice and steel, but she was a protector who always cleared the path for them.
Watching her, Debo's entire worldview began to shift, and he sought to aid her in any way he could. A teammate laughed, exclaiming,
"What are you talking about?" Debo was on dish duty from the sealed dungeon to the testing cave, Debo retorted with flustered anger, claiming he just wasn't properly prepared. He screamed at his comrade to stop laughing, but the man just chuckled, saying the great Debo couldn't possibly lose so easily. He slung his weapon over his shoulder, smiling. "You call yourself Erin's student. If you want the title, you better start putting in the work," Debo sputtered, offended, insisting he'd never said that. While the two bickered, Erin and a woman named Shannon walked ahead. Erin turned to her, asking if that was the place. Shannon pointed forward. "I saw the traces my brother left earlier." Erin noted that the atmosphere here felt different. The cave they were approaching radiated a sinister energy, unlike any place they'd been before. Erin wondered if such a place truly existed beneath Mount Chi. Illness, but they pressed onward. How did they end up here? It all started a few days ago, when Shannon appeared at their headquarters. She begged Erin for help, pleading that the abandoned mines of Mount Elnaz were far too dangerous to enter alone. She explained that no one else was willing to go with her, but she needed someone strong to find her lost brother. She stood before Erin, hands clasped, desperation in her weary eyes, darkened by sleepless nights. But Erin told her such a request wasn't for her. She didn't run personal errands. Her gaze was stern as she pointed out that Shannon wanted to come with them, which was pure madness. Erin stated that even if Shannon knew the way, with the skills of a third circle mage, she would only be a liability. Erin told her that she should already know this. Shannon's eyes, brimming with tears, fell to the floor. Erin added that there was no guarantee her brother was even alive, and told her to find other adventurers. Suddenly, Debo, who had been listening, stepped forward. "Forgive my interruption," he said to Erin. He believed that for Shannon, they were her last hope. As Erin turned to him, Debo explained that no adventurers had returned from the Cave of Trials since the Day of Judgment. He declared with a determined gaze that he wanted to help her. If I take full responsibility for her safety," he asked, "will you reconsider her request?" Inside the cave, ash and smoke filled the air. As the team ventured deeper, they stumbled upon the corpse of an adventurer. Erin asked Shannon if this was him. Shaking her head, Shannon confirmed it wasn't her brother. Erin mused that this must be a good thing. Another teammate inspected the body, wondering what could have killed him. Erin observed that the wounds weren't from a monster. She had a feeling he'd been dead for a week. Suddenly, an oppressive darkness fell over them. A teammate gasped. "Wait, if I remember correctly, that should be..." Something massive crashed down from the cave ceiling, shattering the ground beneath. Debo cried out in shock. "What's going on?" He shielded Shannon, his eyes squeezed shut, horrified by what he suspected. Looking up at the beast they now faced, Debo cursed. "No way!" he screamed. "It's a Zakum!" The monster immediately lashed out, its long arms striking at the adventurers. Debo moved to protect Shannon, yelling for her to get back. But before he could act, Erin flashed past him, severing the monster's arm with a clean strike. "Debo, we'll take the left," she commanded, her expression instantly hardening. She tightened her grip on her weapon, ready for battle. While Shannon scrambled on the floor, Deo charged forward with a grin, roaring that they would end this now. The entire team swarmed the Zakum, intent on bringing it down. Countless arms, hard as stone, sprouted endlessly from its grotesque body. The adventurers hacked away at each new limb. During the chaotic fight, Shannon, protected by a defensive circle, spotted a small opening in the cave wall and slipped inside. A short while later, the monster was finally slain. Debo gasped for breath, leaning on his halberd. The rumors were true. That thing was tough. The woman on their team looked around. "Has anyone seen Shannon?" She began to pace, nervously. Debo shouted in disbelief. "What do you mean, lying on the cave floor was nothing but the small hairpin she always wore? It was right at the entrance of that ominous passage Shannon had entered." Debo snatched it up. "It can't be. How could she go in there alone? He cursed, shouting. That was far too reckless. Aaron's expression darkened. Everyone, assemble, she commanded. I don't know what that is, but I can feel an immense power, immense energy emanating from deep within the cave. Bois asked in shock if something else was lurking inside. Aaron confirmed it, her senses on high alert. Though she couldn't identify the source, one thing was certain: this creature was overwhelmingly powerful and dangerous. But Debo's voice cut through the tension, filled with resolve. He would find it. He declared that it was his sole responsibility to protect Shannon, ordering them all to stay behind. He bowed his head, the weight of his guilt pressing down on him. But Alina and his team urged him to
calm down, asking if he didn't hear Aaron's decision. Suddenly, Aaron announced she was going with him. Debo's eyes shot wide with surprise. Aaron declared that whatever was
inside that passage threatened the entire Maple world. She confidently slung her weapon over her shoulder, her duty clear. Eliminating threats was her job. With their resolve united, the team moved forward, plunging into the mysterious chasm. Inside this part of the cave, they found a blazing inferno. 2 rivers of scorching hot lava flowed on either side of a narrow path. And right in the heart of this hellscape grew a colossal tree, its branches bound in heavy chains. At its base sat Shannon, her head bowed over the lifeless body of her brother, Dia. Shannon, Dia cried out as they entered, desperately trying to get her attention, but she only wept beside her brother's still form. When Debo saw the body, a horrifying question echoed in his mind: was that a corpse? Shannon gently caressed her brother's face, whispering his name. The scene sent a chill down Aaron's spine. Something was terribly wrong. Cursing under his breath, Dia called out to Shannon again,
shouting for her to stay put, that he was coming for her. But Shannon began to smile, a chilling sight as tears streamed down her face. She turned to Dee,
her voice eerily calm. She knew he would come. He was always so kind. However, she whispered, she could never leave this place. Her eyes were filled with a strange madness. A stunned Dia asked what she was talking about. Shannon then asked him if he knew the true meaning of Zakum. She revealed it was the Hein Ni, Devil's Tree. People believed Zakum was a mobile creature, but that was merely a vessel. The true Zakum was the enormous tree right in front of them. The monstrosity she sat beneath was their real enemy. Shannon declared that their battle with the true beast hadn't even begun.
Dia called her name again, confused and panicked. But Aaron calmly thanked her for the intel, admitting she never suspected this was the monster's true form. Aaron held
her hand out, stopping Dee in his tracks. She told Shannon not to worry. She would handle this. Aaron began to walk toward the demon tree along the narrow
path between the lava. She warned Shannon to leave quickly, as the area was far too dangerous. You could be crushed, she said, her tone sharp.
She then asked if Shannon wanted to test the strength of her bones, adding that her brother's death would be for nothing. In response, Shannon pulled the manosphere from her brother's chest. As Aaron demanded to know if she understood the stakes, Shannon whispered that everything was already in motion. The moment they arrived, she crushed the sphere in her hand, tears still falling. Cracks spread across its surface as Shannon explained that the true enemy
penetrates and controls. It doesn't just stand like a statue. In that instant, Maia thrust her weapon straight through Debo, piercing his body.
He coughed up a spray of blood. Aaron whirled around in shock, only to see another teammate aiming their weapon directly at her, closing in. Debo choked out, turning to his comrade. Miria? What are you doing? His eyes widened in horror when he saw her face. Her eyes were blazing with a crimson fury. Gritting her teeth, she screamed in pure rage that he was the one who killed her friends. It's useless, Shannon shrieked, a crazed smile twisting her face. In their minds, you are just a target for their revenge. She laughed, screaming that the end had finally come. From the molten lake, another colossal Zakum began to rise, its form dripping with lava. Shannon cried out that they had to end this show in the most spectacular way possible. Her eyes turned as black as Miria's, her hair bleaching white as she screamed in ecstasy. It is all for the Black Mage. A massive explosion erupted. Debo cursed inwardly. Are they possessed by Zakum? His body trembled from the devastating wound as he clenched his jaw against the searing pain, clutching his side. Debo watched the chaos unfold. Aaron's voice cut through the din, screaming his name, telling him to snap out of it. Finish him, she roared. Wake up, that isn't Miria anymore. The possessed. Miria grinned, a horrifying sight as she towered over Debo, her body shrouded in a sinister black aura. Debo stared at the energy and shouted, I know! Aaron unleashed her skill. Adrenaline charge! She swung her polearm, channeling all of its power toward the demon tree. With a devastating, explosive strike, she cleaved through a massive section of its trunk, sending splintered branches flying. Gritting his teeth, Debo watched as Aaron's powerful attacks continued to ripple through the battlefield. He cursed again. This is my fault, he thought, his gaze falling upon the lifeless body of another teammate lying among the rubble. If he hadn't led them here, none of this would have happened. With a desperate roar that drowned out his own pain, Debo charged toward the enemy wearing his friend's face. This is all because of me. He slammed his halberd directly into Miria, forcing a choked cry from her lips. I'm sorry, he whispered, but she had no intention of falling. She reached for his face, ready to strike, but Debo moved faster, slicing her body clean in half. In the final moment before death, a flicker of humanity returned. Miria reached out, her fingertips gently touching Debo's cheek. She died as herself, thanking him. Take care of Aaron, she whispered with a faint smile. Debo clenched his teeth, overwhelmed by a pain that was not just physical, but soul deep. At the same time, Aaron continued her fierce battle. She fought their true enemy, a being of pure destructive power. Launching herself from the ground, she soared toward the tree, shouting, Is this really your true body? Pushing off the air itself, she swung her weapon, crashing down on the tree's trunk, which was covered in countless watching eyes. The impact caused a massive explosion, but the monster instantly prepared to counterattack. With colossal stone hands, it attacked Aaron, clicked her tongue in frustration, launching herself sideways to dodge the crushing blow. Just then, Deba landed beside her, roaring, Aaron, let's smash this thing together. This is our fight. The assault began, blow after blow raining down on the stone giant. But the puppet of Zankum was no easy foe. One of its massive stone hands shot out, meeting Deba's attack head on. It was a brutal stalemate. A guttural curse escaped his lips as he struggled to hold back the relentless onslaught. All the while, Shannon watched, from the shadows. The moment she saw Deba's defenses falter, she lunged forward, dagger in hand, a crazed shriek on her lips, calling his struggle a beautiful performance. Her face was a twisted mask of insanity, but her time had run out, like a phantom. Aaron moved, her blade a silver flash coming to the rescue. With a single, decisive strike, she cut down the restless Shannon. Her body crumpled to the cavern floor. Aaron turned her gaze forward. Only the stone sentinel remained. Why isn't it falling? Deba screamed in shock. But just as the words left his mouth, his vision began to warp, the world dissolving at the edges. A phantom spike of agony lanced through his mind. He screamed, dropping his weapons, his hands flying to his head as if to keep his skull from splitting apart. Deba? Aaron's voice was sharp with alarm. Has its power gotten to you? He cursed, a raw scream tearing from his throat. I don't want this, Aaron. Kill me quickly. The demonic tree's poison flooded his very soul, devouring his sanity with terrifying speed. He begged her to do it now, before he lost control. A curse tore from Aaron's throat, laced with despair. Clutching her weapon, she apologized. Deba offered a pained smile, thinking that this was truly for the best. Perhaps this was his penance for all his thoughtless actions. He saw a flash of Aaron pulling him from that dark, ruined place. He saw the faces of his fallen comrades. Faster, he begged in his mind. But suddenly, his consciousness snapped. The tree sank its roots into his most precious memories. Shannon's corpse, lying nearby, was no longer Shannon. It was his little sister. It was as if he'd been thrown into another reality. His mind reeled in horror. Could that be Divi? Fear gripped him. Why was his sister here? 1,000 questions screamed in his head. What happened? Who did this to her? As Aaron cautiously moved closer, she entered his line of sight, and a horrifying thought took root. Was she the one? Did she kill his sister? Aaron's face was grim. Don't worry, Deba, she said softly. It will all be over. Soon. But it was too late. A tidal wave of pure, undiluted hatred consumed him. His soul roared with a single question. How dare you kill my sister? In that instant, Aaron faced a two-front war. On one side, the stone behemoth. On the other, the student she had trained, now lost to madness. It was a desperate battle for survival. Aaron was a legendary warrior, but Deba, fueled by grief and phantom rage, was her equal in every way. Worse, he now had a monster as his ally. After a flurry of blows, Deba lashed out with a vicious kick, but she met his assault with a trembling fist. She clicked her tongue. So this was its true power. It didn't just kill. It twisted love into poison. Blow after endless blow rained down. It was a deadly dance of advance and retreat. But Aaron refused to yield. She unleashed a powerful strike, the shockwave shattering the monster's arm. In a flash, she was behind Deba, her halberd held ready. He spun around, his eyes still burning with a furious, misguided hatred. But it didn't stop Aaron. She brought her halberd around in a devastating arc, unleashing the final blow. A wave of frost magic erupted, encasing the giant in ice. The impact sent Deba flying, his weapon clattering from his grasp. Pushing off the ground, Aaron launched herself towards the frozen statue. "It's over now, monster," she yelled. Behind her, the spectral form of a colossal bear materialized, a phantom of pure energy. This was her ultimate art. Final explosion, the bear raised its massive paw, mirroring Aaron's movement as they advanced to deliver the final judgment. But then, she saw him. Deba, perched atop the monster's frozen head. He launched himself off the statue, a dark missile aimed directly at her. There was no time. It was too late to stop. A curse formed in her mind. "You fool!" This was their only chance. She couldn't hesitate. With a final, soul-tearing cry, she unleashed her power. A torrent of energy surged toward the demonic tree, annihilating everything in its path. Sometime later, Deba's eyes fluttered open. What happened?" he groaned, pushing himself up from the ground. "The Zakum?" Aaron's voice, though weak, held a gentle smile. "Ah, you're awake," she said, her tone weary. "That's wonderful." She was leaning against a stone, sitting in a pool of her own crimson blood, and protruding from her stomach was his own halberd. With a kind smile, she said, "I thought I might leave without saying goodbye." The sight shattered his world. A raw, broken scream of her name tore from his throat as despair consumed him. He reached out, a trembling hand, his voice a pleading whisper, trying to deny the nightmare before him. "You were supposed to kill me. So why? Why are you—" Aaron looked at him. "We failed once, 800 years ago. This time, it was my duty to stop the Black Mages." Deba knelt before her, listening through a haze of tears. "Considering your age," she continued, "your talent is second to none." His eyes overflowed. "I could train for a lifetime and never be like you," he choked out, watching in horror as his master's strength faded. She just smiled. "Now, you must take care of Maple." As if on cue, the mountain groaned, and a crack appeared in the cavern ceiling. A single ray of sunlight pierced the gloom, illuminating them both. "I know you can do it," Aaron said, "because you are my one and only student." Her eyelids grew, heavy. "I'm so very tired. I think I'll rest a little now." Her consciousness began to fade. Deba, seeing this, tried to call her name, begging her to wake up. In the end, her last breath was spent whispering his name, a sound that was lost to time. Aaron was gone. Now, he had to tell his friends what had happened. He had stepped onto a path of eternal winter, a road paved with frost and cold. He stood up, once more, but this path was all he knew. In a world without Aaron, there was no sun for him. There was only hell. He could not find a new purpose. He could only try to atone for a sin he couldn't control, and fulfill the final wish of the one he cherished most. As he faced the coming darkness, in a one-on-one clash, Biba could not withstand the monster's overwhelming power, falling into the oblivion he had long awaited. He was utterly erased by a cataclysmic explosion, and just like that, his past life ended, in the present. Dia's eyes fluttered open, his gaze lost on the familiar ceiling as he lay in bed. His sister, Danae, was alive in this timeline. As he sat up, she called out to him, her voice laced with surprise and concern. "Brother, are you awake?" She confessed she was worried he wouldn't come to his senses. Danae was in the middle of her usual chores, her arms full of laundry. "Did you have a nightmare?" she asked. "You were talking in your sleep." Dia looked surprised. A nightmare? He couldn't remember a thing. Awkwardly, he scratched the back of his head. As his sister set his things down, a sharp knock echoed from the front door. Who could that be? She wondered aloud. No one had mentioned they were coming. But when she opened the door, her expression turned to a bright smile. "Brother, get up," she called. "You have a guest. A guest." For him, Dia slowly made his way to the entrance. Leaning on the doorframe, one hand in his pocket, he saw Elam standing there. Elam immediately met his gaze. "We need to hurry," he said, his arms crossed impatiently. "Get ready," Dia asked in disbelief. "Don't you ever rest," Elam shot back. "What have you been doing this whole time?" Dia let out a heavy sigh. It was just like Elam to be this way. "Have our plans changed?" he asked. The protagonist's answer was short and direct. "Lend me 200,000 meso." Dia immediately balked. "Not a chance," he protested. A short while later, Elam was seated in Abby's office,
discussing their last venture into the gate. Aby was skeptical.
A hobgoblin village. Really? He asked, arms folded. Nearly 100 people died there because of them. And you two survived. Just because you had one extra person, Aby questioned, staring at Elam from across the large desk. Elam's response was simple. That's right. Aby gritted his teeth, his mind racing. What was the catch? Is there really nothing else you can tell me? He pressed. His face grew stern. You should know that the reward is only given after the information is fully verified. Do you two really need this money?
Elam simply apologized, then reached into his bag, pulling out a thick wad of cash. I'd like to pay off my debt first, the protagonist stated.
There's 200,000 mesos there, Elam said calmly. It should be enough to cover everything. Abby's body tensed, his mind reeling. Where could he have possibly gotten so much money? He'd never paid them that much. He must have another source of income. Perhaps. Abby thought he would tell everything for a much higher price. He clapped his hands together. Congratulations, he exclaimed with a heavy sigh.
Now that you're a free adventurer, we should draw up a new contract. Tell me how much you want, and I'll see what I can do.
Abby offered. Elam's expression was dead serious. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, 50 million? Abby shot up from his seat, his face a mask of shock. 50 million? Are you insane? He roared. Even C-rank adventurers don't get paid that much. But Elam merely rose from the table, resolute. On his hand was the very same ring he had received from William. In that case, he said coolly, our conversation is over. Elam headed for the exit, leaving Abby speechless.
As the protagonist stepped out of the guild, Dia, who was waiting by the exit, rushed over. How did it go? We couldn't agree on the price, Elam answered. The two began walking down the street. Dia asked nervously, how much did you ask for?
Elam told him plainly. 50 million? Dia screamed, grabbing his head. Did you completely lose your mind? Elam just kept looking forward. No.
Dia clicked his tongue in pure irritation. And you didn't even bother to consult me. He glanced around at their surroundings. So why are we here now?
Are you familiar with this place? Elam asked. Of course, Dia scoffed. These are the slums. I wanted nothing more than to escape this place as a child. They were in a maze of narrow streets, endless stairs, and dilapidated houses. Lines of shabby, dirty clothes hung everywhere. The streets were almost deserted. It's not like I live in a great place now, Dia admitted. But compared to this hellhole, my home is a paradise. This area used to be the most prosperous part of RZA, Duba told Elam. But that's ancient history. Now, it's nothing but a den for criminals. Local vagrants were begging for change on every corner, and the terrible stench of waste filled the air. Dia turned to his friend. Is this really the most disgusting place on Victoria Island? He asked, as the two adventurers continued down the street, passing locals who were whispering amongst themselves. Suddenly, someone stumbled out from an alleyway, falling right at their feet. It was a guy named Ralph. The protagonist and his partner both stared down at him in surprise. Instantly, the atmosphere changed. Elam's gaze swept the area, as did Dia's. They were surrounded. Armed figures emerged from the shadows, closing in on the three of them. Ralph cursed under his breath. Everything was going just fine. He scrambled up from the ground, looking around nervously. Dia sighed and scratched the back of his head. Looks like a fight's brewing. We should just go, he said. This is normal here. But suddenly, Ralph pointed at them and yelled, You guys are a little late. Dia and Elam stared at him in shock. He was deliberately dragging them into his problem, with potential enemies closing in. Ralph continued his act. These fools accused me of stealing, but I didn't do anything, he shouted. Then his eyes pleaded with them. You have to say something. He whispered desperately to the protagonist and Dia. Save me. Tears filled his eyes as he placed a hand on Dia's shoulder. Dia turned in a rage. What do you think you're doing? He snapped. It's written all over your face that you're lying. Elam, however, remained calm. Everything is fine. Dia whipped his head around. You really believe him? He shouted in disbelief. While they were arguing, the local bandits advanced, their leader pointing a dagger straight at them. Your friend stole from us, and you elders will pay his debt. The demand was clear, 3 million moes. Ralph immediately erupted in fury.
A cruel smile touched his lips. Did you see me steal anything? He spat, his words laced with venom. With those pig eyes of yours. Don't you dare accuse honest folk. With that, he stormed off. Dine knew they were in deep. The gang leader cursed, his voice a low growl. Are you looking to die? Elam stepped forward. You want 3 million? He tossed 3 stacks of cash at the man's feet, the exact amount. The leader stared in shock. Now get out of here, Elam commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. What are you doing? Deb shouted in disbelief.
He looked ready to faint from his boss's stunning generosity. Elam's gaze shifted to Ralph. You, come with me. Ralph pointed to himself, utterly confused. Moments later, they stood in a secluded alley, far from the main street. Ralph leaned against a wall. So, you came to recruit me. First, where's my money? He demanded. The main character replied calmly. There is none. I just gave it all away. Then who are we working for? Ralph pressed. Elam's answer was simple. For ourselves. Ralph's patience snapped. Are you kidding me? He couldn't grasp why he should join them. Debo's fists clenched. We just paid your debt, you ungrateful bastard. Ralph merely smirked. I never asked you to, he said, his arrogance infuriating. That was your choice, Debo seethed, another curse escaping his lips. Ralph began to lay out his terms. If you sought me out, he mused, you must know my talents. And talent like mine costs a hefty sum. He made a circle with his fingers. But since you're new, he smirked, I'll give you a discount. Just that 3 million will do. I'll shorten your legs by half, Debo threatened. But just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, capturing their attention. My name is Baze, the woman announced, a hand on her chest. I'm from the Cania Guild. A polite smile graced her lips. Which one of you is Elam, she asked. Our hero returned her smile. That would be me. Ralph's body went rigid. The Cania Guild here. It is a true honor to meet you, Baze continued, her voice smooth as silk. I must apologize for the lack of pleasantries, but time is short. She spread her arms wide. Our guild was deeply impressed with how you cleared that gate. All 100 of you. It may be sudden, Baze declared, but we want to recruit your entire team. She was direct. Of course, there will be a standard test, but we're prepared to offer 3 million now, and 50 million upon signing the contract. The moment Ralph heard the numbers, he gasped. 50 million, Baze's smile widened. So, are you willing to join? Elam agreed without hesitation. With a nod, she turned to leave. The test begins in 3 days. The gate capture is at midnight. She called back over her shoulder. Good luck! And just like that, she was gone. In the main character's hands was a briefcase, filled with cash. Elam watched her depart as Decoy giggled. This is a gift from the heavens. Without a word, Elam handed the money to Ralph, whose eyes widened in utter shock. This is your payment for a 1-year contract, Elam stated. Clear the gate successfully, and you'll get another 7 million. Debo darted back and forth, his face a mask of confusion. Wait. He looked like an abandoned puppy, completely bewildered. Were you dropped on your head as a child? He finally yelled at his leader. How could you give all that money to him? Elam simply replied. We need to go, or we'll be late. Debo screamed in frustration. Late for what? But no matter how much he yelled, the main character remained silent. When they arrived, Debo's face twisted in disgust. He looked at Kiri, who sat with her arms crossed, an unimpressed look on her face. Here again, Debo pointed. Why did we come to this noisy woman? Shut it, Kiri snapped. I was just a little behind on my promise. Before long, the whole team headed for the gate. A heavy rain fell, turning the ground to mud. Perfect weather for a gate capture, Debo muttered sarcastically. They approached the shimmering portal, taking in the other teams. Only 5 teams. 50 people in total, Debo observed. Will that be enough? Ralph clicked his tongue. They rounded up every stray dog from the slums for this. He scowled. My share is going to be smaller. Suddenly, Baze appeared before the gate. Greetings, everyone. I am Baze, from the Cania Guild. She addressed the assembled raiders. As you were informed, this is an orange gate. The limit is 50 people and 3 circles of magic. This should be a simple clear for all of you. Elam scanned the crowd. He always knew he'd cross paths with Cania again. He just never expected to be summoned by them directly. So, this is how they used him in the past, he thought. A pawn to replace someone else? He had been here before. He knew the plan. His eyes grew cold as he stared at Baze. Listen up, she announced. If a second gate is detected, all teams are to signal and regroup immediately. A second gate? Debo asked, looking at Elam in confusion. Kiri sighed heavily at Debo, who was scratching his head like an idiot. Gate structures differ by color, she began to explain. Yellow gates have 3 parts, green ones have 4, but this dungeon has a special structure. Think of it as being divided into 2 separate levels, Kiri continued. The orange gate is a double structure. We're facing 2 raids in one, and everything inside the second gate will be completely different, she added. New monsters, new terrain, everything. Debo was stunned. This is the first I'm hearing of this, Ralph scoffed. I never realized you were such a novice. Debo, he added with a smirk. I'm starting to worry about you. Shut your mouth, Debo snarled, whirling around. Elam turned as well, and Ralph spoke up. One more thing we need to clarify. His face held a smug grin. Just because you invited me doesn't mean I'll be calling you elder. We should probably get that straight right now. So we choose a leader based on skill. Elam smirked. Not one for modesty, are you? Our hero's response was sharp. Perfect. Then this gate will decide. A leader chosen by results. Ralph chuckled to himself. The main character had fallen right into his trap. The moment he takes charge. Things are going to get very interesting. He shot his squad a sly grin, his own plan already in motion. Finally, Baz wished them all good luck. With that, the adventurers began to file into the portal. Kiri whispered, "So it finally begins." Debo smiled gleefully at his boss.
50 million just for the cleanup, he said with greedy eyes. Then we should get rid of our dead weight. Of course, he meant Ralph.
Ralph just grinned back. You really think I'm just here for a stroll? He dismissed Debo as a first circle nobody, which instantly set Debo off.
Debo, halfway through the portal, spun around. What did you just say? His voice dripped with irritation as he began to curse. I swear, I can't
stand this arrogant fool any longer, he roared, asking for permission to land just one punch. Ralph just casually cleaned his ear, a hand on his hip. Debo made a threatening gesture, but Ralph just scoffed. Is talking all you can do? He added. I wouldn't lift a finger for you for free. Debo unleashed another torrent of curses. Elam, why did you even bring him? Elam just yelled back. That guy is ruining the entire mood. But then, his attention was violently ripped away. The moment he stepped through the gate, blood splattered across his face. Inside the dungeon, a massacre was underway. The monsters were mercilessly
slaughtering every adventurer in sight. Cries for help turned into dying screams as adventurers were torn apart and devoured.
Team leaders desperately shouted, Form ranks! Hold the line! If we scatter, they'll pick us off one by one. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare. Seconds later, a monster charged straight for Debo. Someone screamed a warning. Run! It's an evil eye! The beast slammed into Debo, knocking him flat before he could even draw his weapon. He was forced to hold it back with nothing but his bare hands. What is this abomination? Debo grunted in disgust, holding the monster's jaws open as it tried to clamp down. A massive tongue licked his face. The creature raised its claws for a final blow. But Ralph appeared at Debo's side, kicking the monster away with a single leg. Debo could only stare in shock as the beast flew through the air, crashing into a distant tree. Get it together, Ralph cursed. Kiri's gaze swept across the horde. This can't be happening, she yelled. Were they waiting for us right at the gate? There were far too many for this to be a coincidence. And still more adventurers were pouring through the portal, feeding the chaos. Just then, Elam entered the dungeon. A fire arrow, guided by his ring of telekinesis, swiftly dispatched the monsters lunging for him. He paused. In his past life, he didn't remember evil eyes attacking right at the entrance. Elam realized the gate itself was different this time. Kiri unleashed her rising sun skill, her sword flashing towards a monster. But in a blur of motion, the creature dodged. Kiri's eyes widened. It dodged. She lunged again, but the monster, with a sickening grin, evaded her once more. She gritted her teeth. How can it move like that? Its movements were completely unpredictable. Not only did it dodge, the evil eye lashed out with its tail, striking her hard. Kiri coughed, sent flying back to the ground. Voracious monsters immediately closed in.
Panic set in. She wouldn't get up in time, but in a flash of movement, something killed them all. The creature that was tormenting Debo was also obliterated in a single, powerful blow. As Debo struggled, the monster he was fighting
was instantly blown into pieces. He stared in disbelief. The one responsible was Ralph. And this, he mocked, is why I call you a baby. Debo was speechless. Ralph just smiled. It's a wonderful sight, isn't it? You should all be thanking me. He stood stained with monster blood, 2 full magic circles glowing on his wrist. He raised his hand in victory. Now, stay quiet and watch while I build my reputation. Kiri watched him with a deep frown. So this was his true strength. It was infuriating. But the power of the third circle was on a completely different level from the second. The monsters gave them no time to rest, and another one charged, straight for Ralph. But he dealt with it instantly, his fists clad in brass knuckles. The monster's movements were chaotic. He thought, but the result was always the same. He dodged, closed the distance, and struck again. Their strategy is simple, he mused. 2 distract while a third attacks. Ralph's mind raced. Elam had fire magic and telekinesis. He was definitely worthy of the Cana Guild's attention. He watched Elam effortlessly dispatch monsters with both skills, Ralph noted. I don't know how he handles the big ones. but he clears out the small fry faster than me. And that means something. As he was lost in thought, a monster snuck up from behind. Ralph missed his first swing, but recovered instantly. He smirked. Yes, Elam will be very useful to me. Ralph's hand pierced straight through the monster's hide. He knew not every fighter was worth 50 million. And depending on his contribution, he could earn even more. Ralph's eyes lit up with pure greed. He could already see it becoming the leader of the group, and bathing in a sea of money. His mind filled with mountains of gold and diamonds. The blood on his hands might as well have been liquid gold. Kiri stared at the carnage. He's a complete monster, she whispered. And what's even scarier is that he's laughing. A loud, unhinged laugh echoed from Ralph's direction. His fists, now purple with monster blood, continued to destroy everything in their path. But suddenly, a powerful kick slammed into his side. The blow sent Ralph staggering, stunning even the monster that was about to attack him. Death itself. But it was the main character's foot. Ralph stared in shock, wondering, what is this, as he landed in a stable stance?
What kind of cowardly blow was that, he roared, demanding to know why the protagonist would interfere in the bet he himself proposed. Elam simply replied, "There's no need to thank me."
Ralph began to scream. What nonsense are you spouting, when suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a storm of magical arrows rained down upon them. They pierced the monsters with lethal precision, killing them instantly. Dua cried out in surprise. What was that? Unsure who would dare to launch such an attack, the surviving adventurers huddled together, now surrounded by beasts. But the mysterious archer wasn't finished. He knocked another volley of arrows on his bowstring. He began to take aim again, preparing to fire multiple shots at once. Noticing a strange light, Elam wondered aloud. Is that coming from over there? Something was definitely glinting between the trees. With that, the protagonist charged headfirst towards the oncoming monsters. They had no idea what was coming, until the flying arrows put everything in its place, annihilating every beast in their path. The mysterious shooter watched in surprise, as Elam himself burst from behind a fallen monster, launching his own attack on the hidden enemy. Watching this, Ralph wondered, did he already fire back? The archer was
stunned to see a fire magic arrow screaming straight towards him. As it closed in, a deafening explosion ripped through the forest.
Elam's magic arrow had found its mark. Ralph was in awe. Did he block the attack and counter in the same breath? He had to admit, those were incredible skills. Debo yelled for Elam to be careful as he fought off the remaining monsters. But as the protagonist turned, he saw another volley of arrows flying right at him. He realized in an instant, the attack was now coming from the other side. The arrows struck him dead on. Debo screamed his name as the explosion rocked the clearing. He and Kiri froze, their hearts stopping for a second, waiting for the smoke to clear. The volley of arrows had indeed wounded Elam. He stood in a small crater left by the blast, his mind racing. What just happened? Did he predict my every move? He clutched the wound on his arm, recalling the sudden, impossible change in the arrow's direction. Kiri screamed his name. It's too dangerous here. We have to get out. Ralph stared at her, bewildered. Leave? They all looked to the sky and saw dozens more arrows being knocked. Damn it, Ralph cursed. Where are we supposed to go? A massive volley of glowing arrows descended upon the cornered warriors. One of the adventurers cursed sharply, ordering the others to run. A moment later, a glowing arrow pierced clean through his chest at blinding speed. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth as he screamed in agony. Immediately after, several more adventurers were struck down, arrows piercing their cores, ending their lives instantly. Kiri's expression hardened. She focused her fiery magic, roaring the name of her spells, Sunstroke. With that single incantation, she saved a girl lying behind her, incinerating the arrows aimed for them. She whirled around to the girl, demanding, "What are you doing if you don't want to die? Get into the forest, now." Kiri cried back, "If we could, we would have already..." Then she screamed, "The entire forest is swarming with monsters." And she was right. Between the towering trees, countless pairs of glowing red eyes stared back at them, belonging to a horde of different monsters. But then, a spiral of overwhelming fire energy erupted. It tore through the earth and everything in its path, ripping the monsters into tiny, charred pieces. An adventurer shielded his face from the blinding light, crying out in utter confusion. He looked up to see that the path ahead was completely clear. The monsters were gone, their smoldering remains still burning. The adventurers shouted in disbelief. "The way is open!" At the end of the fiery trench stood Elam, clutching a blazing staff in his hands. Ralph didn't hesitate, immediately running down the cleared path. "I'll go first," he declared. At that moment, Elam's face was a mask of pure confidence as he stared into the forest. Kiri motioned for the other adventurers to follow her,
ordering them not to fall behind. The survivors pushed themselves to their absolute limit, running as fast as they could. But then, a new volley of glowing arrows rained down from the trees. Several adventurers were pierced through, their screams echoing in the chaos. Dua turned to Elam, shouting, "If this keeps up, we're all going to die." But Elam simply raised his staff, redirecting a fire arrow back into the woods. A powerful explosion rocked the trees behind them. Elam then turned to Debo and ordered him, "Listen to me carefully." Debo looked back, his eyes full of questions.
Meanwhile, the assassin archer wondered, did he instantly pinpoint my location again? He began to realize
The rumors about this mage weren't exaggerated at all. He knocked several more glowing arrows onto his bowstring.
"Your name is Elam, isn't it?" he thought to himself. "I'm sorry," as he mentally said his goodbyes. Just then, a figure wearing Elam's cloak and holding his staff
sprinted across the open ground. A hail of magic arrows descended upon him, but the man in Elam's cloak managed to evade them all.
The bow assassin cursed in frustration. How can a mage be that fast? Then he noticed something was wrong. There were 6 adventurers, but one was missing. He realized the man with the long-handled weapon was gone. The bow assassin looked ahead in confusion, just as a cataclysmic fire explosion erupted right behind him. He barely had time to turn in surprise before the fiery energy completely consumed him. At that moment, the main character stood with a halberd in his hands. Debo looked on confidently, his own hand outstretched, thinking, "This time, I'm sure he hit the target." Debo, who was wearing Elam's cloak and holding his staff, turned around and shouted, "That was great!" He grinned, celebrating. The disguise trick worked perfectly. With a smile, he congratulated himself for buying them enough time. A moment later, a magic arrow pierced clean through his stomach. He looked down in pure bewilderment as streams of blood poured from the wound, staining the ground.
Kiri spun around and screamed his name. "Debo!" Debo fell to his knees, his body bleeding profusely. As the main character stared, his face a mask of pure shock.
His eyes shot wide in horror. He spun around, only to see another magic arrow screaming towards him. A huge number of these deadly arrows were aimed directly at the adventurers. Kiri scrambled over to Dia, desperately trying to help him up, while one of the warriors let out a terrified curse. Another adventurer begged to be saved, but he never finished his plea. Another magic arrow pierced straight through his chest, striking him down from behind. Kiri screamed at Dia, ordering him to run forward. At that very moment, another adventurer was struck down by a magical shaft. Immediately after, Kiri's own leg was
pierced by the same kind of arrow, and blood gushed from the wound. She screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground along with the man she was.
trying to help. Another volley of magical arrows took aim in their direction. Kiri turned, a grim expression hardening her face as she clenched her jaw and looked back, her eyes filled with concern. A moment later, Ralph bolted towards them, grabbing the 2 of them and shouting for them to come to their senses. Ralph dragged them away.
Clear of the arrow storm, with a tense look on his face, holding them both, he grumbled that he was exhausted, feeling like a father who was saving
his reckless children. Kiri just stared at him, confused. Meanwhile, the assassin with the bow was closing in on the fleeing adventurers with incredible speed, thinking to himself that Elam could try to hide all he wanted, but he would never escape his sight. He knocked several more magic arrows onto the string of his bow and took aim. Suddenly, his face twisted in confusion. He looked ahead, bewildered. Ralph, Kiri, and Debo were nearing a patch of bushes. Ralph demanded to know what kind of strange escape plan this was. DA shot back that he didn't understand it either, but he just needed to shut up and do as the boss ordered. Ralph retorted that he definitely didn't approve of their attitude towards death. After that, they plunged into the bushes, flying out from the branches and leaves on the other side. They stared ahead with expressions of pure shock. They silently wondered if what they were seeing was the second gate. A magical gate shimmered just a short distance away from them, right in the middle of the forest. Ralph, seeing this, thought that he couldn't believe it. After that, he asked himself if that fool Elam knew about this all along. A smile spread across his face as he looked ahead. Ralph knew that at the very least. He would survive. The distance to the gate was about 100 meters. Ralph understood this meant he could reach it before the next arrow could find its mark. He then turned back, grabbed the wounded Kiri and Dia, and ran forward with a sly grin on his face. Deba yelled for him to wait, saying that the boss wasn't there yet. He shouted, asking if Ralph was really planning on leaving him behind. Ralph just laughed loudly and asked in return if finding the exit wasn't Elam's plan all along. But then, Ralph abruptly ordered them not to move. He explained that they would enter the gate first and wait for him there. As Ralph said this, a swarm of magic arrows flew right at his face at blinding speed. The impact created a powerful magic explosion that tore the very stones into fragments of all sizes. Debo was thrown to the ground, his face twisted in agony as he screamed in pain. In front of him was the Alp's flame staff. Ralph looked ahead in confusion, his clothes tattered and his body covered in blood. He asked himself how and why they were attacked from the front. He wondered in shock how the assassin was able to get ahead of them so quickly. A moment later, when Ralph looked up, he saw Mjama's magic arrows aimed straight at his face, mere centimeters away. However, at the last second, Dia's halberd flew in from the side and managed to protect Ralph from the deadly arrows. Ralph stared at the halberd in confusion and asked what was happening. Deba, kneeling, extended his hand towards the weapon and thought that the boss had returned it. He knew that their leader would help them. At that moment, Kiri, Ralph, and Debo all looked around. Debo looked in front of him and saw a massive log hurtling in their direction. Deba looked at the log with a sinking feeling and cursed in his mind, realizing what was about to happen. A moment later, the three of them were thrown towards the portal with incredible force, propelled by the log and the magical energy of telekinesis.
Ralph and Kiri screamed as the magical log flung them into the portal at high speed. Then there was a powerful flash of light, and the three of them
vanished from this space. The killer with the bow, who was watching this with a shocked expression and wide-open eyes, thought that Elam was insane. A magic arrow, flying at great speed, tore a monster's body apart, causing a spray of thick blue blood in every direction. The defeated monster was thrown several meters to the side. The killer with the bow watched this and asked, "Now where is he?" He wondered why he wasn't moving and then assumed he was just trying to drag out the time, playing hide and seek. He mentally called Elam an idiot, and clenching the bowstring in his hands, decided he would play with him for a little while. The killer with the bow knew that 13 years had passed since the day Master Eborg took him in. And when the selection process began, they were told to kill each other until only 5 people out of 300 remained. So in the bloody massacre that dragged on for 7 to 9 days, everyone who tried to track him was killed before they even found his trail. And for this, Master Eborg gave him the nickname Ghost. Now the
Ghost, with a surprised expression, turned back and fired a shot, killing another monster. Looking at this, he asked himself if it was a failure again. Sometime after that,
sitting on a tree branch, he saw a fiery arrow pierce the tree right next to him. He grinned, realizing his opponent wasn't bad. After that, the ghost, at high speed, jumped from one tree branch to another, relocating in an instant. He landed on a branch and aimed to the side, thinking that he probably knew that this would reveal his position. The ghost shot magic arrows at the tree trunk, tearing it into pieces. He watched in
surprise as the tree was torn apart. Soon after that, a fire arrow was directed towards him, which twirled around the tree trunk and aimed straight for him. The
ghost, looking at the fire arrow flying at him, mentally asked himself, "What?" Because of the powerful fiery explosion, he was thrown back, flying down. He thought that this worthless person used telekinesis to hide. However, the ghost knew that such cheap tricks would not work on him. Then the ghost landed on the ground and started running at high speed near the trees. At the same time, he cursed, and looking at the fiery arrows circling around the trees, he aimed his bow. Leaping back from the fiery blast, the ghost shielded his face, his expression tense. Another explosion erupted beside him, sending him flying through the air with a pained grunt. As he slammed into the ground, one name echoed in his mind. Elam. Sweat beaded on his brow as he stared ahead, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Pushing himself up with trembling hands, he thought this was perfect, even more exhilarating than he'd imagined. Surrounded by dust, the ghost rose. He stood and scanned the area. Meanwhile, near a tree, the protagonist noticed the sudden silence. He wondered, had his opponent decided to hide? This game of hide and seek was getting old. His enemy's presence concealment was so perfect, he couldn't sense him at all. Clutching his staff, the protagonist considered this. In his past, no one this skilled existed in this gate. This meant he was sent by the Kenya Guild. He realized that by clearing a gate meant for 100 people. He had likely changed the future. Suddenly, a shout pierced the silence. The ghost was calling his name, telling him to come out. Elam's eyes snapped in the direction of the voice. "He's over there," he wondered. The ghost's voice echoed again, taunting him. "Elam, you understand what's happening, don't you?" He suggested they stop wasting each other's time. With an outstretched hand, the ghost called out again.
"Hiding won't solve a thing. He tilted his head back and roared. I was told you weren't the type to run from a fight out of fear.
Then, the ghost's voice dripped with scorn. Or are you just another common coward? But in his mind, he knew this was a foolish gamble. Elam was already rocketing toward the sound. How is this possible? Elam wondered as he moved. He was certain his enemy couldn't be there. He would have detected him. Could it be teleportation? Elam took cover behind a tree, just meters from the ghost. If that were true, what about his arrows? The ghost stood on the other side. Suddenly, the ghost spun around and roared with triumph. Found you! In that instant, countless magic arrows materialized, aimed directly at the back of an unsuspecting Elam. At that very moment, a magical gate tore open in the snowy mountains. Ralph, Kiri, and Deba tumbled out. Deba cursed, looking away in anger. Damn it, the boss is still in there alone, Ralph shot back. And whose fault is that? Why are you hissing at me? Deba stared at his shaking hands. He continued to curse, crying out. What's he going to do in there by himself? He doesn't have any weapons left. Suddenly, Deba froze, his eyes wide. He was staring at the skulls scattered around him. What is all this? He yelled. There were only 3 teams with us, and they were wounded. His voice rose in disbelief. Where did all these bodies come from? He looked at the endless field of skeletons and bones. This is impossible, even if there were 100 teams here before us, not 3. Kiri stared ahead, her face grim. Damn that Kenya guild, she muttered. Now I see. This was all a setup. She laid it all out, the sudden gate raid, the attack on the first floor, and the number of bodies that far exceeded the reported wounded. Turning to her allies, she asked, You still don't get it. She then explained the chilling truth. Kenya. They're followers of the Black Mage. Kenya, Deba repeated in shock. Kiri confirmed it. It's likely they've been dealing with meddlesome adventurers like this all along. She then recalled her killer. Elam wasn't wrong. He knew they would fall for the provocation we created. Ralph, a wide grin on his face. Cut in? The sequence? He held up a hand. Sorry to interrupt, but how about we continue this chat later? He was staring past them. Because it looks like the local landlord is very angry. A confident smile played on his lips. Deba and Kiri followed his gaze and froze in horror. Before them stood a colossal beast, its body covered in thick fur. Its muscles were like mountains. Its sheer size was overwhelming, and it glared down at them with glowing blue eyes. Deba stammered in fear. Is that the boss monster here? The massive creature exhaled, sending thick steam billowing past its enormous, sharp fangs. Ralph's smile never wavered. He grabbed a token hanging from his neck. You'll all have to pay me back later. You have no idea how lucky you are. He held up the amulet. A sly grin spread across his face as he shouted, Because I don't normally show this to anyone. To put it briefly, the man named Ralph had quite a reputation. Some said he was a malicious person with a nasty character. Another famous adventurer called him a complete psycho. Others described him as someone who would do anything for money, a member of society's lowest class. But when it came to his skills, a man in the guild once called him a useful bastard. I don't know about the rest, he'd said, but his abilities are top-notch. That same man had then speculated that this nasty person just might be the greatest healer of the Third Circle. And now, the token Ralph tore from his neck began to shine with a blinding golden light. He unleashed his healing skill on Deba and Kiri. Their bodies were enveloped in a green. Magical energy. Their wounds began to close in an instant. They stared in utter disbelief as Ralph focused magical energy in his palm. Kiri thought in amazement. My wounds! They're gone. She looked at Ralph's back. He's not a fighter. He's a healer. That means he wasn't even using his skills. She realized. Memories of him effortlessly carving through monsters flashed through her mind. Ralph's confident voice cut through her thoughts. I've healed you, so get ready. You don't want to become that thing's next meal, do you? He glanced at the monster. Looks like its patience is running out. The beast roared in fury, its fist smashing through huge stones as it reached for them. Ralph darted away, shouting over his shoulder. Try to keep up. Deba stared after him. What that vile man? The monster's fist slammed into the earth, sending a powerful shockwave that nearly knocked Deba and Kiri off their feet. The very ground began to shatter, clinging to a stone ledge. Debo cursed, screaming that Ralph had lost his mind. The beast's maw gaped wide, yanking an massive boulder, with Kiri and Debo on it, toward its mouth. Then, its jaws snapped shut with terrifying force. Debo, holding onto its face, gripped his halberd tight. He plunged the blade straight into the monster's eye. What are you looking at? He roared. The beast growled, a menacing rumble of pain, as blood poured from its ruined socket. Kiri also unleashed a flurry of strikes against its body.
With a terrible scream, the creature tried to devour Debo, but he
refused to let go of his halberd, its tip buried deep in the monster's face. With a furious swipe, the beast flung Debo aside. Ralph launched himself forward, kicking the monster squarely in the jaw. The beast retaliated with a devastating punch, but Ralph expertly dodged the blow. With brass knuckles equipped, he yelled, "Time for me to get to work, too!" Kiri was sent flying meters away, battered and injured, but Ralph instantly healed her. Debo watched in awe. Not only was Ralph a skilled healer, but he also fought on the front lines. Realized Ralph only used his healing when they were truly unable to continue the fight. Ralph then reached into his bag, remembering something he forgot to mention. "Consider this first one a gift," he said with a smirk. "But from now on," he warned, "I'll be charging a fee." He pulled a holy tome from his inventory, a book that radiated an overwhelming aura of blessing.
A confident smile spread across his face as he moved forward. Kiri, now enveloped in a brilliant golden light, felt bewildered by the immense power.
Overflowing within her body, Ralph's smile widened. "That'll be 100 coins per use." Kiri and Debo immediately snapped back, shouting that they didn't need his services some time later. The trio stood over the monster's enormous corpse, its gouged-out eye staring lifelessly at the frozen ground. Debo rested his halberd on his shoulder, sighing. "Finally, it's over." Kiri, exhausted on the ground, admitted
that the monster had seriously gotten on her nerves. Ralph just laughed, saying he enjoyed the whole thing. "Now then," he suggested, "all that's left
is to count our loot, right?" But suddenly, the monster on the ground began to roar, its mouth gaping wide open. Debo pinched his nose, yelling about the overwhelming stench. Turning back to the beast, he shouted, "Just shut your mouth and die already." But then he saw it.
A crust of ice was forming across the monster's body. Debo's expression tensed. What is that? The creature, with its icy,
shattered eye and frozen limbs, began to rise again. Leaning on its paw, it let out a deafening scream. At that moment, the main character ran forward.
At incredible speed, as a storm of magic arrows shaved bark from the trees around him, he pushed himself to his limits, sensing that
something was wrong. He couldn't pinpoint the direction of the attack. He realized the arrow stream was a teleportation technique for archers of the third circle, allowing a return to a pre-marked spot, but usually only one mark could be saved. How could his enemy attack like this? The ghost's furious laughter echoed through the woods. "Have you finally realized how useless your efforts are?" he taunted. "You're so slow, you're putting me to sleep." Elam formed a massive fireball on the run and launched it to the side. The ghost, easily keeping pace, just grinned. "Where are you aiming?" he sneered. "You're just wasting your skills, and your mana is about to run dry." A pained expression crossed Elam's face as veins bulged on his skin. He coughed, spitting a clot of blood onto the forest floor. The ghost, moving with blinding speed, ricocheted off tree trunks, closing the distance in an instant. The ghost smirked, thinking his target was trying to escape through the second gate with a skill. The entire forest was now ablaze, rocked by fiery explosions. But the ghost knew it was pointless. There would be no escape for him. The hero gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot. He cursed internally, knowing he couldn't fight for long against an enemy he couldn't even track. If exhaustion took him, it would all be over. He had to act now. Before that happened, suddenly, a magic arrow slammed into Elam, throwing him to the ground. He frantically pulled a vial from his backpack, realizing he was out of time to think. In that same moment, countless magic arrows took aim at him. Elam began to pour the vial's contents into his mouth. This battle had become a dangerous gamble. Immediately after, he unleashed his fireball skill. The resulting sphere of flame absorbed every single magic arrow. The ghost, leaping high above, shouted down, "You fool!" But then, his eyes widened in shock as he looked ahead. A massive volley of fire arrows was aimed directly at him. Stunned, he could only think one thing. 6 arrows. The ghost was horrified. His opponent was using the maximum number of third circle skills while on the verge of exhaustion. The hero stood his ground, blood dripping from his mouth, his hand outstretched, clutching an activated fire staff. The ghost stared. Is he suicidal? Or just an idiot? Elam clenched his jaw, his body trembling with strain. He focused all his remaining strength into his outstretched hand. If his theory was right, the secret was to destroy everything, no matter where they were. A storm of fire arrows erupted, exploding on impact with every obstacle. The ghost watched, clinging to a tree trunk. Is he still shooting? Randomly, without even knowing my location, he wondered. The man had completely lost his mind. A huge fireball hurtled towards the very tree the ghost was holding onto, exploding into a shower of splinters. The assassin barely managed to leap away. Using other trees to escape the epicenter of the blast, the hero stared forward, his vision blurring. There was still a little time left. He continued to form more and more fireballs, unleashing countless new explosions that tore the forest apart. Blood poured from Elam's mouth as he commanded himself to endure. To just hold on. The ghost glared in his direction, thinking, does he really believe he can hit me so easily? He was certain his opponent's fate was already sealed. He imagined Elam's bloody corpse, dead from the terrible agony of mana exhaustion. A fresh torrent of blood splashed from the hero's lips. Despite his legs trembling from the sheer strain, the inferno he commanded continued to ravage the forest. He thrust his hand forward, aiming it to the side. His eyes were crimson, veins bulging with raw power. A massive fire magic circle materialized before him, blasting a torrent of flames into the woods. The ghost watched, stunned. What is he doing, he wondered. He scrambled to escape the blaze, thinking in terror that the fire was inescapable. Then it hit him. Was this his real plan? The ghost cursed, realizing he was trapped in a blazing inferno. He saw that ahead of the fire was a perfectly clear, empty field. Hope surged. He had to run faster, toward that sanctuary. But then, he froze. Wait, where did this field come from? He knew instantly. Such a place couldn't exist here. He whipped around, roaring in fury. No. He saw an exact double of himself. A perfect illusion. It's a trap, he screamed. The illusionary ghost, about to run into the clearing, turned and asked, Brother, what? He never finished. Elam's fist, crackling with violent energy, clenched tight. That power shot toward the real ghost. His eyes widened in horror. He let out a choked gasp, then a desperate scream. Brother! From a branch above, his brother cursed, knocking new magic arrows to his bowstring. He fired instantly toward his sibling. The arrows struck, freeing him from the energy binding him. The ghost cried out, plummeting to the forest floor. Elam closed in on him. With a face contorted by rage and blood-red eyes, he roared, I'll start with you. The ghost gripped the axe clutched in his hand. Screaming, he swung the massive blade, smashing it into the ground at Elam's feet. The main character lunged, aiming a piercing strike with his staff, but the ghost twisted away. Then, staring Elam down, he circled around him, wrenching the axe from the earth. In a sudden leap, the ghost slammed a kick into Elam's jaw. The protagonist gritted his teeth, a feral grin spreading across his face. He was out of time. This had to end now. With a powerful swing of his staff, he shattered the ghost's footing. The ghost's axe flew from his grip. With a look of shock, he dropped his bow and crashed hard onto the ground. The axe clattered away. Elam then slammed into him, sending the ghost flying several meters. With crimson eyes, Elam clutched his staff, a pained grimace on his face. The ghost lifted his head, coughing and sputtering. At that moment, his brother's fingers released the bowstring. An arrow slammed into the ground between the ghost and Elam. The brother charged. Near, he yelled. Get up! Elam's gaze snapped to the approaching threat. Near was already drawing his bow again. 4 magic arrows shimmered on the string. You can't use attack magic anymore, he bellowed. Now, I'll kill you. Just then, a magic arrow containing a hidden sword shot silently toward Near's back. He managed to dodge, at the very last second. A dagger, he thought, bewildered. A flicker of surprised dread crossed his mind. Is he using telekinesis? It barely costs any mana. Elam controlled the dagger, sending it chasing after the fleeing Near. Near launched himself from the ground, snatching the dagger midair and diving to attack Elam from above. The main character raised his staff. Blocking the strike, he deftly evaded the follow-up slashes. The dagger from the magic arrow flew toward Near once more. But he was ready. He deflected it with a perfectly timed shot from his bow. The jokes are over, Near roared. He drew his bow again, multiple magic arrows materializing. But before he could fire, several stones, guided by telekinesis, slammed into his chest. He cried out in pain as the impact threw him backward. At the same time, the main character was battling. The other brother, Near clutched his dagger, preparing to strike, but Elam was faster, raining down blows with his staff. With a tense expression, Near parried with his dagger, wondering, what kind of mage fights in close quarters? Elam then drove a powerful kick straight into his stomach. Near cursed as he was sent flying backward. The main character's eyes burned with feral intensity. He couldn't give him a single moment to recover. Using telekinesis, he lifted a dagger from the ground, aiming it straight at one brother, freezing him in place. At that same moment, Near dropped his own dagger. As Elam's staff brutally smashed his hand, Near howled in agony. Elam raised his staff high, his expression terrifying, preparing the final blow. But as he swung, an arrow pierced straight through his hand. Nier smirked. Got you. He then kicked Elam hard, sending him staggering back. He turned to his brother. You're the best. From the impact, Elam dropped the staff he'd been clutching. Nier retrieved his fallen dagger from the ground and began stalking toward Elam. The main character gripped the arrow shaft embedded in his hand. A wide, cruel smile spread across Nier's face as he approached. What can you possibly do with only one good hand? As he got close, Elam suddenly struck, slapping his palm hard against Nier's hand, forcing him to drop the dagger. Nier swore loudly as the main character lunged for the falling blade. However, Nier was a fraction faster, and his fingers closed around the hilt. But Elam was faster still, his own hand clamping down on Nier's forearm. You caught me, Nier scoffed. The main character began to twist his arm with brutal force. A raw scream of agony ripped from Nier's throat as he began to tremble in pain. Insulting him through clenched teeth, he sneered, asking if he was ready to let go, or if he craved another hole in his body. Just then, the bracelet on Elam's forearm pulsed with a brilliant light. A golden hue enveloped him. The main character summoned a devastating fireball. En screamed in pure terror, pleading for him to stop. He called him a foolish brother. Watching from the sidelines, Nier roared. No! He desperately yelled for him to dodge. He screamed his brother's name. But it was too late. A deafening, blinding explosion ripped through the air. Massive stones were sent flying in every direction. Nier was violently thrown aside by the sheer force of the blast. He slammed hard against a tree trunk and coughed up a spray of crimson blood. With a pained groan, he collapsed, struggling to push himself up. Fury blazed in his eyes as he fought for breath. He knew if this went on any longer, his brother would be finished. But just then, his brother spread his arms wide. A look of pure shock crossed his face as he stared at the sky. What is this? He roared in disbelief. Before him, a colossal turquoise dome of magic materialized near covered his face, cursing under his breath. He called out, searching for his brother. He sprinted through a corridor of raging flames. Suddenly, from the shadows of a tree, Elam ambushed him. He swung an arrow pulled straight from his own forearm, looking at his target. En screamed with pure rage. I'll kill you, he vowed, his dagger gripped tight. Staring daggers at Elam, En commanded, Die. A moment later, a torrent of blood painted the landscape crimson. Brother Nier watched, stunned. His face was a mask of disbelief. Is it disappearing? He wondered. Just then, the protective dome began to fade away. He dashed forward at blinding speed, bow in hand. He shielded his face from the choking smoke and ash. His mind reeled. What is going on? He finally reached his brother's side, only to find him kneeling in a growing pool of his own blood. He roared his name, rushing to his side. He gripped his shoulder. Brother, wake up, he pleaded, lifting him into his arms. This isn't the time to die. But Nier whispered, It's too late. He begged him for a phoenix feather. Together, they approached the real En's body, lying lifeless in a pool of blood near the scorched earth. His brother stared at the corpse, utterly bewildered. You? The main character, who had been disguised as his brother, revealed his glowing eyes. He drew a hidden dagger and plunged it deep into Brother Nier's back. The impact sent a gruesome spray of blood across the ground. The blood-soaked dagger clattered from his hand. The main character looked to the heavens and let out a heavy sigh. His strength spent, he collapsed to the ground, next to the headless corpse of the man he called brother. Amidst the flames, a single thought consumed him. A burning, unending hatred for all archers. Meanwhile, high in the snow-covered mountains, the very peaks began to shatter and crumble. A colossal yeti roared, its fury breaking the world apart. It smashed through rock with thunderous blows from its paws. It glared ahead with pure rage, swatting Dia aside like a fly. The icy spikes on its body grew larger, more menacing. With a threatening growl, the yeti slammed its paw into the snow. Dia screamed as a powerful shockwave sent him flying. He crashed to the ground, his body trembling. Leaning on the snow, he gasped for air. Already out of the fight, the enormous yeti stood over him, leaning on its massive paw, a menacing look in its eyes. It unleashed a deafening roar. Then, with another bellow of fury, the beast charged. Its colossal fist led the way. But Ralph was already flanking the monster from behind. The yeti spun around, roaring as it swung its massive paws. But Ralph just grinned wildly. His own fist began to glow with golden magical energy. 2! Slow, he yelled, landing a direct hit. Right in the yeti's eye, the monster howled in agony. But Ralph stared at his own clenched fist. bewildered. What is this? Why is it so strong? The Yeti suddenly snatched Ralph in its massive paw. It began to crush him against the frozen crystal on its forehead. Ralph screamed in agony. The beast pressed harder, trying to impale him on the sharp crystals. Ralph let loose a stream of curses, each one more creative than the last. But then, Kiri appeared from behind. Unleashing her sunstrike, her sword sliced through the monster's paw. Ralph was free. The Yeti roared in unimaginable pain. Kiri, her expression grim, extended a hand to Ralph. Consider us even? She offered him her hand, a clear invitation to escape. Clutching its bleeding limb, the Yeti let out another agonizing roar. Thick, blue blood oozed from between its fingers. Kiri and Ralph leaped away, putting distance between them and the beast. Enraged, the monster gave chase. It intended to crush them into the frozen earth. The Yeti leaped high into the air, and with a furious cry, it slammed its fists into the ground. The impact triggered a localized earthquake. Ralph quickly cast a healing spell on Kiri, Dia, and himself. With renewed vigor, the three of them charged forward. But Dia's face was filled with worry. You fool, he shouted at Ralph. Do you even have a plan to beat this thing? If this keeps up, we're all dead, Ralph simply yelled back. Get behind me. Confused, Dia shouted. What behind you? Just then, the Yeti's massive open paw swiped at them from behind. Dia dodged just in time. Be more specific, he yelled, pointing out the obvious. This thing is huge. Just shut up and be the distraction, Ralph ordered. Get as close as you can to its weak point. His eyes were locked on the ancient sword, the one embedded in the icy armor on the Yeti's body. Dia braced himself, gripping his halberd tightly. He prepared to block the Yeti's next assault. Now, he roared. Do it now! At that moment, Kiri and Ralph were speeding towards the Yeti, approaching its back at incredible speed. But the beast suddenly spun around. A single, sharp movement sent them flying back with a guttural growl. Meanwhile, Dia was scrambling up the monster's body, heading for its head. He cursed aloud. Did this thing even notice me? It's just a pathetic bear. And just like that, the Yeti exploded in a furious rampage. It swung its massive paws, forcing the adventurers to leap back for their lives as the beast slammed its fist into the ground. A shockwave of pure energy erupted from the impact. Debo was already on his knees, his hands braced against the ice, his halberd lying useless beside him. In that frozen moment, the Yeti's claw descended to crush him. Kiri, her face a mask of terror, screamed at Ralph, her voice cracking with desperation. He needs healing, now. But it was too late. The monster's fist slammed into Debo's body with a sickening crunch. Debo! Kiri shrieked. Ralph, swaying unsteadily, clutched his head in pain as the Yeti turned, its glowing gaze locking onto its next targets, his eyes fixed on the beast. Ralph shouted, I've only got 4 heals left. You need to be careful. He urged them to spread out and find an opening. But the monster was already charging, its colossal feet making the very ground tremble. Snow and ice blasted into the air with each step. A primal roar ripped from its gaping maw as it bore down on them. With a terrifying roar, it swatted Kiri, sending her flying across the ice. A scream tore from her lips as she tumbled through the air. Damn it, Ralph cursed. I warned her. He immediately cast a healing spell, bathing her wounded form in green light. Watching her go limp, he wondered grimly. Did she lose consciousness? A complete waste of mana. The thought was cut short as the enraged Yeti lunged, forcing Ralph to dodge and weave to avoid its crushing blows. The beast moved on, leaving Debo's broken body behind in a crater of impacted snow. He was a bloody ruin, his clothes shredded. His face was lifeless, his mouth agape. As darkness began to claim him, a single memory surfaced. A conversation with Elam. You're asking, his mentor had said, about forming a circle. Elam, calm as ever while holding a warm drink, had answered him. You have probably gathered enough experience for the second one, so it's best you understand how you'll form it in advance. Debo remembered sitting there, holding his hand out before him. He'd scoffed, saying Elam made it sound too easy, as if a simple decision was all it took. But his mentor simply replied, Knowledge depends on determination. Knowledge, Debo had wondered. What is that? Can't you just explain it normally? But Elam, with an unreadable expression, merely took a sip from his glass. Everyone's knowledge is their own, he'd said. My explanation would be meaningless to you. At that moment, Debo had felt a wave of despair. He'd slumped in his chair, exhaling in frustration. Then what am I supposed to do? And Elam finally explained. You must find your own key. It could be a deeper understanding of mana, or researching ancient spells. For some, he'd added, it's a memory they can never forget. As those words echoed in the void, Debo's heart began to beat again. A powerful explosion erupted from where he lay. Snow and massive stones blasted into the sky. The Yeti spun around, bewildered by the eruption behind it. Through the haze stood Debo. His face was bloody, but his eyes glowed with an unholy light. He gripped his halberd and charged forward at an impossible speed. Reaching the beast, he unleashed an explosive strike. The blade of his halberd ignited in a fiery aura. Ralph could only stare in utter disbelief. Did he just shatter its ice armor with a single blow, he thought, his mind reeling? What in the world happened to him? Then he saw 2 brilliant rings of light now circled Debo's hand. With an aggressive snarl, Debo clutched his weapon tighter. He launched himself high into the air, aiming the blade straight for the Yeti's head. Ralph's eyes widened. Don't tell me. Did that kid just form a new circle? The flaming blade carved a deep gash across the Yeti's face. Thick, blue blood sprayed from the monster's eye and jaw. But Debo wasn't finished. He vaulted even higher, his eyes locked on the ancient sword frozen in the creature's back. He brought his halberd down, slamming it onto the sword's hilt. The blade plunged deeper, driving right into the monster's flesh and striking the very core hidden deep within. The Yeti let out a soul-shattering howl of agony. In its pain, the monster twisted and fell backward, slamming Debo against the razor-sharp ice crystals on its back, impaling him instantly. He was pierced by a dozen massive shards. "Good job, kid!" Ralph yelled, rushing in from behind as the Yeti cried out in confusion. Ralph cast a healing spell on Debo. "Get up now." A wave of green energy washed over Debo's broken body. His eyes snapped open, blazing with pure, unrestrained fury. He tore himself free and charged the monster that had nearly killed him twice. The mangled Yeti rose, roaring defiantly, but Debo became a whirlwind of destruction, his halberd slashing and piercing the beast's hide. He ignored the massive ice shards still embedded in his own chest, the blood pouring from his wound. His only focus was to tear the monster apart. Ralph healed him again, refueling his relentless assault. But in that instant, the Yeti saw an opening and seized its chance. It snatched Ralph, squeezing him tightly in its massive paw. Ralph screamed in agony, coughing up clots of blood. Yet, a sly smile spread across his face. He clenched his fist, revealing a brass knuckle. Addressing the Yeti, he wheezed, "Are you sure? You want to be distracted by me?" At that very moment, Debo, drenched in blood, raised his halberd high above his head, his gaze locked on his one true target. The sword stuck in the monster's flesh. The Yeti screamed, turning its head to see its doom, but it was far too late. With a furious roar, Debo brought his halberd down in a powerful, blinding blow right onto the tip of the sword. The Yeti shrieked in horror and agony. The ancient blade had pierced the core hidden in its body. Debo planned to strike again, but suddenly lost his balance. The dying beast thrashed wildly, throwing Debo into the ground. He emerged from a deep snowdrift, his face a mask of surprise. He climbed out, an angry shout already forming on his lips. "You?" Suddenly, Ralph ran to his side and grabbed him, holding him in her arms. Day asked in confusion what was happening. The Yeti, looking back in terror, scrambled to the side. Suddenly, the ice that had encased its body shattered, and one of the monster's paws tore away from its frame. Staring in shock, the Yeti fled, leaving its own limb behind on the frozen ground. It tried to escape, but its frozen limbs kept breaking off, until it collapsed onto the ground, completely helpless. The ice spread rapidly, consuming its body, and soon the muzzle of the terrified, growling Yeti was frozen solid, transforming it into an ice sculpture that shattered into 1,000 pieces. Day, leaning against a stone, watched the colossal beast perish. Sometime after, the battle ended. Kiri's eyes fluttered open, her face etched with pain. Day was sitting across from her by the fire, his back against a massive pelt. Noticing she was awake, he watched her. Kiri pushed herself up and asked weakly, "Are you alive?" After a moment, she asked, "What happened to that monster?" Day replied, "As you can see, I'm fine." He then gestured around them. "Who else could have protected us?" A slight smirk appeared on his face. "I was so hungry, I tried to eat that ape, but its meat was way too tough." Kiri stared at him, bewildered. "How can you even think about your appetite right now?" she asked. "Does that mean you were just waiting for us to wake up?" Day explained. "There was nothing else to do. Besides, I can't find the exit gate." He glanced at Ralph, who lay covered by a skin, his face twisted in pain. "The weather's getting worse. We'd better rest for now." Day observed Ralph's exhausted state. "It looks like he's seriously injured. We need to scout the area as soon as this storm calms down." He then declared, "I'll go look around. You stay here and get some rest. Kiri." All of this unfolded inside a cave, lit by a crackling fire, while a fierce blizzard raged just outside. After gearing up, Day headed out on reconnaissance, trudging through thick snowdrifts. his face and body flushed red, his gear ill-suited for this frozen wasteland. He pressed a hand to his face, gazing at the snow-covered mountains. Almost a full day had passed. He wondered to himself, "How is the boss?" Then, Day cursed internally, frustrated that he couldn't come up with a plan. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, his hand instinctively reaching for the halberd on his back. A one-eyed snow monster glared at him with pure fury, its mouth wide open, a piercing scream erupting from its blue tongue. Day stared back at the beast and yelled in irritation, "These things again!" He drew his halberd from his back, letting out a heavy sigh.
What are these bizarre creatures? Just then, several more monsters with sinister expressions closed in, their sharp claws digging into
the snowy ground. A short while later, back in the cave, Kiri suddenly stood up. "Is he back?" she asked. Then her eyes widened in shock. "Day!" She stared at him, asking, "What happened to you, covered in the blood of monsters?" Day scratched the back of his head. "Oh, you're up," he asked casually. "Nothing special happened." Staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, she asked, "There are still monsters out there, aren't there?" "It's too dangerous to be alone, I'm going with you." Day sat down by the fire. "Someone has to protect this dying fool," he said, nodding toward Ralph. "We're comrades now, after all." Hearing this, Kiri knelt down, her gaze fixed on Day's back. "Then I'll go this time. You don't have to patrol by yourself." Without turning to face her, Day told her to calm down. "It's more efficient this way," he explained.
"We won't waste time searching the same place twice. Don't waste your energy. Just rest." Kiri stared at his back with a tense expression, thinking,
"This guy, he always acts like an idiot. But right now, he seems so reliable." She found herself captivated by his strange calmness. Day rested his head on his hand and lay down, turning toward the rock wall. Moments later, monsters with long fangs shrieked, launching a furious attack on Day. He moved with impossible grace, his halberd a blur of motion, carving through the monsters and tearing their bodies apart with clean, powerful strikes. But suddenly, a wave of beasts drove him to the edge of a cliff. They had him surrounded, forcing him to the precipice of a deep abyss. Day's eyes narrowed, and clutching his halberd tightly, he muttered, "Damn, it's cold." Then, the monsters surged forward as one, intent on ripping him to shreds. One of them, screaming in fury, lunged for the kill. But with a sharp twist of his body, Day pierced the creature's single eye, and together, they plunged over the edge of the cliff. When Day finally landed, he yanked his hand from the monster's eye socket, his whole body trembling. "That was dangerous," he gasped. "This time, I almost died." His face was grim. As he looked ahead, a person, he wondered. But as he focused on the frozen corpse with a sword resting on its knees, he realized, no, it's just a body. In the corpse's hands was a piece of paper, exhaling a cloud of warm air. Day took the paper, thinking it looked like this person hadn't been dead for long. Looking at the sheet, he asked himself, "What is this?" He quickly concluded that it must be a will, examining the paper he'd taken from the frozen corpse. Day realized it was a letter, with quite a lot written on it. The message began, "To the nameless wanderer who finds this message, I entrust my will to you." It continued, "Though the gift is small, I leave you my gloves. If you are a warrior, you possess the skill warrior mastery. These gloves will amplify that power." The letter went on to explain, "As you have probably realized, my comrades and I fell into Kaya's trap, and were annihilated by a snow yeti." The writer added that amidst all the misfortune, there was a glimmer of hope they found the exit gate. Day's eyes widened in shock at those words. Then the author wrote, "However, this is a special gate. It can only be used after you have defeated the boss." The author stated that on the back of the letter was a map leading directly to the exit. "I hope," the author wrote, "that you have the strength to pass through these gates in turn." The writer asked the reader to pass on this letter. Sometime later, Day was walking through the snowy forest when his attention was caught by a sword, stuck firmly in the snow. Stepping over the corpses of defeated monsters, he and his allies moved on. Soon after, Kiri touched the stone monument, and a magical portal shimmered into view. Debo, holding Ralph's hand, guided him toward the gate, but as they approached, he paused, turning back one last time, looking into the shimmering abyss. He and Ralph stepped inside. Debo then turned to Kiri, asking what their next move was. Kiri explained that they needed to prepare. In their current state, neither of them could handle another fight. Suddenly, a man in a plague mask appeared before them. "I don't believe it," he said in surprise. This man, flanked by several others in identical masks, all held daggers at the ready. "Did you two defeat the ghost?" he asked. Debo's eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene. "Is this Kenya's guild?" he wondered. He cursed them in his mind, pathetic creatures. He knew this was a dangerous situation, given their weakened condition, but he didn't even have time to finish the thought. The masked leader held up a hand. "Don't worry," he said smoothly. "We'll make this quick." One of Kenya's assassins lunged forward, dagger flashing in the dim light. He brought his weapon down on Kiri from above, but she blocked the blow with her sword. "I will never allow this," she shouted. In response, the assassin hurled a volley of sharp throwing knives. They found their mark, piercing deep into her leg. Kiri screamed, her body tensing in agony. "Kiri!" Debo yelled. At that exact moment, another assassin closed in on him from behind. Debo spun around, his expression grim, ready to face his attacker. But a heartbeat later, a searing beam of fire erupted from the portal. The beam tore straight through the assassin, who was about to strike Debo. Debo could only watch, his eyes and mouth wide with utter shock. He was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Kiri also stared in bewilderment as the assassin who attacked her was impaled by a powerful fire arrow. The leader of the assassin squad, Kenya, was next. His eyes widened in horror. "What is going on here?" he shrieked. The fire arrow danced through the air, changing direction as it hunted its prey, tearing apart the bodies of the assassins. They screamed in terror, consumed by the powerful flame. Soon after, another was instantly killed by a fire arrow to the chest. Kiri and Debo turned to the magic gate, their faces a mixture of fear and awe. A slow grin spread across Debo's face as he spoke. "I really hate to admit it." The main character emerged, his clothes torn and body wounded, but a confident smile on his face. He held out a glowing fire staff. "But did you miss me?" Debo grinned, throwing his halberd over his shoulder. "Damn right I did," he answered. "Drinks are on you for being late," he added. Sometime after these events, a massive, hairy monster clenched its jaw. Eborg, sitting on a plush sofa nearby, stared into the creature's eyes. The beast had huge horns and was bound by heavy metal chains. Eborg placed a hand on the monster's cheek, stroking it gently. He was thinking about the sudden appearance of such a talent. Did I miss something, he wondered? Then, Eborg's brow furrowed with anger. He had a feeling things were about to get noisy. Just then, Baz materialized in a swirl of magical energy inside the grand hall. She knelt respectfully before Eborg and his chained monster. "Master Eborg," she announced. "Elam has returned." She then asked, "What should I do about the contract?" Eborg's eyes blazed with a wild fury. "Kill him," he commanded. Baz stared back, her face pale with fright. "Pardon me." She started to say something else, but Eborg cut her off. Looking at her menacingly, he growled, "This is no time to worry about public opinion." "He's stronger than I expected." Grasping the monster's jaw, he asked, "Did you think this was just an isolated incident? We'll find a suitable reason later." Eborg decided, "But, Master," Baz cried out, "he is not alone." Eborg's gaze narrowed. "What?" he demanded, Baz replied. "He has a group of companions with him." Meanwhile, Ralph was sitting at a table with a look of dissatisfaction. "There's not enough salt," he declared. Debo shot up from his chair in a rage, slamming his hands on the table. "Don't you dare complain about my sister's cooking. Just eat silently," he roared. Ralph, chewing his food without emotion, simply noted, "She just skimped on the salt." At that moment, Debo's sister appeared, holding a plate of food. "Would you two like some more?" she asked sweetly. Kiri smiled at her. "Yes, please, thank you," she said. Debo sighed with irritation. "This is why I didn't want to bring them here," Kiri simply replied. "The news has already reached Kenya. It's pointless to pretend we're strangers. Besides," she added, "this is a suitable place for your sister. Even if we hid, they would find us quickly." Suddenly, the door opened. Elam peeked through the doorway and asked them how they were feeling. "Boss," Debo called out, "where are you headed so early?" "I'm just going out on business," Elam replied. Ralph looked at him. "Perfect timing," he said. "Speaking of which, shouldn't you be paying our bill?" Ralph began to reason out loud. "Regarding the group leader's share, it's about the same as ours, so we can postpone that for now." "But when do I get my additional 700 million mesos?" Debo stared at him in a rage, veins bulging on his face. "Have you completely lost your mind?" he bellowed. "In this situation, you want to go to Kenya for money?" Pointing a finger at him, Debo shouted, "Besides, didn't I deal with the snow yeti in the end?" Shoving his fingers right in Ralph's face, he snarled, "Don't you forget about that!" Filled with anger, Debo continued shouting, "And while I was looking for a way out, you were sleeping peacefully in the cave." Kiri, with a calm expression, noted, as I recall. Ilum also fought against the twin killers. Leaning his face on his hand, Ralph feigned surprise with a hint of irony. "Oh, really?" he asked. "Are there any witnesses?" Enraged, Day-Ah called him a pathetic nobody. Kiri turned to Elam, asking for his next move. Elam gave her his answer. He would visit the Kanya Guild again soon. He mentioned that this time, he wouldn't be going alone. But before he could finish,
A fist slammed violently against the wall behind them. An irritated voice demanded to know how much longer he was expected to wait outside.
Day-Ah's sister approached the imposing man. With a tense fist held to her chest, she demanded to know who he was. Day-Ah and Kiri just stared,
Stunned by the man's appearance. It was Ibis. Leaning on the doorway, he called them all minors. Then he sneered.
asking if they could tell this so-called king of theirs to hurry up. Just moments before, his superior's menacing face filled his mind, ordering him to resolve this quickly. Ibis sat at his desk, clutching his head. He cursed inwardly, realizing things were spiraling out of control. He never thought Elam would actually contact Kanya. The fact that Elam went straight to the gate, he wondered frantically how he was supposed to stop him now. With a tense expression, Ibis
stared into space, his hand on his forehead. What if this continues? His thoughts were cut short by a sudden knock.
The door to his office opened. It was Elam. He walked in and sat down right across from Ibis. Stunned, Ibis asked him, "Did you really not enjoy cooperating with Kanya?" He studied Elam, who sat calmly with his arms crossed. The protagonist had a simple reply. They offered 50 million if he passed their test before signing. Ibis stared intently. So, what now? He assumed Elam had just come to brag. Ibis figured he must enjoy getting on people's nerves. Just then, steam rose from a glass on the table between them. The main character looked at him, his face an emotionless mask. "If you have nothing else to say," he remarked, "then I'll be leaving." Ibis pressed his lips into a tight line. He let out a heavy sigh, reaching into his pocket. He had to admit defeat. "You win." He held out an envelope. 60 million, Ibis said, his face a mask of dissatisfaction. "Just sign it." He then explained his reasoning. He was giving him more than he asked for. This meant there shouldn't be any more problems. Right? A small smile touched Elam's lips as he instantly signed the contract. "Excellent," Ibis declared. "Now we're official partners." He suggested they could finally be a little more honest with each other. And right after,
Elam dropped a bombshell. The criminals behind the instigator case were the Kanya Guild. Ibis stared in disbelief. What? He couldn't believe Elam revealed it so easily.
The protagonist continued, explaining that the gate was a trap. Kanya had orchestrated the entire incident, then lied when their 3 wounded members escaped. Ibis's eyes went wide. He had hit the jackpot. His mind raced, realizing what this meant. Kanya had gotten close to him just to destroy the evidence. A wide grin spread across his face. He thought to himself, "This time, I'll tear them to shreds." Elam then asked him, "Is that enough?" Ibis could only stare back in surprise. The protagonist explained that the only evidence he had was his word. "Couldn't they just deny everything?" Elam asked. Ibis frowned, thinking, of course they would. But he knew, if he could just make the public
believe the story. He remembered that other guilds were also hunting for those responsible for the 100-person gate failure.
If Kanya's numbers were reduced because of this, the main character placed a hand on the table, revealing 3 magic rings. "We can destroy them." He explained that for Kanya, falling from second place in the top 10 guilds would be the same as disappearing from the world of Maple entirely. Ibis's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Elam. He leaned forward, his voice filled with intensity. "Do you know something else?" he practically shouted. "We agreed not to hide anything anymore," Elam answered calmly, advising him not to raise the instigator issue just yet. "It would be far more effective," he explained, "to strike them all at once, impatient." Ibis yelled that he understood, demanding an explanation. Elam glanced sideways at him. "The adepts of black magic," he said, "have started to make their move." Sometime later, Elam and Ibis sat together, facing Ba'un across a small table. "Ibis," she began, "it's been a while." She then asked what brought them here today. Ibis replied that he had come to apologize. Ba'un looked surprised. Apologize? Ibis began to explain that Elam and her subordinate had a small misunderstanding. He was still young, he said, and rashly agreed to their proposal in a moment of anger. After a brief pause, Ibis formally apologized to Ba'un for the incident. Then, raising a hand with a smile, he said he wanted to clarify something. He announced with confidence that Elam was now an official business partner of the Gapor Guild. Once again, he apologized for the trouble she went through. Ba-un stared ahead, deep in thought. I see, she said. She then suggested that everything would be fine if Gapor simply didn't pay Elam the promised money. Is that right? She asked. Ebes confirmed it with a smile, stroking his beard. Thanks to this, he said, I've realized just how valuable my people are. I've decided to treat them accordingly. Bae-Yun repeated his words, treat them. Smiling wider, Ibis explained that he assigned elite guards to protect them day and night, to prevent any future incidents. And of course, this protection extended to Elam's team. After watching them clear the gate, he was thoroughly convinced of their teamwork. At these unexpected words, Bayun's eyes shot wide open. She could only stare in stunned silence. Ibis's expression turned menacing and confident. If anyone tries to harm a single one of them, he declared, it will be the same as declaring war on the entire Gapor Guild. An irritated look crossed Ba-un's face. Her mouth fell open as she glared at the man who had just delivered a veiled threat. A while later, Debo was questioning Elam. 60 million, he asked emotionally. He demanded to know what kind of magic Elam had used on Ibis, but Elam simply leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, his expression in an unreadable. With his arms crossed, Kiri gazed out the window, musing that she never expected they'd be assigned guards. She couldn't help but wonder why Gapor would do such a thing. Outside, a guard stood watch. Ralph, flashing a wide grin, gave Elam a thumbs up, exclaiming what a brilliant move that was. He started showering him with praise for his business acumen, but the main character cut through the noise with a sharp command to knock it off. Ralph, with a carefree look, declared that because of Elam, he reevaluates the team's worth every single day. All that was left was to trim the useless fat, and they'd be perfect. Debo tried to fire back an insult, but Ralph beat him to it, pointing a finger at his own chest with an arrogant smirk. He was certain they had a real gem on their team. No, he corrected himself, shouting that in the entire Maple world, there was no one else like him. He began to boast proudly, calling himself one of a kind, a master of all trades. He could be a healer, yet still fight fearlessly on the front lines. He took a SID coin from his pocket, ready to flip it. Yep, he answered his own thought. I'm just that good. After that, Ralph pointed his finger at Debo, addressing him like a child. Debo's face flushed with rage. A child! He seethed. Ralph just smirked. What happened to that monster from before? Debo was speechless, not knowing how to respond. With a knowing grin, Ralph stroked his beard. I thought you were knocked out, he said. But you got a new circle and took down the boss all by yourself. Ralph noted that a simple new circle couldn't explain that kind of power. Kiri agreed, adding that the situation with the hobgoblin was the same. He lost consciousness and became a berserker. She looked at him intently, asking just who he really was. Debo, with a conflicted expression, confessed that he often has a recurring dream, but he can't remember any of it. The only thing that remains after those moments is a vague memory of that dream. He told his allies that in this vision, a woman he's never met appears, and they fight side by side. Debo felt that they were incredibly close, but when he wakes up, her face is a blur. The only detail he recalls is her weapon, a halberd. Suddenly, the color drained from Elam's face. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he stared into space, his mind reeling. A halberd. And a dream Elam began to piece it. All together, Debo and Aaron, they were always together. That was a known fact. Then he considered the impossible power Debo displayed. Elam's heart pounded. If the woman in his dream was Aaron, could it be that the power from his past life is returning to him with a thoughtful expression? Elam placed a hand on his chin, wondering how this could be possible. A chilling thought crossed his mind. What if, by returning to the past, he had twisted the very threads of a future that was meant to be Ralph? Just sighed dramatically. It's not our fault that Debo is just plain stupid. Debo furiously shot back. Shut up, you old nobody. You think you're the smartest one here? Ralph simply turned his gaze to Elam. The same could be said about you. The main character, pulled from his spiraling thoughts, looked up at Ralph. Your insane speed at acquiring circles, Ralph continued. Your strength, your insight. None of it matches your supposed lack of experience. Staring at him intensely, Ralph declared, Now I finally understand why Gapor is so desperate to keep you on a leash. Then, Ralph's attention shifted to Kiri. On the other hand, we have this girl. He grinned maliciously. Utterly ordinary. Kiri's eyes went wide, her mouth agape in disbelief. Ralph looked her up and down with disdain. You realize it yourself, don't you? Kiri's hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of her sword. Ralph continued his assessment out loud. As someone responsible for training the Cygnus Knights, you have a solid foundation and a good head on your shoulders. For a second circle, that's not bad, but he leaned in, a wide smirk on his face. There's nothing special about you. As the guards stood stoically by the door, the tension inside the room thickened. Ralph explained that Gapor's men weren't fools, they were bait, and they paid the price. Now, no matter what they did, they would fall, right into Kenya's trap. Searching for evidence against them now would be a suicide mission. He stretched out his hand, a greedy smile playing on his lips. For the right price, I'll do almost anything, he declared. But I have no intention of sharing that money with someone who will just become a burden. He looked at Kiri. Wouldn't it be better for you to just run back to your precious squad? Kiri glared at Ralph, her whole body trembling with suppressed rage. Her jaw was clenched so tight, it was a wonder her teeth didn't crack. A memory flashed in her mind. A grand hall, walking down a long corridor. A man named Kashim approached her. He asked her if she was exhausted from her latest mission. With a smug smile, Kashim remarked that she'd been gone so long. He thought she had died in the 100-person gate. Kiri coldly said his name. Kashim? He then asked if she was going to see the master. Averting her gaze, Kiri gave a short, affirmative reply. He stepped closer, noting he'd heard rumors she was joining an adventurer team. You've always had a taste for strange behavior, he mused. Kashim laughed, suggesting that perhaps she'd finally found someone on her own pathetic level. He turned to leave, waving dismissively. Your departure from the Knights will be a great way to protect the Master's honor, he called over his shoulder. Now hurry along, the Master is waiting in his office. A short while later, she entered the Master's chambers. Does this mean you are leaving us? He asked without looking up. Kiri pressed her hands to her sides and bowed deeply to the man sitting at the desk. He finally addressed her by name, asking her what this was all about. Have I offended you in some way? Kiri kept her head low, asking for his forgiveness. I can't explain everything right now, she said. But one day, the Master, who was signing papers with a fountain pen, repeated her words. One day, he then looked up, his gaze piercing. Join the adventure group. This will be a secret mission. He instructed her that once every 3 weeks, she was to report to him personally on everything that happened. He then looked back down at his documents, his tone final. And do not forget, he said, you are still my student, and you will forever be a knight of the Cygnus Order. Back in the present, Kiri stood before her allies, her voice firm. I know this is impudent of me, she began, but the enemy's followers, they have infiltrated even the Knight Order. I have nowhere to return to. The teacher was searching for a way to discard them, but Kiri, with raw emotion, clenched her fist and declared she didn't need their money. She begged them for just a little more time, promising to solve everything with her own power. As she pleaded her case, Elam watched hers, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ralph just laughed, sneering that she didn't grasp how the world truly worked. He told her to give up and stay out of it. But the protagonist turned to Kiri, asking if she was truly certain of her abilities. She met his gaze with unwavering confidence. All eyes turned to Elam, who seemed to be questioning the situation. Ralph scowled, asking if he was joking. Elam simply stared ahead, his expression unreadable. If she's seeking followers with that kind of spirit, he said, it won't do us any good. Then his gaze shifted to Ralph. Did you say something about abilities? Elam noted that he, too, had something to add. His eyes locked onto Ralph's as he calmly stated, you seem incredibly confident in your skills right now. However, you're not the only one disappointed in this party's performance. He reminded Ralph he'd sent him to the second floor, believing he could clear it with ease. But in the end, without Dia, you all would have been wiped out. Or am I wrong? Ralph, completely stunned, broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered that they faced an abnormal opponent, a monster he couldn't even fight. The protagonist's voice was ice. It was just a yeti. He crossed his arms. I could have killed a beast like that on my own. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Ralph roared, his face a mask of furious disbelief. Even Kiri stared, shocked, asking if he was serious. Dia's eyes were wide with surprise. Elam knew this was all before his regression. But if his original plan had worked, he would have handled that yeti himself. He now understood that Kenya's assassins were far stronger than he'd anticipated. His entire strategy had to change. The main character faced a harsh truth: they were all still far too weak, including himself. That's ridiculous, Ralph spat, his voice laced with venom. You were a slave just a few days ago.
Elam slowly raised his eyes. You don't believe me. A wild, dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Then, shall we test it out? Ralph flinched, unable to meet his gaze.
He coughed awkwardly, muttering that it wasn't necessary, that it wasn't important. Elam let out a breath, a smirk forming on his face.
We have to get stronger, he declared, running a hand through his hair. The next gate opens in about a month.
In that time, I'm going to squeeze every last drop of power out of you. Elam's intense gaze swept over his stunned party members. Elsewhere, Baz bowed low before Iborg. My lord, the problem has escalated. Attacking Gapor now will draw unwanted attention. Iborg lounged on a sofa, a monstrous creature at his side. They know far too much, he mused. I can't make sense of it. Was this their strategy all along? Baz hesitated. I don't know, my lord. A mere spy couldn't uncover such things. Only the highest echelons would be privy to their true plans. Gapor, you say? Iborg's head tilted up. If it's only Gapor, then it's no issue. When the day of reckoning comes, crushing insects like him will be trivial. Our true, sworn enemy is the Maple Alliance. A truth Iborg knew from 800 years ago.
Back when the combined forces, led by Empress Cygnus, the Knights, the Resistance, and the Nova,
had sealed away the 6 heroes. That was the source of their greatest threat. A simple guild conflict was nothing, but a deep, unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Iborg's eyes narrowed. Could it be
that the boy simply trusted Gapor? Baz watched her master, her expression grim. Iborg turned to her, his voice sharp. I want all information on Gapor, now.
As you command. Baz kneeled, then dissolved into magical particles. Alone, Iborg stared into the darkness and uttered a name. Alpam? A dangerous smile crept across his face. I hope you'll prove to be an interesting adversary. Later, in a lush green forest, the sounds of battle echoed. Ralph crashed hard onto the ground, cursing loudly. He pushed himself up on his brass-knuckled fists, his face a picture of confusion. Who the hell are you? He roared again. You're supposed to be a magician. How is this possible?
Kiri stood nearby, clutching her sword and gasping for breath, completely winded from the fight.
The main character calmly approached them. Why are you lying down? He asked, a staff held loosely in his hand. He walked forward, a confident smile on his face. Let's try that again, he suggested, before lunging into another attack. If you can land a single hit on me, we're done for the day. Ralph scrambled away, screaming for him to stay back. A moment later, a pained shriek echoed, filling the entire forest. Dia sat meditating between the trees, his legs crossed. He gritted his teeth in irritation. Will you just shut up? He yelled in anger. I can't concentrate. His fist clenched so tightly it trembled. I should have just stayed behind. Why am I the only one? In his mind, Elam's words replayed, if your power only awakens when you're unconscious, then you must learn to enter a trance-like state on your own. Elam had admitted he wasn't sure it would work, but he'd grinned and said, if it does, it'll be fascinating. In the distance, Ralph screamed again, begging Elam not to hit him so hard. Dia exhaled sharply, his voice filled with frustration. Can I really become stronger this way? Later that night, after the brutal training had ended, Elam! A broken voice called out. It was Ralph. His face was a wreck, his lips swollen and split from countless blows. He couldn't even see from one eye, the eyelids swollen completely shut. His broken lips mangled his words as he tried to speak. Ralph, his face a crippled grimace, stammered a plea for help. Is it true? He's training them? Deba howled with laughter at the sight. The protagonist simply replied that he was preparing them for a new circle. Ralph, looking utterly broken, turned to Elam. I think he's just taking it all out on me. Deba was practically in tears from laughing, pointing a finger at Ralph. That look really suits you. You're so handsome right now. Meanwhile, Wendy's sister stepped outside, offering the guards 2 mugs of strong drink. Deba asked Elam if it was truly safe to leave Kiri alone. Elam assured him, she has security. It's fine. He then added a warning. Just do enough so it doesn't interfere with tomorrow's training. A sly grin spread across Deba's face. There's something we need to discuss. Elam eyed him suspiciously. Discuss?
Deba produced a letter from his pocket, handing it over. Found this on a dead man at the gate. We only got out because of him.
He explained, he saved us, so I want to repay that debt. I need to deliver this letter, but I can't find any information on it.
Attached to the paper by a simple rope was a ring. Deba looked at Elam. Is there another way? Elam stared at the ring, his expression frozen.
His eyes widened in utter disbelief. He was stunned, a single thought echoing in his mind. Is this a cross ring? Memories of a girl flashed before him. Deba's voice cut through the haze. Hey,
What's wrong? Elam took the letter, his voice firm. I have an idea.
He tucked the letter under his cloak and told them to get some rest. And one more thing, he announced. Starting tomorrow, Deba, you'll be fighting me too. Deba's jaw dropped in pure terror, while Ralph offered a wicked, satisfied smile at his friend's impending doom. Meanwhile, Kiri was deep in the forest. With every scream, her sword bit into wood. Several felled trees already littered the ground around her as she fought to catch her breath.
She stared ahead with fury in her eyes, haunted by Kashim's mocking voice. You have no talent. The memory made her clench her jaw.
Gripping her sword tighter, she unleashed another roar, striking the tree before her with all her might. Later that night, Elam moved silently through the city streets. He finally stopped before a simple wooden door and knocked. Just then, he heard a different door creak open behind him.
Who are you? A man asked, peering out. Elam held up the letter and the ring. I'm a postman. He knew the truth about the recent incident.
The destruction of the gate was no ordinary monster attack, but no matter how hard the guild searched for the culprits, they found nothing. Elam suspected they were never meant to be found. Strangely, the gate was restored almost immediately. After that, such incidents mysteriously stopped. Elam gazed into the darkness, his mind racing. Eventually, he thought, I learned everything, who was behind it, and why they did it. The man from the street was now opening the gate for him.
As Elam stepped inside, a cold female voice echoed from the dark. How did you find this place? You have 5 seconds to explain. Shadows moved around him. Several figures armed with guns emerged from the gloom. He knew exactly who they were.
The Cross Hunters. He remembered their story. They discovered the gate was a trap and destroyed it in a swift, silent operation. It was a noble sacrifice, one that was never recorded in history. But in this moment, the Cross Hunters aimed their weapons directly at him. A girl named Cheryl used her mana, pulling the letter and ring from his grasp. I found something you lost, our hero stated calmly. He could tell there would be no reward for his efforts. 5, Cheryl said, her face an emotionless mask.
Elam looked at the armed hunters. I believe you've lost your way. I'm here to guide you. Cheryl's cold voice cut in.
4, if you continue with these pointless acts, he warned, it will only lead to trouble. Her reply was immediate. 3, at that moment, more firearms were aimed at him, bathed in a single ray of light. Elam continued, due to certain circumstances, I cannot reveal how I know of this place. However, he said, pressing his advantage, if you kill me, Cheryl interrupted. 2, in response, Elam delivered his final card. The basement of the Edstein Parliament. Cheryl's eyes widened in shock. The location of your leader, Hector, will be revealed, Elam informed them, with a menacing glare. She strode toward him. She shoved her massive weapon in his face. What are you playing at? Smiling faintly, he addressed her directly. Cheryl, it's a pleasure to meet you. She stared into his eyes, her brow furrowed in suspicion. But Elam knew the truth. It would be more accurate to say, it's been a long time. Before the regression, she was his comrade. He remembered her cheerful laugh as she playfully ruffled his hair. She had joined their party after the Cross Hunters were wiped out. They had fought through countless battles together. Until that fateful day. His mind flashed back to a sky filled with a terrifying swarm of birds, all flying in one direction. He remembered Cheryl turning to him with a smile. Go on ahead. I'll catch up soon. It was the last time he saw her. She sacrificed herself for them. That was a debt he intended to repay. Starting now. Standing before her, Elam clenched his fist. I'll be direct. Evacuate your branch in Conan City, he urged. The followers have already found this place. Cheryl stared at him, utterly bewildered. The main character then summoned a small wooden box with his mana. I also received something else recently, he declared. The box opened, revealing its gruesome contents. A severed human hand. Kanya, the protagonist said grimly, is growing. Intrigued, Cheryl demanded to know what he was holding. She warned him that if this was some kind of provocation, he would deeply regret it. But the protagonist simply channeled his magical energy. The severed hand floated just above his palm. He met Cheryl's gaze, telling her to see for herself. In an instant, Cheryl's face twisted in horror, her eyes widening in disbelief. Staring forward in utter shock, she could only ask herself, is this... Gazing at the bright red emblem on her hand, she realized it was the mark of the followers. A cross hunter, concealed in the shadows, confirmed it. This was definitely their mark. Another hunter demanded certainty. Followers in Kenya. Cheryl's expression hardened with worry. They leave a tattoo on their bodies to identify each other. But she knew the truth. Without the influence of mana, finding them is nearly impossible. Her eyes widened. That must be why so few people even know of their existence. Clutching her firearm, she confronted Elam. "What do you want?" she warned, her voice like ice. "Don't even start with some nonsense about doing a good deed." Elam paused thoughtfully. "What I want." After a moment of heavy silence, he finally spoke. "I need information." Sometime later, when the Chamise wooden gate slammed shut, a cross-hunter turned to Cheryl. "You don't believe him, do you?" She replied instantly. "Of course not."
I still have my doubts. A lot of them. But then a thoughtful expression crossed her face as she put a hand to her chin.
"His actions, and the timing of his appearance." She voiced a new theory. "Perhaps this is a trap for the followers." After a beat, she suggested maybe she should be the one to deceive him first. The protagonist, meanwhile, was walking along a neon-lit city street, thinking he'd made an unexpectedly good catch. Just then, a ring echoed from his pocket. It seemed he'd also found out what he needed to know. His gaze hardened with resolve as he
thought about Kenya. He reasoned that he never thought they'd already advanced so far. Then he asked himself, are their plans shifting because
he is changing the future? Elam knew that if things were left like this, he cut off his reasoning, his decision made. Their next target is the Nautilus. As the thought crossed his mind, a vision of a huge mechanical ship, shaped like a whale, appeared in his mind's eye. It cut through the waves at high speed, provoking a flock of seagulls to scatter from the unidentified floating object, on the front of which was a human skull. The seagulls screamed, flying near the massive ship where adventurers were boarding. Deba looked at the scene, letting out a sound of pure surprise. Then, with a wide smile, he looked ahead and asked, "Has a whole month passed already?" He turned to his allies standing behind him. "Are you guys feeling the anticipation to..." Sometime before this event, Elam was sitting opposite a man named Abby. With his arms crossed over his chest, Abby slammed several sheets of paper onto the table. "Choose," he commanded. He stretched out his hand. "The 6 branches gate for 60 people. Or the gate of Elenia for 77 participants." Abby then explained, "I've gathered a list of places that might attract Kenya."
A month has already passed, Abby said sharply. Isn't it time to start? Elam stared intently at the papers, then replied that
he wasn't sure. Irritation flashed in Abby's eyes. He tensed his jaw, baring his teeth, assuming this worthless person before him was just incredibly scared. But Elam crossed his arms and lifted his head, declaring, "I've already chosen a place, and that place is the tomb of the Enchompez, Eagle's Eye." Abby, utterly shocked, could only ask again, "What?" Then, in complete confusion, he demanded, "Have you gone crazy after That," he shouted, realizing the implications. "Kieran, the captain of the Nautilus who commanded legions of pirates? She had a top student named Eagle Eye, and the Eagle Eye Gate earned its name because that's where Kieran's prized student died." After these thoughts, Abby asked, "Is this the place with a reward of 9,990,000 mos?" Abby continued, stating that countless adventurers had already tried and died there, making an attack on this gate almost impossible. He stared at Elam. "Is this because of Kenya?" But then Abby stopped himself. "No, more importantly." "Where did you get this information?" At that exact moment, the office door opened, and Lynn walked in with a serene smile on his face. Abby looked at him in bewilderment and shouted, "Lynn!" He watched in surprise as Lynn entered the office. "What are you doing here?" Lynn didn't react to Abby's words, and turning to Elam, he said, "If you've decided to start, I'd like to give you a gift." Abby could only look on, confused, asking again, "A gift?" After that, Lynn handed him an object, and at the sight of it, Abby's eyes widened in great surprise. Lynn asked Eliam to take it, explaining that this was an item that was specially prepared by the guild. At that moment, he was holding 2 dazzlingly brilliant, large feathers in his hands. Our main character also looked on in surprise at the feathers in Lynn's hand. Lynn explained, saying, "These are phoenix feathers, 2 of them." He smiled broadly and said, "I hope you'll return with a good catch." Now, back on the pier, Elam considered their situation. Now we just have to justify the funds invested in us. And according to his calculations, they had 4 phoenix feathers. He noted that this was not bad at all. Deba turned to Elam with a grin and asked him, "You're not coming?" Elam explained that someone had not arrived yet. Deba turned around, surprised, and asked again, "Someone?" A loud voice addressed them from behind, shouting, "Comrade Alcoholic!" It was Iber, who, with a wide smile on his face, was holding many bandaged items and shouting that they had not seen each other for a long time. "Deba,
looking at him with a smile, asked again, Eber. Then he asked, What's in the bags? Eber answered him, saying that the bags contained what their boss asked them to bring. Then he said, Look, he made me a courier. After that, he asked them to put the items on. A moment later, Ralph and Kiri were looking in surprise at the items everyone had taken from their bags. Sometime after that, Deba and Ralph admired their reflections, their bodies now covered in animal skin robes. Whoa! Deba shouted in surprise while, looking at his hands, Ralph asked, Is this free? Then he shouted, This isn't bad at all. Kiri also looked at her new appearance and noticed that it was lighter than she thought. She then compared it to feeling like she was wearing nothing at all. Kiri then noted it was very comfortable. What is this made of? Iber looked at them with a proud smile and told them the robes were made of snow yeti skin. He then told them that their boss had left the snow yeti skin. A memory suddenly flashed through Dia's mind. Alpam, taking the snow yeti skin from him, promising he would take care of it. Dia's expression darkened as he stared ahead. Was that when it all started? He wondered. Just then, Iber approached with a friendly smile, asking if they were all right. He noted their success conquering the 100-person gate, implying they had nothing left to worry about. But Debo shot him a look, telling him to keep his voice down. Surprised, Debo demanded to know how he knew about that. A sly smirk played on Iber's lips as he began to reason aloud. Considering they were tossing out such rare items, it wasn't too difficult to piece things together. But don't worry, he assured them. Your secret is safe with me. Only I know. He then presented another suit from his hands, explaining there was one left over. The main character stared at him, his voice dangerously flat. That one is mine. Yours. Iber chuckled, amused. He laughed again, thanking Elam for the thought, but noted that such a suit wouldn't be very useful to him. The main character's gaze hardened, his hand clenching into a fist. His voice was ice. I said, it's mine. Iber's smile vanished, replaced by confusion. A flicker of fear crossed his face. What are you doing? He stammered. The main character's reply was sharp and absolute. There's no time. He gave a simple order. Change, now. Iber could only stammer. What? Meanwhile, in another place, a pirate groaned, complaining of an unbearable boredom. He let out a great yawn, waving a hand in the air. At that moment, a colossal, whale-shaped ship called the Nautilus approached a small remote island. As the ship's crew disembarked, one of the men roared, There she is! He turned to a young pirate girl, calling her Miner. You did a fantastic job! Miner beamed, brushing her hair from her face. Nothing beats the sea breeze, she cheered. Behind her, a crowd of male pirates stood proudly. A man's voice boomed with joy. Miner did it. She actually did it. The Orange Gate for 200 people. Has been successfully cleared. Miner has returned. Another voice roared. This is a massive victory for our gate raid. The cheers echoed through a grand hall, packed with people. But in a quiet room far from the celebration, a sharp, clear voice cut through the air. No. A lone pirate hat rested on a table beside several folded papers. Miner stared at the woman's back, her voice filled with disbelief. Captain, she cried out. Why? We cleared a gate for 200 people. The gate for 74 is nothing, she shouted, her voice rising. I'm already stronger than Eagle Eye. She seethed with frustration, unable to understand the captain's reasoning. Without turning, the captain's voice was as cold as the deep sea. Are you arguing with me now? Is this a protest? Miner, shaking with anger. Miner stared at her feet. Then how am I supposed to surpass Leah? Her fists trembled by her side. No matter how hard I try, Miner pleaded. Kieran finally glanced at her, her eyes like ice. No. She then addressed her by name, her tone leaving no room for argument. You will leave now. Her voice dropped, low and menacing. That is an order. Sometime later, a crestfallen Miner was slumped over a table. She let out a heavy sigh. It feels like she'll never allow it. Maybe I should just give up and remove the wanted post. Miner rested her head on a table inside a rowdy, pirate-filled bar. One of the men smiled kindly. The captain is just taking care of you. Miner didn't move an inch. There's a limit to how much taking care a person needs. Suddenly, the tavern door burst open. A man rushed in, shouting her name. Miner, we have a problem. Come out here quick, he urged. Some guys just tore down the wanted poster for Eagle Eye. Miner's head shot up, her eyes and mouth wide with shock. What? Another pirate demanded with a surprised look. Who were they? I think they're from the mainland. The female pirate's face twisted in fury. They took the wanted list. At that very moment, Album, Kiri, Debo, and Ralph were walking down a corridor of the Nautilus.
Debo looked around, his expression tense, as silent, threatening gazes from pirates followed their every move. "What is with this atmosphere?" he muttered under his breath. "This mood is just plain nasty." Kiri kept her gaze lowered. "Keep your mouth shut," she warned in a low voice. "This is their territory. We broke their unspoken rules. They could kill us on the spot for it."
Rules? Debo asked. Kiri quickly explained. The rules of the Nautilus are simple. Priority in attacking a gate belongs to the one
who posts the wanted list first. Once it's posted, they can enter at any time. Those are the only two official rules. However, like in any group, there's an unspoken agreement. You do not tear down a wanted list from the board that belongs to someone else. As she spoke, Album was clutching that very same wanted poster. Suddenly, Minor ran toward them, her voice ringing out. "Hey, who are you people?" The group of adventurers stopped dead in their tracks, Minor's brow furrowed in pure rage. "Who gave you permission to tear this down?" "That's mine," she raged. Elam met her furious gaze with a calm expression. "So, should we just hang ours up instead?" "You're supposed to wait until you're given permission," she shrieked. Elam's expression remained unchanged. "And would we be given permission?" "I've never heard of such a rule," he said calmly. Their confrontation had become the center of attention in the hall. On the second tier, dozens of pirates watched the scene unfold. Minor pointed an accusing finger at the adventurers. "Give it back," she then yelled, her voice filled with pride. "Captain Kieran is my teacher." "That may not even be true, but whatever," she scoffed. Turning to Elam, her tone was condescending. "You clearly don't understand the most important thing here. The wanted board exists only for Nautilus operators. Outsiders are forbidden from attacking the gates." She glared. "You can't attack any of the gates. That belonged to the Nautilus." Debo had been listening, pressing his lips together, shaking slightly. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Through his laughter, he turned to Elam and said, "I think I'm starting to understand her." Minor spun on him, her face a mask of fury. "Stop laughing and give that back." With defiant eyes, DA looked her dead on and declared he had no intention of doing that. Then, placing a hand on Elam's shoulder, he asked for permission to make an introduction. A sly grin spread across his face as he announced, "We are the Iber Pirates." Hearing this, Ralph's own smile widened into a wolfish grin. Kiri, however, crossed her arms, her gaze dropping in clear displeasure. Elam simply brushed Dia's hand off his shoulder. And Iber? Iber just stared blankly ahead, completely lost, before breaking into hysterical laughter. Nervously crushing a piece of paper in his fist, beads of sweat dripped down his face as Minor, her own face contorted with rage, veins bulging on her temples, finally erupted. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" she screamed. "Do you honestly think becoming a pirate is that simple?" She began to lecture him, her voice rising, insisting they had to follow all the conditions. Dea just let out a slow breath, a smirk playing on his lips. "How hurtful," he said with dripping irony. "A pirate, calling another pirate names." He leaned in. "Surely you've heard of Captain Iber." All the while, Eber was still mangling the paper in his hands, his loud, stress-fueled laughter filling the air. "Iber is the real pirate here," Dia boomed.
Everyone on the Nautilus knows him, right? With a cocky expression, Dia drove his point home. If our leader is a pirate...
"Then what does that make the rest of us?" Minor stared back at him, her jaw clenched in silent fury. Just then, several other pirates moved in from behind. "Did they force you?" one asked, stepping closer. Another's voice cut through the tension. "Did I hear that right? Ibir is the only seawolf here?" Elam turned to face the newcomer, as Dia spat out, "And who the hell are you?" Minor's expression, however, lit up with relief. "He's here," she shouted, calling out his name. "Morat." The man named Morat stood confidently before them.
Why have you started this little farce? He demanded. Elam studied him intently. Morat. I've never seen him before in the past.
He addressed the man calmly. "Have we broken any rules?" Morat let out a thoughtful chuckle. "The rules were written by Kieran. So she'll be the one to decide." He scanned their small group. "Where are the others? This can't be all of you. This is everyone," the main character stated with unnerving calm. "There are 5 of us." Morat's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're madmen," he declared. "Do you have any idea that gate is meant for 74 people?" As he spoke, Dia stared at him. A single question echoed in his mind. How does he see Morat's gaze lingered on them, suspicion growing? He turned his attention to Elam. "What's your name?" The main character met his gaze. "My name is Elam." At that moment, watching from the second tier, a pair of pirates took notice. "Elam," the man said loudly. "If that's him?" The woman beside him asked, "What about him? Do you know him?" "I've heard the name," she mused. "If I remember right, He's the one who survived the Red Gate meant for 100 people. Down below, Elam calmly faced Morat. A buzz of conversation erupted among the pirates. That Red Gate, one asked. The one where most of the adventurers died. So he's not just some random guy, another observed. Hearing the whispers, Dia puffed out his chest with pride, confirming their words. That's right, he is. Suddenly, the woman on the balcony scoffed. So what? Dia's confident expression faltered. The gate capture was a failure, wasn't it? She sneered. He didn't conquer it. He just saved his own skin and ran away in fear. The pirate beside her held up his hands placatingly. Hey, why are you yelling at me? Just then, another voice boomed from the crowd. Miner cleared an orange gate. For 200 people. This time, doesn't that prove her skills are superior? Listening to the noise. Miner pressed a hand to her forehead.
I asked you not to make a scene, she muttered. Clenching her fist, she added, This is not what I want to hear right now.
Morat considered this. Is that so? Then that means... He trailed off, then changed tactics. All right, how about a compromise? Since the one who posted the ad has priority, Morat proposed, perhaps you'll sell the remaining 69 spots to the others? Deba just grinned confidently. Not a chance. But then, the protagonist spoke with a calm, steady voice. I accept, he said, agreeing to Morat's deal. Dea stared at Elam in shock, unable to believe his ears. Elam, looking straight at Morat, laid out his terms. 100,000 per person, and I'm only selling 10 spots. Sometime later, one of the pirates asked Miner, Are you seriously going to pay? Miner didn't hesitate. They're going to die anyway, she stated coldly. I'll just wait for them to fail. She glanced at the money in her hands. It's called probability.
Besides, if they run away, it's all over. The man looked worried. But what about Karan's permission? Miner's expression hardened. I can't wait any longer. I'll do what I must. And apologize later. Frowning, she stared ahead with tense determination.
I won't let anyone get in my way. At that moment, Ralph confronted Elam, his voice laced with accusation. Why did you refuse to take everyone? Why
only 10 spots, he roared, his mouth wide. We just lost almost 6 million. Dia let out a sigh.
He's definitely obsessed with money, he muttered. Ralph continued his tirade. We need to sell the rest of the spots right now. Kiri cut in calmly. Otherwise, the number of enemies will increase 14 times. Have you already forgotten the consequences? You don't understand anything, Ralph shot back irritably. We just need to destroy them all. But as Elam looked ahead, his thoughts were elsewhere. That's not what we should be doing. He finally understood. This time, our goal. He recalled a painful memory. In the gate where the first student of the Eagle Eye, Leah, died. The second student, Miner, will also be killed. The protagonist's mind raced, piecing together the past and the future. He remembered it all. After Leah, even Miner died. In the original timeline, Kyra never recovered from the shock, vanishing without a trace. The Nautilus pirates, having lost their captain, were torn apart by internal strife. Our hero realized these events were meant for 2 years in the future. The timeline had been drastically altered. Looking ahead, Elam knew. The Crosshunters' warning was true. The Kanya Guild was targeting Nautilus far ahead of schedule. He had to uncover their plans, and fast. He understood that to guarantee her safety, they had to limit who entered the gate. The protagonist knew this was a critical decision. They couldn't repeat the mistakes of the past. Every drop of mana had to be conserved. That's when he remembered the artifact stashed in his backpack. At that moment, the bickering between Dee and Ralph continued. Dia shouted that Elam probably had it all figured out, telling Ralph to just shut his mouth. But Ralph yelled back that this was their chance to make a fortune. Between them stood Iber, wondering why he was even here, as the moon illuminated the night ocean and the Nautilus cut through the waves. A sudden knock came at Elam's door. The main character's hand pulsed with magical energy. He opened the door, asking who it was, when suddenly, his expression changed. He stared in surprise. He never expected to see them. He quickly asked them to come inside. Standing before him were the formidable Captain Kieran and Morat. He asked what brought them at such an hour. Kieran's voice was like ice. I came to check for myself, so it's best you don't lie to me. Her cold gaze pierced straight through him. Her eyes narrowed as she addressed him by name. Are you a follower of the Black Magicians? Elam stared back, his face a mask of shock. His eyes were wide with disbelief. He asked himself, how could she possibly know of their existence? He wondered if the future had changed again, or if she knew, from the very beginning. He stopped himself. Then why before his return? He couldn't finish the thought, because Morat interrupted. He seems nervous, Morat observed aloud. He asked if that was the reason why. The main character quickly considered what he was implying. He sharply denied Mora's assumption, explaining he was simply shocked to hear about them from her. Kieran pressed, "So you doubt they exist?" Kieran, staring intently into his eyes, said, "There's no need to complicate things. How can I possibly believe you?" she asked. "Do you have any proof?" Elam answered negatively. "But didn't you already know when you came here?" Then he clarified. "Didn't you know who the followers are?" "And what kind of relationship I have with them otherwise," he said. "You would have come with weapons instead of questions." Elam then asked, "Did the Hunter's Cross tell you?" He reasoned that this must mean they had already made contact. Kieran's expression confirmed it. "Yes," she affirmed. "The followers are the Kania Guild, and you are their enemy." But her intense gaze from under her brows was a warning. "That doesn't mean we are allies." The protagonist understood, even if they weren't cooperating. That was exactly why she was here tonight. He then asked, "What do you want from me?" With a serious expression, Kieran said she knew the followers were behind Leah's death. But she explained they had already infiltrated the Nautilus too deeply. She could only truly trust Morat and a couple of others. The protagonist cursed inwardly, asking himself, is it really that bad? He realized everything was unfolding much faster than he ever expected. Kieran continued, saying she heard they had begun to act. And now, in her opinion, they were most likely targeting Minor. She explained that without Leah, Minor had become the new idol on this ship. If Minor, who was now the center of all attention, were to die, then Nautilus would descend into chaos, and even she wouldn't be able to control the aftermath. And so, Kieran offered him a deal. The main character, his face serious and brow furrowed, listened to what Kieran had to say. If he could ensure Minor returned from the Eagle Eye's grave this time, then, as a reward, she would give him an item from the Nautilus treasury. Sometime after that conversation, the number 74 was written on the tree containing the magic ball. Dia, with a smile on his face, shouted that they would go first. "You guys should follow us." Slowly. After that, the adventurers' squad and the protagonist stepped inside the magic gate. Minor stood a few meters behind them, her expression resolute. A powerful flash of light erupted, and the adventurers found themselves in a magical space. Dia, holding a halberd in his hands, looked around and asked, "Is this another new area?" As he scanned the surroundings, he noted how gloomy it was here. Kiri asked him if he came for an excursion. With a displeased look on her face, she crossed her arms and asked him to be at least a little more serious. Ralph was still angry, because in the end, they were only able to sell 10 slots. Suddenly, a monster's paw slammed into the ground just feet from Dia. A tiny dinosaur let out a high, thin cry. Looking down at the creature, Debo just laughed, mocking its small size. After that, with a smirk full of confidence, he told the others to stand back. "This will be over in a flash," he declared. But just then, the massive shadow of another dinosaur fell over them. Dia looked up with a surprised expression at the shadow. Soon after, a huge, angry dinosaur appeared from around the corner. When the large dinosaur appeared, the small one began to scream loudly, opening its mouth wide. Dia laughed in confusion, putting a hand on the back of his head. He asked the small dinosaur if it had been walking with its mother. On the rocky, lifeless ground, a battle was taking place. Someone fired a gunshot. The large dinosaur roared loudly and furiously, its mouth gaping wide. At this moment, the pirates fired upon the dinosaur with their guns. An order was given for them not to stop shooting one by one. The girl pirate turned to a male pirate named Chim and told him that these monsters crawl out at the sound of gunshots. Chim continued to fire and shouted at her not to panic. He told her that they would handle this. After that, Chim loudly shouted that they should not be afraid of these monsters because they had cleared a gate meant for 200 people. At that moment, a dinosaur with a wide open mouth was approaching Chim from behind. Many powerful shots were fired from one side, and these shots tore the dinosaur's face apart. The pirates looked at the torn dinosaur in total shock. Minor turned to Chim in disbelief, seeking confirmation of what she just saw. After he nodded, she ordered them to form a line at that moment. The colossal corpse of the slain dinosaur crashed to the ground, blood pouring from its wounds. Gripping twin pistols, Minor announced, "Now, it's my turn." A dinosaur charged furiously after the retreating Ralph, Debo, and Kiri. As the beast gained on them, Debo cursed under his breath, shouting that another one had appeared. He screamed in frustration. Where are they all coming from? A memory surfaced in Debo's mind, of Elam venturing forward alone, deep into the forest, saying he had something to take care of. Remembering this, Debo roared in fury, realizing that damn guy had vanished on them again. Suddenly, Debo skidded to a halt before a massive boulder. He sidestepped at the last second, baiting the dinosaur to charge headfirst into the rock. At such incredible speed, the impact was fatal. The beast showed no signs of life. To be certain, Debo swung his halberd, delivering a sharp blow to its neck. A fountain of blood erupted. With a furious glare, Debo challenged the next monster to try its luck. Memories of Elam's training flooded his mind.
Your fighting styles are pure chaos, Elam had told them. If you attack blindly in all directions, our group's power will plummet. You must learn to fight together.
From this day forward, you are a family. Debo, Ralph, and Kiri could only stare back, baffled by his sudden words. Debo's role was to break the enemy's formation. Now, he weaved between the dinosaurs with blinding speed, landing punishing blows with his halberd. The protagonist's voice echoed in his head. It's fine if you can't kill them all at once. Focus on wounding them, on breaking their charge. Debo recalled the lesson. His face was a mask of concentration as he gripped his halberd tightly. He remembered Elam's final piece of advice for him. The most important thing is to always look forward, no matter what. With renewed purpose, Debo began to tear into the monsters with the razor-sharp blade of his halberd. Ignore anyone attacking from behind, Elam had instructed. Following that command, Debo focused solely on the enemy before him, unleashing a flurry of cutting strikes. The dinosaur shrieked in agony. Another memory flashed in his mind. Trust that you will be protected. Just as a dinosaur lunged at him from the rear, it was annihilated by a devastating blow to the jaw, delivered by Ralph. With a wide grin, Ralph held up his brass-knuckled fist. He turned to Debo and called him son, telling him to trust his old man. Shut up, Debo snapped back, completely irritated. Elam's words to Ralph were different. You are Debo's shield. Forget your selfish way of fighting. From now on, you fight for him, you protect him, always and everywhere. That, he had clarified, is an order. Now, the two fought as one, standing back to back against the dinosaur horde. Ralph stomped the ground with a wild smile. Ready for another round? Together, they launched a coordinated assault. Debo slammed his halberd into the beast's head.
While Ralph struck its spine with incredible speed, with their perfect teamwork, the massive dinosaur fell. But as Ralph looked ahead, his expression tensed.
His brow furrowed in alarm. He saw another dinosaur preparing a massive tail strike, aimed right at Debo's blind spot. Son! Ralph screamed in terror. In a flash of speed, he threw himself forward, intercepting the colossal tail with his own body to shield Debo. An ecstatic expression spread across Ralph's face. So this, he gasped, is fatherly love. I'm so fired up, he roared. You crazy old man, Debo yelled, exasperated. I am so sick of you. Elam's instructions for Kiri were clear. You have the most vital role of all. If an enemy is burned by your skill, he explained, they cannot recover. Now, Kiri clutched a sword burning with brilliant flames. Because of this, the main character had told her, you must finish off the wounded without hesitation.
A bleeding dinosaur charged forward. Reflected in its desperate eyes was Kiri, raising her fiery sword for a final strike.
Sunstrike, she cried out. The blow was immense, decapitating the huge dinosaur in a single, clean slice. Over the past month, Elam had once told them, Kiri is the one who has grown the most. Now, 3 rings of power shone brightly on her wrist, proving his words. A brilliant smile lit up Kiri's face. That was easier than I thought, she cheered. This is great, let's take care of the rest. But all around them, several more dinosaurs roared in fury, closing in from every direction. At that same moment, 2 pirates stood near the entrance to the magic gate. They stared ahead in confusion. Is that the kid? One pirate asked the other. Cedro, the second pirate asked. What are they doing here? He noted that the group who was supposed to enter had already gone in. Someone screamed in rage, telling him to get out of the way. This is no time for arguments, the man yelled back. It's an emergency. He then opened his mouth wide, shouting that he had to report the situation to Miner immediately. The severed head of a dinosaur lay on the ground, its face completely mangled. Chim turned to Miner with a grin. Nice work, he said. Miner smiled back, extending a hand in his direction. It was nothing special. Then she asked, Shall we press onward? Just then, the pirate girl, standing atop the fallen dinosaur's head, called out to Miner. Hey, look what I found, she yelled. It's a huge man of stone. In that instant, a searing arrow of fire pierced straight through the young girl's body, not yet realizing the fatal wound. A smile remained on her face as she shouted, If we sell this! Miner could only watch in absolute shock, her eyes wide with horror as her ally was impaled. The girl looked down at her wound in utter confusion. Blood began to spill from her mouth as she uttered a single, fearful word. What? Elam stretched out his hand in the distance. In front of him, magical energy swirled into focus. Blazing arrows soared, hunting down the fleeing, terrified pirates. What is this madness? They screamed in horror. A sharp voice cut through the chaos, warning them to be more careful just then. Chim shielded one of the pirates with his own body, taking the fiery impact before roaring out, "Minor," she answered instantly. I know, with a single perfect shot, she shattered the incoming projectile. But in that moment, a brilliant flash of magical
energy flared up behind her. Minor spun around, questioning the presence. When suddenly, a volley of twisted fire arrows erupted from
the shadows, empowered by the revolver skill. Steam hissed from the heated stones. The artifact in Elam's possession was glowing with an ominous crimson light. Minor glared at Elam, her face a mask of fury. "You worthless insect," she spat. "Explain yourself." The main character, artifact pulsing over his eye, calmly touched the glowing relic. A fire staff materialized in his hand. "The cleaning," he stated coldly, "is now in progress." As he spoke, a storm of twisted fire arrows materialized in the sky above the pirates. "Don't move," Elam commanded. He then told them, "This will all be over soon." An overwhelming barrage of fire descended upon the stunned pirates, who were left utterly defenseless in the open field.